sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọ́n ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí yóò lókun ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbádórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tó nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn o. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Wọ́n rí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun bẹ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlábàrò. Orí làlábàrò. Olórí làlábàrò. Mo lórí làlábàrò. Olórí làlábàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlábàrò. Làlábàrò. Olórí làlábàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
Casablanca. the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause his pain needs a new rep in your heart.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there, Ipade Dojobo. So that was the drum beat to the build-up to February 2023. So indelibly marked now on the Nigerian consciousness. So the country changed forever on that day, never to revert to where it was. So is it in a better place or is it in a worse place? That is subjective. The data tells us it's in a better place. The narrative tells us it's in a worse place. But wherever you are positioned, that song that you just heard there, that was MC Udoma and his posse, by the way, campaigning hard for their daddy. So yes, whatever your leanings are, the one thing that we cannot equivocate is that country, our country, Nigeria, it changed irrevocably February 2023. It cannot ever go back to either way it was. Is going in a different direction, but what direction? That's subjective. That's not even subjective, but certainly a lot of conversations around that. So good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So we are doing it again. We always do it. As you know, we always do it. So we're doing it as we always do. So we are doing it again. Of course we are. But before we get into anything else, let me just let me give you the let me clue you up on the poster showing on your screen right now. Hashtag free Ejele Speaks. So Ejele Speaks, a well-known figure within the social media space, a critic of bad governance, a champion of the oppressed, and the scourge of the wayward pastor. So it's that last one now that has landed him in incarceration. Him being a scourge of the wayward pastor, he called out the wrongdoings of a guy that goes by the name, is it pastor or prophet Bouquet, Buka, Ebuka. There is some guy like that. I don't know much about those preterman spaces, but he called out the wrongdoing of that pastor Ebuka or Ebuke or something like that. Ebuka, so whatever the pronunciation is. He called out his wrongdoing, and that guy then used the weight of the tithe and offering that he has collected in abundance to have this man now incarcerated since April last year, April 2024. He remains in custody, and we are highlighting as much as our reach can the injustice being meted out on this man. So in every and any social media space that you do go, make sure you highlight it. Use the hashtag Free Ejele Speak. So we're mounting that campaign, and we'll continue that campaign either regularly or intermittently until this guy is actually released. So hashtag Free Ejele Speaks. So there's that one. And then there is this one as well. So this is now upcoming now, very close to us now. On the 4th of the 1st, which is this Saturday coming, we have the privilege of the presence of our Omoyele Shore. I was in contact with his team earlier on, and they're still telling me that it's all systems go. So there's no reasons. We'll be hosting Omoyele Shore on the 4th of January, which is this Saturday coming. So let me send the link to the comment section. So make sure you bookmark it and have all your excitement dialed in that direction. 2024, that was the year that was. A conversation with Omoyele Shore, political analyst, human rights activist, former presidential candidate. So that is how we're approaching it. So make sure you are all set and ready, and make sure you have your questions at the ready as well, so we can sweat Yele a little bit. We cannot be giving these politicians easy rides. So the link to that session in the comment section is on the platform anyway, if you're watching it and watch back. So make sure you diarize it. We are having Omoyele Shore join us on the 4th of January, which is this Saturday coming. But does it stop there? It doesn't. Remember, we were meant to have Prince Adewale just a few days ago, but that didn't quite pan out. So we've rescheduled that to come then on the 5th of January. So that will be Omoyele Shore on Saturday, and then Prince Adewale Adebayo on Sunday. So oh God, I don't know all this comment section. So that will be Omoyele Shore on Saturday, Prince Adewale Adebayo on Sunday. So it's a bumper weekend. So just make sure all of your excitements are parked on the platform. So just surrender your weekends to the platform, because all these exciting happenings are happening. So yes, Omoyele Shore, as I said, on Saturday. Prince Adewale Adebayo on Sunday. I'll be doing the poster for Prince Adewale Adebayo, so that will be at the ready for tomorrow's session. So that's that. So there is that. So I mean, I'm doing my bit, so you do your bit as well, and your bit is to like and subscribe. So if I'm bringing you all of these big names, and which big name have we not brought? We brought an abundance of big names. We brought you Abayomi Arabambi. We brought you Chidi Odinkalo. We've brought you Alhaji Shehu Gaban. We've brought you Segun Showunmi. We've brought you Daniel Bwala. We've brought you Maureen Badejo. We've brought you an abundance of many and everybody. We've brought you we've had quite a hit list. I'm actually going to I'm actually going to do a playlist of the guests, which I should have done. So I'm going to do a playlist, so I can actually signpost you to some of the guests that for a guy that is just sitting in his conservatory in Kent, in Dartford. It's not bad, is it? I've just here chance in my hand, and I'm able to deliver all of this. It's not as though I know anyone, but by whatever osmosis, I end up bringing you all these big name guests. And what do I ask for in return? a measly like and subscribe. So who's getting the better of that deal? I bring you Omoyele Showore, and I ask you for the payment in a like and a subscription. So who's getting the better end of that deal? You tell me. So who's getting the better end of that deal? You tell me. So who's getting the better end of that deal? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We go again. Somewhat of a shortish session. I suspect this one likely to be. And by the way, it's not just this Saturday, Sunday that is going to be a bumper weekend. The following Saturday and Sunday, the 11th and the 12th, they are almost certain to be a bumper weekend as well. I'm packaging another hit list of big heavyweight guests for Saturday 11th and Sunday the 12th. So if you're not subscribed, then it's all down to you. So happy to New Year to you, Omojoy. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. And share the links as widely as you can. Super chats towards the platform. All of those things I say every single day, they apply every single day. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. I wonder if anybody actually shares the links. If you share the links, actually tell me in the comment section. Because sometimes I say these things and it just sounds like I'm having a sing-along, you know. I wonder how many people actually adhere to all these calls to action. I say click on the like button and I don't see the like numbers going up commensurately. I say click on subscribe and I don't see the subscription numbers going up commensurately. I say click on the hyperlink. Some do, some don't, so that's fair enough. I say share the links, but I see no evidence that the links are being shared. So it's your platform as much as, it's all our platform. So however you want this platform to go is the direction that it will go. So it is a participatory sport. It is a group activity. It's a community event. So you have to play your part as well. I bring it and then you spread it. That's how it should work. I bring it and you spread it. So that's how it should work. I wonder if it's working that way. There's no way of me testing it, but I'm not seeing the numbers. I'm not seeing the data coming to suggest that anybody is actually sharing the links. What does it take of you to copy the link and put it in your school WhatsApp groups or whatever? It's no skin off your nose. So just do that. Click on it, put it on your Facebook WhatsApp group or your Facebook groups, your WhatsApp groups, all those groups that you go to, all those spaces. Spread it as wide and near as you possibly can. Put it on your Instagram as a post with the link there, so we can, pump up this place. We need to hit figures this year, so that's just that's the ambition. So I'm bringing you guests, I'm bringing you conversation. You make your contribution by spreading the word. So make your contribution by spreading the word. Let's just get into it. Shall we just get into it? Enough of the rabbiting on. Let's get into it. Peter Obi has been out again, by the way, making his usual vacuous noise, but we'll get to that in a moment. So now, this one now on a customs command generated 634 billion naira revenue. So I wonder if that's the culmination of a year. It'll be a financial year, not a calendar year. But I think the financial year actually runs concurrently with the calendar year in Nigeria, doesn't it? However and whatever, on a customs command generates 634 billion naira revenue. So this is coming from inside of that space. The Nigerian Customs Service Area 2 Command in Rivers State said its officials have seized 12 40-foot containers of medicine illegally imported into the country with a duty paid of 20. All right, all right, let's do that again. The Nigerian Customs Service Area 2 Command in Rivers State said its officials have seized 12 40-foot containers of medicine illegally imported into the country with a duty paid value of 20.3 billion naira. So if that is the sort of duties that are being paid on containers, then they should be generating more than that. So that's not even an impressive figure anymore. This is, as the command said, it generated 634 billion naira in 2024, surpassing the 618 billion naira revenue target it was given at the beginning of the year. The Customs Area Controller, Area 2 Command, Mohammed Babandede. So why is it that all of the entry ports and entry points of our country is being manned by a northerner? You go through any airport, all is wall-to-wall northerner. Whoever is in charge of any and everything customs is northerner. So the Customs Area Controller, Area 2 Command, Mohammed Babandede, disclosed this during a news briefing as part of his end-of-year activity in One, Eleme local government area of Rivers State on Tuesday. Babandede said since his last engagement, Babandede said since his last engagement with the media on November the 11th, 2024, the command has recorded more success in the ongoing battle against smuggling and illicit trade, pointing out that the tempo will be sustained in 2025. So, we were seeing a lot of this type of figures under Buhari, by the way, and you hear all of these figures, and then you hear that they are borrowing $200 million later. So you wonder, it's unbelievable, actually. I think these are some of the plug holes that these tax reform bills, this synergizing of revenue that is taking place. These are the potholes. Is it pothole? These are the holes, essentially, the corruption holes that are all this synergizing of revenue that we're seeing taking place now. These are the sort of corruption holes that is looking to plug. He stated, our vigilant officers and men have successfully intercepted and seized additional 12 containers, 40 feet of illicit medicine. This is a testament to our unwavering commitment to safeguarding public health, ensuring the security of our nation, and compliance with Nigeria's import regulations. This also justifies our commitment to trade facilitation, transparency, effective and efficient service delivery. Giving a breakdown, Babandade said the seizure included 1.7 million bottles of cough syrup codeine, 500,000 tablets of really extra. Anyway, it gives us all the drugs that they seized. Are they fake drugs or drugs that they didn't pay duties on? Because those are two different spaces, aren't they? The duty paid value of the 12 container is 20.3 billion naira. The latest seizure underscores the passion and diligence of the officers and men of the One Command in ensuring that illicit drugs and other harmful goods do not find their way into our country through our area of responsibility. Our efforts are geared towards securing the health and safety of our citizens. So, who's their citizens? Are we property of this? I don't want to call it Manabuki because I want to start moving away from those sort of languages. But are we a personal property of the Malandan Dudi or whatever from Borno? Almost certainly, they are always all from Borno, aren't they? Hold on. Yes, the duty paid value of the 12 containers is 20 billion naira. The latest seizure underscores the passion and diligence of the officer and men of the One Command in ensuring that illicit drugs and other harmful goods do not find their way into our country through our area of responsibility. Our efforts are geared towards securing the health and safety of our citizens, whilst upholding the integrity of entry points into the country through the on-port axis. He appreciated the continued support and collaboration of all stakeholders, including the media, in amplifying the message of the NCS and its efforts to, that should be 2 words, combating smuggling, saying together we can build a safer and a healthier nation. But the real standout though is because a lot of people keep saying that Lagos is the only port in Nigeria. So it's really to flash this up now. If customs alone are just generating this much from because other services, of course, still there to be generated. So that's to tell you then that it's a near 1 trillion naira endeavor then that on a port. If just customs is generating this much, then that tells you that. So that's substance right there. Let's go on from there to this. Nigerians react as NNPC invites Obasanjo for Port Harcourt Refinery tour. So this is a delicious call your bluff or call his bluff sort of stance. So here is Obasanjo. So it's a meal or ayo. So that's a big prayer right there. I don't know quite the English translation of it, but may the year bring its goodness is what are your super chatters just there. But this is a big call your bluff sort of thing because this is Obasanjo now always railing and riling, telling us that the refineries would never work, that they tried to sell it to Dangote, etc., etc. So the refineries are now working. And they keep telling us that, no, it's Sakama J, it's Lamba, as they come here to tell us all the time. So now their lead figure now, he has now been invited to come and inspect that refinery. If Obasanjo doesn't go, then they've lost the voice to be critical. Because, okay, you say it's not working. Okay, we're inviting you then to come and see it and give it your best inspection. Bring a team of experts as well, if you like. So that's the bluff that they are calling now. But will it take the gauntlet that has been thrown down? I suspect not. Nigerians react as NNPC invites Obasanjo for Port Harcourt Refinery tour. Amidst the controversy and cynicism that followed the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt Refinery, some Nigerians have been reacting to former President Olusegun Obasanjo's invitation to tour the refinery. The former president had criticized the functionality of the rehabilitated, let's do that again. Amidst the controversies and cynicism that followed the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt Refinery, some Nigerians have been reacting to former President Olusegun Obasanjo's invitation to tour the refinery. The former president had criticized the functionality of the rehabilitated refinery and accused the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited of lacking in capacity to manage the nation's refinery. In a monitored interview with Channels Television on Thursday, January 2nd, the former president also revealed that his successor, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, rejected a $715 billion offer from Aliko Dangote, chairman of the Dangote Group, to manage the Port Harcourt and Kaduna refineries in 2007. So that would have been a significant amount of money then, with NNPC convincing him of better management as a ground for the rejection. When I was president, so why didn't he sell it when he was president? When I was president, I wanted to do something about the 3 refineries we have, Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. Aliko got a team together after I asked Shell to come and run it for us, and Shell said they would not, Obasanjo said. He recalled that he recalled asking Shell to come and run the refineries and take equity in it, but the company said it would not, citing inefficient management of the refineries as a reason. The former president said he had confidence in Dangote's ability to manage his privately run refinery, contrasting it with the government's inefficiency. Whilst reacting to the former president's invitation of tour by the National Oil Company, some Nigerians took to social media and expressed how they feel about the development. That's very good. Let him go and tour it firsthand. He said it will never work because he was unable to make it work as a president. Twitter user said. Another one wrote in response to NNPC's invitation to Obasanjo, whilst expressing further cynicism. Another Twitter user, Kabiru, wrote in response to the open invitation of the former president, do you really believe that audio running of Warri and PH Refinery? So this is what they are asking you. So you say this thing is audio running, is Sakamaje, is Lamba, is this, that, and the other. So they say, come and see it work for yourself and then respond after you've seen it work. But you are refusing to go and see it work, but you are insisting that it's not working. So how does that even cohere with anything logical? Another ex-user also in response, I can put my savings on this, that Obasanjo won't accept that invitation. Of course, he won't accept the invitation because the invitation ridicules him. Because what he will see as a consequence of attending that invitation ridicules him. In the same vein, another user, but the old folks said our refineries can't work anymore. The chief corporate communications officer of NNPC, Olufemi Shoneye, confirmed to correspondents that he respectfully invited the former president to visit the facility, emphasizing the company's commitment to transparency and accountability. Shoneye also invited Obasanjo to join the NNPC in its determination to guarantee the country's energy security. We invite our esteemed former president to join us in this effort as we continue to deliver energy security for our nation and provide tangible benefits for Nigerians. So so there it is right there. So that is a shut up with your mouth that they are saying to Baba right there, because he will not take that invitation, and then he has done. If he doesn't take that invitation, which is most likely not going to. Pardon me, I'm beat, and I'm still. You know that my niece that I told you was in Nigeria for the December whatever it is that young people were doing. She's back later, so I'm going to go pick her up in a few hours. So I'm looking at with some trepidation. I'm looking towards that, but these are the things you have to do. So that's that. Peter Obi meets former President Jonathan, shares details. No, that wasn't actually the story I was wanting to bring you. He actually also met Babangida as well. So this is so I've got that as well. Oh, okay, so this is Jonathan still embarked on his grand tour. He's not ceased campaigning since the beginning of 2023. He will campaign for all of the criticisms that I level against this man from Oka. You cannot criticize him for effort. So he has been relentless in his campaigning pretty much since the election stopped. In fact, the election has not even stopped for him anyway. Is using all of his might, everything that he has. They say give it everything, and then you are satisfied then if you achieve or not that you did your best. So of course he's going to fail spectacularly in 2027, but he can go home satisfied that he gave it his best. Peter Obi meets former President Jonathan, shares details of discussion. So it is how we were going to make Nigeria better. We cannot continue like this. Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has paid a courtesy visit to former President Goodluck Jonathan as part of his New Year engagement. The visit comes on the heels of his meeting with former military President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida in Minna, Niger State. Obi took to social media platform X on Thursday to share photos from the meeting, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to discuss pressing national issues with Jonathan. You see, there is nothing absolutely categorically that can come out of this meeting. There is no alignment that is likely between Goodluck Jonathan and Peter Obi. One, I don't think Goodluck Jonathan especially rates Peter Obi because you can see through his BS. But more to it, Goodluck Jonathan is also an actor in the field towards 2027. So he's still under discussions and under considerations as well as to what his move will be or if he will make a move in 2027. So there is no prospect of any alignment with Peter Obi. It's just really the whole meeting was just for Peter Obi to be able to put this photo opportunity together and put it out in the public space to say, oh, I'm in this deep grand discussion with all of the movers of the country. So there is nothing there is nothing to this meeting other than this photo that he just went there to take a photo. That's all that is all that is. Labour Party, let's take it from top again. So sorry, by the way, did you guys see this is just a little left field and a little bit of an aside. But did you guys see that clip of Burna Boy kicking a fan that rushed him on stage? He kicked him in the face and then just walked off the set 20 minutes into it. This was somewhere in Lagos. I think he may well live to rue that. Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has paid a courtesy visit to former President Goodluck Jonathan as part of his New Year engagement. The visit comes on the heels of his meeting with former military president General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida in Minna, Niger State. Obi took to social media platform X on Thursday to share photos from the meeting, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to discuss pressing national issues with Jonathan. According to Obi, he caught up with Jonathan in Abuja. He said, finally, on returning to Abuja yesterday, I caught up with my dear elder brother and former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, to also wish him a happy new year. I also had the opportunity of discussing germane national issues with him. What does he even? Is germane even in Peter Obi's lexicon? The guy, man, he just gives you jokes. President Jonathan's patriotic approach to national issues remain admirable. I appreciate his kind advice and President Jonathan's patriotic approach to national issues remain admirable. I appreciate his kind advice and guidance. Is that how you pronounce it? I've lost the ability to speak the English language. And guidance. And I wish him and his family a happy and productive year ahead. With the visit, I concluded my New Year engagements for the day. So it's just a meaningless meeting for the photo opportunities. So another meaningless meeting for the photo opportunities, or the photo opportunity. Where is that one? So another meaningless one for the photo ops. So here is Peter Obi photo opportunity in Babangida as well. Peter Obi, Labour Party presidential candidate 2023, etc. on Thursday. So it was a whirlwind visit then. It's the same Thursday he bagged two birds, one stone. Paid a courtesy visit to Ibrahim Babangida, a former head of state, at his residence in Minna, Niger State. And by the way, Niger State is not that far from Abuja, by the way. I think they actually cut Abuja out of Niger State. So it's not as though he's on a huge, grand journey. According to Obi, the visit was an opportunity to share thoughts on national issues with the elder statesman. The former Anambra State, there is categorically absolutely no way that somebody like Babangida will ever back somebody like Obi. Babangida is old establishment. And Obi is not even the new wave, but it's like some left-wing sort of, psychedelia from the hinterland. So his face doesn't fit into that sort of a bracket, does it? Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, on Thursday, paid a courtesy visit to Ibrahim Babangida, a former head of state, at his residence in Minna, Niger State. According to Obi, the visit was an opportunity to share thoughts on national issues with the elder statesman. The former Anambra State governor, who shared the photos, or the former Anambra State governor who shared the photos from the visit on X. He wrote, from Jigawa State, I traveled to Minna, Niger State to pay a visit to a father figure, an elder statesman and leader. So there it is right there. So there's zero prospects of him ever probing Buhari. Did anyone actually really probe Babangida is the question. The only window of opportunity to have probed Babangida was Obasanjo, and it was this same Babangida that brought him out of prison and put him in Aso Rock. So another one gets away with it. It's just, who have we even probed? Who has what are the prospects of even probing Buhari himself, which is immediate and within reach? They borrowed more money under the Buhari administration of 8 years than the country had borrowed from independence till 2015 when it took over. So that's the thing now. It's unbelievable stuff. It's just frightening. But there it is. Let me bring you. We don't have an abundance of news, by the way, so we're picking from scraps. Yar'Adua rejected Dangote's $750 million offer to manage Kaduna and Port Harcourt refineries in 2007. So this is Obasanjo. I think we caught the tail end of it I think we caught the gist rather of it in just one of the readouts earlier just now. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has disclosed that his successor, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, rejected a $750 million offer from Aliko Dangote, chairman of Dangote Group, to manage the Port Harcourt and Kaduna refinery in 2007. Speaking in an interview on Channels Television on Thursday, January 2nd, Obasanjo discussed the difficulties faced by the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries during his administration. The former president revealed that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited was aware of its inability to manage the nation's refinery effectively, but still assured Yar'Adua that it could operate them, leading to the rejection of Dangote's offer. When I was president, so I think we've just read this now. All right, let's just whiz through it. When I was president, I wanted to do something about the 3 refineries we have, Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. Aliko got a team together after I asked Shell to come and run it for us, and Shell said they would not. Obasanjo said. Later on, I called the boss of Shell to come and tell me what the problem was, and he gave me 4 or 5 reasons. He, as Shell's boss, said, first of all, they make a major profit from upstream, not from downstream. So, and that is all of the reasons right there. If there was any profit in running that refinery, they would have done it. But they are not like, it doesn't serve their business model for them to refine and then sell to a third world country. They'll just take your crude and go and sell it to real countries with real proper money. Not your monopoly money or your silly whatever little country that you cannot, they don't want to, they cannot invest in barbarians. Later on, I called the boss of Shell to come and tell me what the problem was, and he gave me 4 or 5 reasons. He, Shell's boss, said, first of all, they make a major profit from upstream, not from downstream. He said they run downstream just to keep their head above water. 2, our refineries were too small, 60,000 barrels, 100,000 barrels, and I think 120,000 barrels. He said that at that time, the average refinery was going for 250,000 barrels. 3, he said our refineries were not well maintained. 4, he said that there was too much corruption around the activities of our refineries, and they would not want to get involved in that. After that, Aliko got a team together, and they paid $750 million to take part in PPP, public-private partnership, in running the refineries. My successor refunded. Oh, so they actually had already struck the deal with Obasanjo. So I thought that deal for the refineries was actually Aliko bought two and Otedola bought one. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken in that. After that, Aliko got a team together and they paid $750 million to take part in PPP, public-private partnership, in running the refineries. My successor refunded their money, and I went to my successor and told him what transpired. He said NNPC said they wanted the refineries and they could run it. I now said, but you know they cannot run it. Obasanjo also criticized the inefficiency surrounding the management of the refineries and highlighted his confidence in Dangote's ability to manage his privately owned refinery effectively. I was told not too long ago that since that time, more than $2 billion have been squandered on the refinery and they still will not work. He said, if a company like Shell tells me what they told me, I will believe them. But here we are, over $2 billion squandered and the refinery still won't work. On December the 31st, 2024, Mele Kyari, the group, is it what they spent to spend $2 billion on a refinery that cumulatively can only really generate, is that 160,000 barrels per day? It's quite I wonder how much BAU is spending on its own refinery that we are spending on just and we're not even building from scratch, or it's just a reform, you know. Right. I was told not long ago that since that time, more than $2 billion have been squandered on the refineries and they still will not work. He said, if a company like Shell tells me what they told me, I will believe them. But here we are, over $2 billion squandered and the refineries still won't work. On December the 31st, 2024, Mele Kyari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, announced that the Warri Refining and Petrochemical Company in Delta State was now operational. Similarly, on November the 26th, the NNPC said the Port Harcourt Refinery had officially commenced crude processing. So there it is. We believe it when we say it. We believe it when we say it. So that's the end of the readout. So now I'll play you a little bit of this as we wait to see as we wait for the room to populate. Let me play you a little bit of this. This is this grand news conference or whatever it is that Peter Obi did today.
Agency of now.
Databases that power today's complex applications are harder to troubleshoot.
Fellow Nigerians, Happy New Year. As we begin the new year 2025, it has become imperative for me to speak to you as a Nigerian interested in the progress of the country. The political, economic, and security situation of our country is worsening daily, despite contrary positions and claims by the government of improvement in all spheres of human endeavor. Our national challenges are visibly worsening. Our nation and its fortunes are in clear reverse. The indices are clearly indicative of our decline. Thus, Nigeria remains one of the poverty capitals of the world, with over 100 million in extreme poverty and more than 150 million in multi-dimensional poverty. The situation has deteriorated significantly in the past 18 months under the current administration. As a nation, we are falling from being the highest GDP in Africa in 2014 at $574 billion and per capita of about $3,500 to now ranking the fourth with a GDP.
If anybody knows Peter Obi personally, they should advise him to stop all these figures that he quotes. He doesn't have the literacy to be quoting figures. We all know that he can barely speak English and he's quoting figures.
GDP less than 50% of what we were a decade ago, about 200 billion, with per capita less than a third, about 1,000. Our nation remains one of the most insecure and least peaceful in the world today. We can't.
That's an absolute categorical lie. And the people in Gaza, in Syria, in Chad, in Niger, in Myanmar, they will never forgive him for that statement. Nigeria is a relatively peaceful country. You know, yes, we have our contentions, as do other countries. We are nowhere near what this guy just described.
Countless communities and families displaced from their homes are now living in IDP camps. According to the Global Peace Index report, Nigeria ranks 143 out of 163 countries in terms of peacefulness, an indicative of high level of distress. Food insecurity has become a national norm, making Nigeria one of the hungriest countries of the world. Gainfully employed and middle-income Nigerians now spend nearly their entire income on feeding, with some resorting to borrowing to eat, just to eat. For those,
all right,
those living on margins, low-income earners and unemployed, the situation is even more there. The newly approved.
For all of this doomsday apostasy that Peter Obi and his posse has been bombarding social media with, we are not seeing yet people looking malnourished. We are not seeing kwashiorkor people. We are not seeing people dying of hunger in Nigeria. What we do see is that the Owambe parties are going on. The hotels are fully booked. We're seeing streams of Lamborghini everywhere. The average Ebin Pami carries an iPhone. So it doesn't cohere with what is factually observable. So there's an obtuse guy, just as you said. It's a campaign of it's a one-dimensional strategy. That's the frustration of it. It's just one-dimensional. It's not pivoted from what it did that failed, and it thinks this will carry him through. The 2027 elections is going to be played on big hit octaves. Big hit octaves. It's not going to be played on this pedestrianized, labored sort of tonality, dog whistling to ethnic jingoism and bigotry. No, it's going to be played on big hits. The thing will catch him off guard. If this is his politics, if this is how the Labour Party space is partying towards 2027, 2020, they will decimate them. They will be destroyed.
Minimum wage of 70,000 cannot afford a bag of rice or even half a bag of beans. As a result, many Nigerians go to bed hungry, while a significant number now rely on palliatives and charitable support. Tragically, this has recently led to several avoidable deaths. Nigeria in 2024 hunger index is ranked.
I cannot believe that it wasn't advised not to politic to that stampede. That's low. That's low class sort of. Politicking to tragedy when it's a moment of national coming together. is walking over is gorging on the carcass of the dead. Is just stamping on them. No grace, no tact, no elegance.
110 out of 127 countries measured, reflecting a critical level of hunger and food insecurity. We have earned the dubious distinction of being one of the countries with the largest number of people without access to electricity. In 2024, despite the abysmal and unacceptable power generation and distribution, the frequency of national grid collapse increased significantly.
The befuddlement about this guy is that it would chime more and rhyme more if he was speaking from a position of strength. It was a categorical failure as the Anambra State governor, one of the worst. It was his predecessor in Ngige and his successor Obiano. They did vastly better than him, and he had the same resources. So it highlighted then just how much of a failure he was as a governor. And you think that he's actually, the way he's talking, you think he was Babajide Sanwo-Olu that was talking, or Fashola, or even El Rufai, somebody that's actually done something quantifiable and long-lasting. This guy left no legacy in Anambra State now. Anambra State is a shithole. It was a shithole when he took over. When he left, it was a shithole, and today it's still a shithole. So on what's the strength of this indignant stance that he always takes, like he could have done better or he has better ideas? It's been tested.
The frequency of national grid collapse increased, where we have almost 12 times in 12 months. As a result, we are now mockingly referred as a generator country. This persistent lack of adequate energy supply continues to hinder our national development. Corruption, official efficiency, fiscal profligacy, and the mismanagement of public resources continue to rise astronomically in our country, spreading across all spheres of government. Similarly, nepotism and disregard for the Constitution, rule of law, and due process have been...
Look at this guy. Look at the person accusing somebody of nepotism. There was an advert, and this really surprised me because of the person that I was coming from. There was an advert for vacancies to be filled, recently put out by the Anambra State government, and they said only indigenes should apply. And that was from Soludo, who we thought was a bit more beyond the parochialism. So this is the backdrop that is now accusing people of nepotism. Look at that, unbelievable.
Have become the norm. Our national debt has risen astronomically from approximately 15 trillion in 2015 to over 100 trillion today. This sharp increase.
Yes, what's the dollar values? That's an attempt at a sleight of hand right there. If the dollar value has found its place, its true value at 200-300 outside of the subsidized space, so then commensurately the debt will reflect in those figures. So you cannot say that the Naira translation of a subsidized dollar debt is the same translation as an unsubsidized dollar debt. So it's lazy thinking. Anyway, I think it is speaking to the lowest denominators in society, which is the abundance of its followership, the lowest denominators in society.
Increase has occurred within the last 18 months under the current administration. Ironically, these borrowings are largely allocated to non-generative programs and projects, leaving little to tangible development assets. Inflation remains an all-time high.
So that's also a categorical lie, because the budgetary cycle and I think the current administration is now 2 financial years in. The budget split of this administration, the administration situation, is historically weighted towards more capital projects than recurrent expenditure. Is weighted more towards capital expenditure than recurrent expenditure. Historically, so more so than ever in the history of the country. So I'm not quite sure. The data are there now. I wonder why it just does this. It's unconscionable nonsense.
Businesses are collapsing, and manufacturing companies are barely surviving, further contributing to already high unemployment rates. We hold periodic elections that are no longer genuine. Our electoral process are visibly flawed, lacking transparency and credibility. Although Nigeria is a democratic country, the electoral process falls far below acceptable standards, with the people's vote often not counted.
Did the people's vote count in Lagos State when you won it? I wonder. This guy is is a character, you know. Did the people's vote count in Osun State, where Atiku Abubakar won more votes than Tinubu? So I mean, it's just the data is there now. Why does he do this to himself? And you say we shouldn't mock him. It makes it. You feel almost morally obliged. There's a duty bind to mock this guy because he presents himself in such a laughable manner. So is that a duty bound or a duty bind? Anyway, you know what I mean.
Suggestions on the way forward. From all indication, Nigeria.
All right. So now it's telling us now suggestions on the way forward. So what we want to hear from him now is because this is what we get from Atiku Abubakar, by the way. He will criticize the government and present a workable, viable alternative, which may well not be the best alternative, but certainly an alternative that stresses what the current situation is. So it presents a very nuanced and a balanced criticism of government position. So the one thing that Obi has been accused of is that he is all bluster and no substance. So now it's telling us now it's about to now go into what he will present as an alternative counterweight to what he is critical of this government. So this is a new pivoting now in how we politics, but let's see if it holds up.
Suggestions on the way forward. From all indication, Nigeria urgently needs selfless and exemplary leadership across the three arms.
All right. So that already tells you that there's not going to be, it's just vacuous nonsense that you're going to hear. There's not going to be any substance to anything he has to say. He's not going to say that, oh, I'm going to reinstate the fuel subsidy and the subsidy on the Naira. I'm going to reverse the tax bill. I'm going to cancel the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. All it's going to tell you is that it is we need good leadership. Yes, everybody knows we need good leadership. But then how does that good leader administer? Because it is in the administration of it that you have the identification of it. And he doesn't come with a CV of good leadership. Like we said, it was a categorical failure as a governor of Anambra State. So if he wants to be president, give us a working plan that we can interrogate. But it will just make some vacuous noise and call to your emotions and sentimentality and end it like, we cannot continue like this, and in Nigeria it's possible.
And tiers of government. However, this much needed exemplary leadership must begin from the top.
And there's no such thing as exemplary leadership, by the way. It's exemplary leadership, not example. It is not even an accent thing now. It's like these people that call mercenaries machineries. It's just, and it claims he went to, anyway.
Since the ultimate responsibility lies with the president, I will direct my attention to him. Mr. President, President-day Nigeria aligns closely with Dr. Martin Luther King powerful words. We are now confronted.
Unbelievable. So then that, of course, we already know anyway that he had nothing to do with what he's reading. It was just presented to him. Read it 3 times before you go on stage, and then make sure you don't fluff your lines. You don't flop your lines. So imagine Peter Obi quoting Martin Luther King. Doesn't even know. He probably thinks that that's a dish in KFC or something. What does this guy know about Martin Luther King? Imagine that.
The fierce urgency of now. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is time for vigorous and positive actions. Because we all love Nigeria and desire its prosperity, I would like to suggest some actions I will have personally approached differently. It is time to confront our national problems boldly, decisively, with a sense of urgency, and I suggest as follows. Commence a visible and verifiable reduction in cost of governance to be able to allocate much needed resources to critical areas of development, such as security, health, education, and poverty alleviation. Aggressively and visible attention should be given to combating corruption effectively, while addressing past corruption.
This is a guy just fresh off the boat from visiting Buhari, Babangida, the anti-corruption czar of Nigeria. What did he tell us that Babangida was? He says, from Jigawa State, I traveled to Minna, Niger State, to pay a visit to a father figure, elder statesman, and leader, the former military president. This is the guy this is the anti-corruption czar. This guy, man.
Practices. We must ensure proper investigations and recoveries are related to missing funds or their sources. The focus should be...
You mean like the government is doing with the Emefiele, the accountants general, the former lead of the poverty alleviation, the two former leads, and a plethora of other people cooling their heels with the FCC? Is that what you mean? Is that this guy, man?
Be on eliminating current and future official malfeasance through increased transparency and
or maybe through streamlining how things are being done, like digitalizing the process, like they're doing with the tax reform bills. Has he not read it? Does he even know what is going on in government? Everything that he's talking about is being dealt with in open glare. So they've locked up so many people. You're asking them to fight corruption. They are digitalizing payments so that it doesn't interact with civil servants or ministers, and you're asking this guy, Martin Luther King.
And accountability in public procurement and contract awards, as well as thorough monitoring of execution of projects to ensure that limited...
You mean like we see Wike and Umahi and all of them do that they post it every single... which project is not... Is it Umahi that is not... Or is it Tinu that should be going to kick tire in Lagos Ibadan Expressway? Or going to be bulldozing all over? We see the ministers showing their works, So this guy...
resources are efficiently utilized and applied productively. All future borrowings must be tied to regenerative investment and visible productive assets that will benefit the nation. This will ensure both productivity and ability to service and amortize such loans, rather than continue the current practice of accumulating massive debt with no tangible returns, which places undue strain on future development revenues. Mr. President, out of approximately 580 days you have been in office, it is reported that you have spent about 30% or around 180 days on more than 30.
Yes, G20 summits, Abuja, the Saudi summit, trade trips to Brazil. So he should be sitting in Aso Rock doing fasting and prayer, be that manna will fall from heaven. Look at this guy. Oh God.
Publicly recorded trips overseas. My appeal is that you dedicate.
Did you see the package that Tinu came back with on his trip to France? No, he should have sat in the corner holding Remy's hand. Holy Ghost fire, Holy Ghost fire. Improve the economy. Let the foreigner. Do you know that Nigeria is in competition with every other country that is also chasing scarce international resources? All of those countries also, at least a good number of them, also have resources. If you go to all the stand countries that came off Russia, there's an abundance. The largest oil reserves and the largest gas reserves is in those stand countries. So you will sit in Aso Rock doing fasting and praying, not travel, and waiting for manna. It is guy. Oga, nipo not really no.
20% of 2025, roughly 72 days, to visit each of the 36 states for 2 days each. As a president, such visit will give you opportunity to better understand their economic and security situations across the country. Further, it is time you visit our national hospitals and health facilities. You may consider, for example, that
you know what I was actually hopeful. Not that I was expecting anything that was the sparkle dust of blue sky thinking or ethereal thoughts from EOB. But what I was actually hoping was that he will speak to policy matters, and he's just speaking to, you should govern like a social worker and go to hospital and be holding our patients' hands and constituting yourself as a nuisance to state house. It's just
your next medical examination be conducted in one of our national hospital or regional federal medical
Peter, this doctor is in London.
Centers, such as FMC in Sokoto, Brini Kebi, Calabar, Omai, Akure, among others. This will allow you to assess the state of healthcare facilities available to Nigerians. It will also help you to understand the condition of our hospitals and clinics, enabling you to make informed decisions on how to upgrade and make them efficient. Endeavor to travel by road to observe the conditions of most highways. You can take short trips, for example, from Calabar in Cross River State to Uyo in Akwa.
Is it the president that should be traveling by road yes, maybe you should have read it in Pidgin or even in Igbo, it would have been better. Is it the president? I agree, not with what he said, but the parameters of it. I've always also been of the thought that the minister for roads or whatever the terminology is, whatever the portfolio is, should be made to travel by road, so that they feel it and then they work harder at it. But why would the president drive all the way from Abuja to Lagos? To what end? And then if he does that, then the security apparatus that needs to surround that will be another leverage of. It's just Obi Kereke. This is a real Kereke something. Kereke.
A distance of less than 100 kilometers, or from Benin in Edo to Warri in Delta. I recall taking President Obasanjo on a trip from Oka to Onitsha on the federal highway when I was governor of Anambra State. That journey prompted him to immediately approve reconstruction of parts of the road by Anambra State with subsequent reimbursement by the federal government. Such actions are immensely valuable. Make both impromptu and planned visits to our tertiary institutions where our children and future leaders are being trained. This is essential to familiarize yourself with the available infrastructure, facilities, and amenities. These visits will provide valuable insights into whether the resources of the Tertiary Education Trust Fund are being utilized optimally, and what is needed to sustain education is being implemented. I recall President Shagari visiting University of Nigeria, Nsukka, when I was a student there, and telling us, I've seen the facilities myself, and I assure you of my intervention.
Did he say, I assure you? Did Shagari say that, or I assure you,
Institutional facilities improve significantly thereafter.
Look at that. He couldn't even say significantly. Look at that. Look at it. He should have read it in pidgin English.
Institutional facilities improve significantly thereafter. As Commander-in-Chief, visit our military formations and security agencies, especially during their field operations.
What Tinubu should really do is to don on a bulletproof vest and go to Sambisa Forest to take the fights to them. That's what he should really do. Even who's my favorite? My favorite comedian used to be Eddie Murphy. I don't think quite Eddie Murphy could come up with a skit like this.
And provide them with moral boosting assurances and support for optimal efficiency. Reiterate that they and their families will always be taken care of. Mr. President, many Nigerians are refugees.
You can see that he has no concept of what he's reading, which is to tell you then that those are not his original thoughts. Because if those were his original thoughts, then it would be more fluid and lucid. Not even to mock his lack of grammar or lack thereof. If these are his original thoughts, then the script would have been crafted to his speech pattern, and it will be more lucid and fluid and more relaxed of shoulder in the delivery. So this was a sheet presented to him. They told him, read it at least 3 times before you deliver it. He probably did not, and this is what we're getting. It's a car crash. It's painful to watch.
And exile in their own country, visit the IDP camps, and assure Nigerians that they will soon be returned to their communities, that they are working hard to restore peace and normalcy in different parts of the country. Mr. President, you are no longer governor of Lagos State. You are now the president of Nigeria. Therefore, consider spending your holidays in different parts of the country. Let your next Salah, Easter, or Christmas holidays be spent in Yola, in Sokoto, Jos,
So when you choose to holiday is now also part of what defines a president now. Is it not Mar-a-Lago that this our party man always goes to anytime he has a moment to go and play golf? So him now choosing to holiday in Lagos now defines him as being unfit. Or I mean, where was Buhari anytime? He drops a pen and he's off to Daura. Any weekend, Daura. Was that not what Buhari was? So where the guy chooses to holiday now defines his capacity to run. Oh God, Allah Allah no.
Akure, Yanegua, Abakaleke, among others. The single most challenging test you face is ensuring the future of elections are credible and to reflect the will of the people. Finally, Mr. President, Nigerians need to hear from you directly, not through your proxies. Quarterly update on what you are doing to improve the situation is crucial. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello, how would you like to be financially free from just one deal? And what am I doing stood in the middle of a load of balloons? This one property rents.
This is not the first time he's coming out with such optimism. The reality of it is that while we do not expect 100% result, we want to see 100% effort. Is it something you can say, for example?
Well, if you are talking about, I mean, it's like a deja vu, isn't it? It's like Groundhog Day. We seem to be repeating over and over again. You said you want to see effort. What more could the guy be doing that he's not doing? You know, it's reshaping the country. We can all see that it's reshaping the country. All the efforts are being put in. We can all see all the efforts are being put in. They are tackling the naira to establish a value. They are tackling the Port Harcourt on, Wari on, Dangote on. So we're starting to. This year will be a defining year anyway, and the narrative will be taken away from this. It will struggle. This guy will start to struggle as the country starts to bounce back, and I think this might well be a bounce back year. Is this one-dimensional campaign of negativity? It will not be able to pivot from this because it's dug so deep into these trenches.
We're reducing cost of governance. People need to see it. People need to feel it. You know, I wait and see how inflation will come down from 34 to 15%. Because the main driver of inflation, as you know, is food. On the sea rice coming down from 100 to about 50, beans coming down, all coming down below the minimum wage, then we can begin to say yes. So it is not something you say, it is what you do and what people feel. Governance is about the feeling of the people, not you.
If there's one concession, it is to concede that the way the food, we can only really describe it as a crisis in Nigeria is being tackled is a bit befuddling because this is the one thing that the people that impacts the people the most. And it's the one for all of this money that is telling us that it's harvesting from here and there, telling us that the National Reserve is 40 billion, whatever it is. But what's the point in having $40 billion in the bank and having nothing in the fridge? So this is where the dilemma is. $40 billion in the bank, nothing in the fridge. So that it just needs to end this. This needs to end. This food insecurity, it must not go past the first half of this year. It's not even food. It is food insecurity. I mean, can you imagine 80,000 naira for a bag of rice? Yes, a bag of rice could never ever be cheap, but certainly not at 80,000 naira. So that needs to be addressed. And that's not even a concession to Peter Obi, but just a concession, just an alarming to why the number one pain point of the country is not being addressed.
Another question, please. Thank you very much. That's a really question. The first question is this national trip. Knowing what the presidency stands for in Nigeria, don't you think Nigerians will be further inconvenienced by the president traveling to states where the road will be locked for hours when the president comes, and still remain locked hours after he must have left a particular situation? And considering the amount of resources they will still expend on such visits, either by air or by road, so how do you see an alternative to mitigate the suffering of Nigerians by just blockage and the money that's going to be spent? That's the first part.
I'm sure that what is going to be spent will be far less than what is spent to go overseas. It will be far less. And I can assure you that visiting the entire Nigeria will not cost up to a third of what he has spent in these 30 trips, just visiting Nigeria. And it is critical that he goes to, as for blocking the road and everything, I would rather he blocks everywhere in my state and stay there for 2 days, because he will feel what we are feeling. So it's better he goes to Benue, go to Zamfara and block it, but he's there, so he can feel what the average person in Zamfara is feeling. As the president of a country, you must visit the place.
Yes, sir. The second aspect is 2027. His Excellency will be.
So that's voodoo logic right there. So that's voodoo logic. If Tinubu visits every single state in the country, it is highly unlikely to understand what the average person is feeling, because he'll go into the state house of that state, speak to the governor. He'll go to the king, the Oba, the Obi, or whatever, speak to him or her. They will give him a report sheet. He might well just make a surprise pit stop in a market. The people will say they've already told him a being power. So I mean, there is nothing. There's no logic that coheres in that. Unless you say he should go and sit at the roast. Go spend a day with the woman selling bomb at the roadside. Other than that, visiting every single state, he adds or removes nothing, because he will only go to the governors and they'll tell him some BS that will sweat some money out of the system. So anyway, that's will be for you, isn't it?
So all of them on this major issue.
For me, what is important now is about Nigeria today. We are so occupied about election, just like we're so occupied about power capture, that we refuse to deal with our issue. We have people who are dying because of bags of rice, half bag of beans. People are dying. We've just lost several people. I was in IDP camp yesterday. I was in hospital yesterday, where we don't have basic things. I'm talking about 2027. That's not what I'm preoccupied with. I'm not preoccupied by what I said, the urgency of today. Let people put food on their table. Let there be medical care in our primary health care.
Okay, lastly, what is Excellency?
The phrase that is actually looking for is the urgency of now, not I've never heard the urgency of today before, ever. Maybe that's the constraint of my education, but I've never heard the urgency of today. I've heard the urgency of now, but not the urgency of today.
Maybe 1 year after the 2023 elections, the third force is dismantled, and there is no effective governance without opposition, a strong opposition in the country. And with the way things are going, do you think Nigeria is having a headway? And how do you think any person from the opposition even when you have the brain, the intellectual, the ability, even in your cupboard, to play out all the things in government, how can you emerge as a leader of the country? Secondly, the arrest of Tinu. What does this has to do with our democracy? Don't you think it will affect the democracy in Nigeria?
Well, I want us to sit down one of these days and talk about the opposition and how the opposition will be effective. Our democracy is faulty. It wasn't designed to support the opposition. Oppositions here are actually in difficulty. If I tell you what I face, what I go through, what my family go through, you wouldn't even believe I will still be standing and going around this country. But I've made up my mind that if this is the end, so be it. Because we can't allow the country. It is difficult to be in opposition in this country. Extremely difficult. Because everything is against you. People don't even want to see you. They don't even want to talk to you. I see colleagues that greet them at the airport, they don't even want to reply because they feel they don't want the government of the day to see you or see them greeting you. Your businesses, everything you're involved is being dismantled. That is not a country. We need to show more commitment to the future of our country. None of us is going to live here forever. So we must build a better society for our children. And to build it, some of us will take the risk. That is the part of what Dele and Co. also going through. And not just him, every person, even the oppositions, at local government level, at state level, everywhere, are going through that.
This is Obsidian, towering 26 stories above Manchester. Stunning interiors.
So for me, we're actually doing a lot if we're doing everything on our own.
All right, lastly, for me, Your Excellency, just two things. We've seen you and the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar going around having a series of meetings. People are optimistic that maybe something in form of a merger or so will come out of this. And then, lastly, President Tinu insists that his tax reforms must go on, and the tax reform bills are here to stay in his last presidential media chat. Despite that, governors are saying that there should be more consultation and other leaders of the country, while former Senate President saying that there's serious hunger, and Lume saying that some traditional rulers should not just take the content of the tax reform bills just by the face value. What will you advise on this?
Well, on issue of tax, there's a lot of stories. I've said it, everybody knows my stand on it. There should be very wide and detailed consultation. It should be widely and publicly debated. Government have consistently maintained that our tax to GDP, tax to this is very low. You've seen it every day. And I said it's wrong. Tax is a function of productivity. The country is unproductive. So are you going to tax 100 million Nigerians that are living in extreme poverty? Are you going to tax those people I saw in IDP camps yesterday? Are you going to tax the factories?
This guy probably knows as much as Alain Dume knows about that tax bill. It's not ready. He has no concept. How can Peter Obi have any concept of what's in the tax bill anyway? He has no concept of anything. It's just the same go-to for everything, isn't it? We cannot continue like this. He has no concept of it, does he really? But then that's Peter Obi for using it. So let's just let's take it to the end and then we move on. Let's take it to the end.
That are shut down in Kanu. Go to Bompai, go to Shradan 1, Shradan 2. Where are you going to tax? Tax is a function of productivity. When the country is productive, people are gainfully employed, then you can tax them. And we can generate more tax. What we need now is to reflect the country, make it productive, and then we can talk about generating more revenue. Let me assure you, what is on the table now is that
how do you generate the funds to refloat the country? I don't even know what you mean, what refloat the country means, but how do you generate the funds for that without taxation? Is that not in every other climate? In every other climate, tax is the number one go-to for generating for generating funds for infrastructure and governance. Like I said, it's just it's vacuous nonsense.
That everybody who means well should come together to get the country to work. There's a lot of, call it lies, there's a lot of propaganda, there's a lot of, trying to, bamboozle the people going on here and there, which has to stop. Let's build this country. Let me say it again. None of us is going to be here forever. Those who did it yesterday are no longer here. But if you look at the country, it's collapsing every day. I saw 1,500 kids yesterday, not in school. And I did ask 3 of them, do you want to go to school? They say yes. What are we doing?
So that was Peter Obi for you. Of course, that was Peter Obi for you. So from now until the world comes to an end, anytime I hear Peter Obi, I cannot hear beyond this. For all of those half an hour nearly that we've listened to him, all I could hear was this. My name is Jeff.
It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
So from now until the world comes to an end, that 49-minute clip right there is how I will always ever think of this guy. Professor Santos, God. Forget. The empire claps back, right to reply. You left no significant achievement in Anambra. APC replies Peter Obi for scolding Tinubu. The All Progressive Congress APC has accused Peter Obi, the Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, of portraying himself as an omniscient and philosopher's stone, whilst failing to deliver meaningful achievements during his 8-year tenure as governor of Anambra State. It was a categorical failure, according to all the reports we heard. In a statement on Thursday, the APC said, whilst Nigerians celebrated the new year with hope for a glorious 2025, Obi was seemingly stuck in a replay of his jangling, gloom-reading wish list for our country. The party added, like his co-travelers in the People's Democratic Party PDP, Obi's obsessive pessimism and endless but futile efforts to incite public outrage against the administration is born out of their realization that President Tinubu is unwittingly cementing their ultimate political irrelevance. Referring to Obi's New Year's message, the APC said, this claim at a time when all indicators show that our country is rebounding in significant measure across all sectors, cast Obi squarely as Nigeria's leading doomsayer. Defending President Bola Tinubu's reforms, the APC noted the administration is doubling its efforts to ensuring that the reforms deliver their fullest benefits for the sustainable growth and transformation of our country. The statement highlighted Tinubu's commitment to lowering food prices and promoting local drug production. In his New Year message, President Bola Tinubu acknowledged that the cost of food and essential drugs remain a significant concern for many Nigerian households. It is a thing of irony that Peter Obi, who now arrogates to himself to be omniscient and philosopher's stone when it comes to our nation's challenges, left no record of significant achievement in his 8-year tenure as Anambra State Governor, the party added. Our party spokesman, Felix Moka, emphasized that Obi's approach is misleading and appears intended to score cheap political points. So there it is right there. I think they could have gone harder against him actually, because it was just he left his chin out, didn't he? They could have just stuck one on him. So they could have just stuck one on him. But there it is right there. That's a Vacuous Obi talking gibberish. So that's Vacuous Obi talking gibberish. Vacuous Obi talks gibberish. Or do you want to see the most expensive school in Nigeria? You pay 42 million per term for this.
On page 125.
So that's the Oyinbo school in Lagos that you pay 42 million naira per term for.
Gave you this list before you came here.
So this is a bride and groom's family fighting at a wedding do.
Gave you this list before you came here. You must have gone through it.
That's exactly what Papa equal there. Open him and the wine. Did you see the list of the women before you?
But they were able to now. Listen. You listen to me. You don't get it. They have settled.
So that's that one. This is Yahaya Bello celebrating his release from our custody in their inimitable manner wherever he comes from. There it is right now. Go the Yala. I got away with the 80 billion naira. That's governor. This is Governor Onyilola, former Governor Onyilola, endorsing Adeleke's second term.
Ìhàwó ni mo kọ sí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì gbọ̀ngàn Adeleke. Èsì tí mo fún ni pé mo ní àbàbà wa ní oògùn tí máa ń jẹ́ fún ni èèyàn bí dànù. Oògùn Adémọ́lá ń jẹ́ fún wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ àti dànù. Ló ṣe rí lò. Pẹ̀lú àròṣe Ọlọ́run, òun náà ní ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kejì.
All right, there's this other clip that I want to play you. It's about 8 minutes long. It's Femi Ojodu, who has been speaking on Tinubu, who he feels should not be the president. I wonder if I should play it now or leave it till later. The room is not really populated, so let me play it, and then I'll play the Kegite music. I'll send the link again, and then we'll take it from there.
On page 125, he writes a story. News gathering with Tinubu.
That experience, yeah.
You know, that was in London.
Yeah, that was in London, yes.
You were looking for that sweet story.
Mm-hmm.
And Tinubu called you to come.
Yes.
Tell us more.
Well, I had a trip to America again. One of the few times I had to sneak out of Nigeria to escape assassination, and I would sneak out, then sneak in again. And this time I sneaked in for a respite in US, and then flew to try to come back to Nigeria, but I had a stopover in London, and I put a call through to Tinu, who was on exile in London at that time. And it's good.
By this time, you were already chummy with him.
Oh, we were close. We were very close. I can tell you, we were very close. My family was close to his. We were all close, and his family was close to me too. So he said, no, come over. There is something important coming up. And
who was paying the fare? Come over. Just come over. Who
come
paid?
over from London to his house?
Okay.
Yeah,
but he wasn't living in London at the time.
He was on exile in London.
I thought he was in the US at some point.
No, he later moved, much later.
All right.
Himself, Enahoro, Akinyemi, Bolaji Akinyemi, a couple of others went, initially to UK.
Okay.
And he must have spent close to a year in UK before he moved over to London, to America. So he was there, and I went to his house, and he said, there's this Jewish lawyer who has promised him information on how Abacha was stealing our resources and those who were helping him to steal the resources. I was excited as a newsman, and we went there, we sat before the lawyer, and he kept reeling out, how Abacha was stealing, who was helping him, and the name constantly coming out of that was the Jaguri brothers. And I was so excited again, but I felt so bad, so agitated because I couldn't write. I needed to take notes, and I kept trying to memorize whatever I could memorize. And midway to the engagement, our brother excused himself to go to the bathroom, and came back. We continued discussing. So we spent.
Tinubu excused himself to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we after about 2 hours, the engagement came to an end, and we hailed a taxi to return to his house. And while there, I said, man, what you have taken me to listen to today is so super exclusive, world exclusive. But unfortunately, I will have to talk to you when we get home, so that if you remember some things that I didn't know, I will take them down quickly. Said, Femi, don't worry yourself. I had a tape recorder with me.
He had a tape recorder with him.
And at that time, I went to the bathroom. I went to change the side 1 to side 2. And you heard that I flushed the toilet so that the man will not know I was changing
the tape.
So I jumped up.
That's a typical Tinubu, right?
Yeah, it's a strategist. He's a strategist. He does what he has to do to get what he has to get. That's give that to him. I love to work with people like that. Honestly, who will always find a solution. And if you look at the stories in this book, every time I'm in trouble, within a split second, I always find solutions to that problem that saved my life, So that's the kind of person that inspires me to do that kind of thing. So we got home, we ate, and he was on the couch and slept off. I riffled through around him, and I took the tape, and I then woke him and said, I'm leaving. It's okay, make sure you jam the door, and I left. So about 8 p.m., when I got to the hotel, I quickly changed my flight, to the following morning. I had to pay some penalties for that. I did. And he called me at 8 p.m. Femi, where are you? I'm in my hotel. I can't find that tape. I said, what are you doing with it? I said, I'm going home tomorrow. I've changed my flight. I'm going to, if you publish this, you are dead. I said, I'll publish it. Let them kill me. So I got back to Nigeria, played the tape to some of my staff, gave them assignment on what they should go and check and all of that. And we ran the story.
And it was a story
that shook Abacha. The diplomatic community, American diplomats, British diplomats, French, they were calling me. They were asking me to give them more if I do have more, and I became like a star for doing so.
And Abacha marked you.
Abacha marked me until when I got the information that soldiers have been sent out to go and eliminate me. Sharpshooters, and that I should leave the country. I got that information about 7 and 8 p.m. By 10 p.m., I was on my way out of Nigeria with a nylon bag
With a nylon bag?
Yeah, containing an extra clothing, my toothbrush and toothpaste. Yeah.
And you went through the Nadeko route?
Yes, I went to Ota, took a ride to Ota, from Ota towards the border, came down at a filling station along that route, and then took a motorcycle in the night, and then we found my way in Cotonou. I slept on a bench at the motor park, till the following morning. I took another ride to Aflao. From Aflao, I crossed to Accra.
Because of journalism?
Yeah, in Accra, then I took off to America. Yes.
Journalism?
That was it, yeah. I was telling my colleague yesterday, Kunle Ajibade, that, Kunle, when I look back, I ask myself, what propelled us not to see those dangers? Can you imagine yourself in the bush, at 12 midnight on a motorcycle with somebody you do not know? Sometimes the motorcycle will not even have light. It will give you a torchlight to point at the road so that we will not go into the bush.
I've heard a lot about this Nadeko route.
Yes.
Can you tell me about it?
That's what I've told you.
Who were those giving you the direction? Who discovered the route?
It was one of our staff, Mr. Seidi Mulero.
A Beninois?
Well, do I say Beninois? It's an Ijesha man. Mulero is what they now turned to Mulero in French, in Benin Republic. He was actually from Ijesha. Seidi Mulero, from Okomulero. So we were looking for a journalist who could speak French that we could use to send on assignment to the Francophone African countries. And that was how we hired him. So he has the knowledge of that terrain, the geography of the border, whether from Badagry or from the other end, that kind of. So when the politicians were then trying to escape, and we always come to the aid and say, look, Seidi will take you to pass through that
Seidi
place.
will take you.
Will take you. And it took a lot of people.
People like
Nauru, Chief Antonio Nauru, Beko Ransom Kuti, and several others,
They all rode on that same Okada?
They rode on Okada to get to Cotonou before flying out of Nigeria. Flying out, they couldn't even fly through Cotonou. So they had to again take a ride, a taxi ride to Accra to fly out. Yes.
And the intelligence agency did not discover those routes?
The president of now also went through that route.
Tinubu went through that route?
Went through that route, yes, to escape with what is it called now? With this thing that Muslims wrap around their head, Lawani, the turban.
Yeah.
You had to disguise when they were looking for him. Yeah, yes.
So there it is right there. So that Femi Ojodo taking us down memory lane. So Femi Ojodo takes us down memory lane. We play the Kegite music. I'll send the link again, and then we see what happens. Let's play the. Hold on. I should. Let's play the Kegites. Just the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So that is right there. Ikoko Neru Agweshe may that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the excellence that is Baba. There's Baba right there. Also Ola in the house. Always a delight when Ola is here. Joel of Nashville is here. I wonder if Joel will agree with the analysis of his commentaries. And Tony joins us as well. So that's the lineup so far. More room on the studio. More room on the platform. Anybody that wants to join. Let's kick it off. Start it off with Baba. We started off with Baba. We go to Ola. Joel,
one man.
Yeah.
I yield. Meanwhile, let's have fun. Ola, Jewel of Tony, they can carry on.
All right. Let's kick it off with Joel then, because I think he especially came to speak to the Peter Obi matter. So I mean, talk about car crash TV. I was covering my face. Unfortunately, I couldn't cover. It was just the totality of a disaster, wasn't it?
Well, one man, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you were listening from, Joel of Nashville on a one-man show. One man. By the way, Happy New Year to everybody, to you especially. Keeping this thing up. I know it's not easy. I know sometimes it could be tiring, but I know two things could be responsible for you still being on air: your passion, or Tinu is paying you, and whichever. I just respect your efforts at making sure that this platform is up and running every day, and we hope for a better 2025. And to our viewers, I want to say you are the show. Thank you for listening, tuning in every day. Sometimes we come out here, we fight, throw jokes. Sometimes we could be boring, but you accept us anyway. So I want to thank you, and I wish you a better 2025. And to my fellow panelists, I want to say Happy New Year to you. I wish us all the best, and wish our country can, continue to see how we can actually make our country better. Because this last year was not a good one. Hopefully, as time goes on, things start getting better. But in Nigeria, when it goes bad, it hasn't come back. Is Tinubu going to be that person that will make that change? It's yet to see. So one man, that's that. One man, the issue here on Peter Obi is that, you see, this is a man that has shown that his reason for going into politics is not actually political power, but the people. It's been a long time we had a politician that thinks for us, not just telling us, but showing it. So you can say anything you want to say about Peter Obi. That man has shown us that politics can be played differently. And in the areas where we think that he came short, doing the opposite of that would be playing politics the Nigerian way. What Peter Obi is telling us is, let us build the basics. The basics, one man, that is what Peter Obi is talking about. You see, one man, look, no matter how good your intentions are, the people that are receiving those intentions also have a choice to say, I like this or I don't like it. They have the right to say, look, this is not working for me. And if whatever you're doing is working for the people will show. It will show on the people. The people will tell the story. You wouldn't be the one to tell the story. Peter B said something that was so important. I cannot go with him for word, but he said something. He said that governance is about how the people feel, not how you feel. In most of the cases where we listen to Tinu, we see people or his supporters, we see people talking about legacy projects. Whenever you start talking about that nonsense legacy project that we always see with previous governments, that today we don't even know if they still exist. You're talking about, let me talk about one of them. The one you're talking because I listened to Eddie Matthew the other day, and he was talking about the way politics should be played or should be played or is being played. And I was listening to both of you. I think both of you agreed that the coastal road is a way of buying or carrying up votes from the South. I was marveled. We are talking about legacy projects. The projects that we have in our country today, the roads that we have that connect us more, it's not in good shape. And when we talk, they be like, we have the Minister of Works is working. Omahi, before we gave him an A+. Today, where is Omahi? Omahi is becoming a D. Have you seen our federal roads, one man? Those are the things Peter B is talking about. I told you this thing last time, one man, that we still have a baby economy. Do not be deceived. Do not think that, no, we are not even at 20% of the United States or even the UK. We are still, we've not fit. In those days in Nigeria, we say, we never even begin wear pants. That is what P2B is talking about. Because in all of these countries you are living in, including the UK and the United States, they did not put the cart before the horse. They did not say people should die for them to have a reform. Issues of common sense. We are talking about food, one man. The time we started talking about food, one man, if we had invested the way we talked about, the way we were, pushing for food production, as at the time we started talking about it on this show, one man, by today, at least we would have gotten or cultivated at least 30 to 40% of what we needed. Most of these crops you're talking about, 3-4 months, 1 year. How many months, how many years has Tinu been in government? You guys said the 6 months, we gave 6 months, 1 year. What did they happen? We don't enter 1 year plus. But man, look, let me tell you, making a change can be a hard one. But in order to make a change, you must be seen to be a participant in that change. You cannot tell people down there, you have to do this, you have to cut your tax, we have to increase your taxes, we have to increase your electricity bill, we cannot give you that, you can buy fuel, we want to increase your gas bills and all that. And you are not talking about how to care for them. You're not talking about how they are, being affected. And in all of this, you are not being affected. We are saying, go and listen to what was going on in Abuja during the December period. Ministers throwing parties, lavish parties. These are the people telling you down there, look, you have to, cut your coat according to your clothing. That is not how you run a government, and that is what P2B is talking to.
They did not have an end of year party where you work.
What?
Did they not have an end of year party where you work?
I know I did have one. I had one, but I paid out of my pocket. I did not pay with people's money. And you know, in Nigeria, if you're doing a lavish party in Nigeria today and you're incumbent, tell me how you made that money. Tell me how you made that money. Is it from your salary?
You'll be surprised that people were independently wealthy before they even came into
One man, I do not care. I do not care. Look, let me tell you something. Perception matters, whether you are worthy or you're not worthy. Whenever you get into government, you have a certain PR, you have certain image to protect. And if you're going to spend or do your party, you can live your life the way you want it. But we all know how it is in Nigeria. You cannot be throwing lavish party as a minister in Nigeria, and you say because you are rich. If you are so rich before you got into government, then maybe you don't need that government. One man, look, we have somebody in government today that said he was richer than Osun State. The wife said, alleged that they are richer than Osun State. Why are they still in power? Let's leave that matter, one man. Peter Obi went to the IDP camp. One man, I don't know if you.
Joel, can I interject you? Joel, can I interject you, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Happy New Year. You see, you've spoken well, but from what I can see from what you speak is this: you are not really addressing the issue, and you are not suggesting solutions. This one is just the normal thing we discuss regularly. I wish I don't really subscribe to. The point is this: what was the situation of the economy when this man met it? Even if you want to cut costs today, what was the benefit of your cost cutting to a jobless man? It doesn't make any sense to a jobless man. But because economy is not about cutting costs, but it's about providing opportunity, about reform that will create opportunities. Now,
governance is not about cutting costs.
It's not only about cutting costs. Cutting costs.
I didn't say. But I never said it's only, but it's a part of it. And when you look at the way when you look at the way it is being done in Nigeria, right? As against, go ahead.
Concentrate more on cost costing, on how our politicians are living lavishly, but you are not looking at the productive elements, how Dangote is faring, and how some other people are coming to start refinery and all those investments in some part of critical sector. To me, now I provide job for 10,000 people and I save 1 million. I would rather provide job for 10,000 people and I will leave that area of lavishness that we've not been able to solve since 1999. I will still leave that one for now. So that is why I want us to focus more on what is this government doing to create job, because in creating more job is more beneficial than focusing on those politicians. Because if you focus on those politicians that spend lavishly, you won't do anything at the end of the day. I'm not saying it's not important, but you rather approach that one carefully instead of approaching in such a way that they will fight back. At the end of the day, the earning power we are talking about will even be worse. And I've seen how Obi play to the idea of our GDP is reducing. Yeah, it's correct, but you know, our currency is devalued, then you expect the same. But the question you ask yourself is this: what was the quantity in terms of quantity? Your productive element, 1,000 before, it has increased to 1,500. That is significant. Over time, things can level up and you start seeing the benefit. So to me, the way we analyze this man, I think we are not objective the way we analyze the man. So
my brother.
Okay.
Look, thank you for your input. But this is the issue. like I said earlier, no matter what you are doing, if the people are not feeling the impact, then it becomes like to those in government, it's like an effort in futility. Look, my brother, cutting cost of governance is very, very important. If we were in a place like in the West, is there corruption in the West? There is corruption in the West. But what do you find that you don't see this ridiculous amount of money being stolen from government? That is the point. You cannot say it is very, very important. Look at the Kogi guy. I think that was the one dancing. With who? With the paraphernalia of the traditional rulers, the governor, in the presence of traditional chiefs. That is corruption taken too far. And that is what we are talking about. Right?
Jewel, how is that Tinubu's fault?
No. We're talking in general. We're talking about cutting cost of governance, right? And we're not related to the corruption.
Am I correct?
Yeah, we're talking about Yaya Bello, right? So now this is someone that is accused of stealing, right? And he is being honored. I don't know what they're doing there, but in a sane society, a traditional ruler will not be seen celebrating such a person. The governor of the state will not be seen doing that. So that's what I'm talking about, the arrogance of those in government. And one man, my key word for this year is presence. What Obi did yesterday really touched my heart. Look, one man, I watched that clip and I looked at my own kids and I'm like, God, thank you. When you see the situation.
So are you praising Obi for that poorly mounted opposition? Because
what you call, hold on, please. It is not opposition thing. It is humanity. On this show, we have donated to people. Please, let me run my thought.
No, let me just ask you
then you can come in.
Did Obi visit the IDP camp in 2022?
Yeah. He's been doing that.
No,
this is not the first time.
No, it's the first time. As far as
no. See. Obi have been doing. I've been visiting areas where there are destitute and all that, especially even down to even Port Harcourt, where they treat like leprosy people. Obi has been doing this. It is in him. He's not faking it. If he was faking it, he should have solved. Hold on now.
Give us evidence.
Oh my goodness. I will not come here and give you evidence. But what I'm just saying is this, like presence, pretense. Look, one man on this show, I think before that day I came in, I think you left when I made this play. I was asking people on the panel because I know most of us based abroad. And I'm asking, what can you donate to? Or have you donated to Nigerians? Call somebody, donate to Nigerians. And why am I saying it? Because I know it is hard. Now, when I saw the pictures or the clip from the IDP camps, I do not care if it was a pretense. I don't care if Obi was pretending. I only appreciated his presence and making us see, because people will tell you, why go with the camera? No, go with the camera so that we see. Let us see what they are going through.
Just a minute.
Hold on. And that is in Abuja. So if that is happening in Abuja, what do you think is going on in other places like Jigawa, Sokoto, where you have this kind of camps?
No, Joel, don't let us deviate.
I'm not deviating. What Obi is telling you, hold on. What Obi is telling you is this. Stop traveling and going to all these places. Because people around you, when was the last time you think Tinubu spoke to an ordinary citizen of Nigeria? You will be shocked. Everyone around him is telling him everything is good. We know how it is in Nigeria.
Joel,
So what I am saying, please, can I just stand? Let me just stand now. Then you cannot come in. What I am saying, when he is saying visit, interact with the people, it does not mean that he will go to the at several states. But when you have town hall meetings, you hear directly from the people. Then from there you can make better informed decisions. But do not tell me that there is no sense in what Obi was saying. Because if Tinubu on his own, I know who Tinubu is. If Tinubu had gone to that IDP camp yesterday and he has seen that, he's going to talk, he will be like, he might donate money for the total rebuild of the place. Tinubu can do that. But this is the power of presence, being seen, go there, feel it.
Okay, Joel. The thing
Okay,
is,
go ahead.
All right, have that interaction and then we'll move it from debate. Ola, ask the question, respond.
Okay,
and then
you want Tinubu to be everywhere. Then there will be no reason for ministers and some of those people that he delegate to. So it should just simply be a macro manager, and at the end of the day, it will not achieve anything. That's point one. Now, the other thing I want to respond to is this. Obi has not said anything new. He's still playing to the same political gallery. Now, two examples for you. People are saying Ebi in power. The question is this: before, okay, you have group of children that you feed, and you have, let's say, 100 tubers of yam, and 100 tubers of your yam already depleted to 10, and you know that, okay, you have this 10, you have to take a decision. Should I split this 10 into another 100 and sow those 100 that 100 set of yam to reap in 1 year, or should I finish everything today and for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years it being power to continue? This guy made corrupt means of allocating subsidy, you understand, and he eradicated the source of that corruption, the source of mismanagement, and people that were feeding from the illicit subsidy are now shouting, and we are now saying, oh, that's not the way to go, but rather we should go back to the way it is, finish everything.
No, okay, what about the money that was saved from it? Okay, you came in. That's the point. Okay, you came in, right? And you stopped the corruption. Kudos to you. Everything about subsidy gone, right? You told us we weren't paying subsidy. But of course, we found out that you're still paying subsidy. However, I'm putting the question to you. If you have removed subsidy, where did the money go to?
Fact allocation.
How did Nigeria? Hold on now.
Fact allocation.
Okay, fine. You took it to fact allocation, right? And you gave it to your normal governors. And what are the people feeling? The people are not feeling it. So there was a time we made a statement here, one man, and I told you something. I said, people said, oh, you cannot do it, it's against the law. Look, Nigeria, what law? You can break any law in Nigeria, right? If Tinu had done that, I would respect him more. One man, we talked about the money that he gave to these state governors could have been, expended directly from the federal government. Like, this is where I want to put this money. You go there and put it. Let the people see it.
Even respond to your question.
Right?
You are answering your question.
Listen. No, hold on. I'm just referring back to what we discussed in the past. Because giving this money to the state government, is what made it possible today that, it's like nobody is seeing where the money went to, because you have given it to those 10 thieving people, those mismanagers.
He has to give them resources. It's constitutional. He can't hold any money back.
Baba,
go ahead. You were saying something. Go ahead.
Let me even give two responses. Now, when this guy came to power, he made the debt ratio at 97%. He reduced it to 66%. How did he achieve that? Now, so no, how did he achieve that? How did he fund that? When we are saying what has he done with the money? So already you were using almost 100% to pay debt. Now we are using 66%. What happened if it's not generating something? So the
see, my brother.
Joel. Here we have to
You cannot have that amount of money.
Mislead people.
No. It's not misleading, but look, you cannot have that amount of money and we have this amount of hunger in Nigeria. It does not correlate.
You are still not addressing the issue. Nobody.
No. See. You need certain investment in the Nigerian economy, right? And this money you are talking about, it has gone from 98 to 66. It is fine. Why I recognize that? The people are not feeling it. And that is what Peter Obi is talking about.
Okay. Now, what's the impact of bringing those airlines that boycotted Nigeria by paying off their what we're owing them? What's the impact on the economy? So is that not adding more job and more economic activities to the economy? How are you rating that? Now we are saying we are talking of Lagos Calabar road that everybody wants to. But how does that sound to you? Is that not opportunity to create is that not an investment in the economy? So
my brother, you have existing road that is not working. I don't know where. I don't know. Look, hold on. You have.
I don't know.
So that's not the point. But we have existing road that's working. Congratulations. But is Lagos Calabar coastal road generating new opportunity? That's the question. Are suppliers working there? Are workers, are normal labor workers there? Is it creating economy for some people? So
the same laborers will still work in those inner roads if it was awarded. I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm just talking about is a priority. Our priorities are wrong, right? You build the one, you upgrade the ones that you already have. Then you now build new routes. I don't know how else I'm going to say this, but every time we talk about legacy project, then we go start a new thing. Meanwhile, we forget what our priority should be, and that is what I'm talking about. One man, please take me to the next, or maybe you go to the next person. Anyone you want to do.
All right, let me move it around a bit, and then I'll bring it back to you. Hopefully,
no problem.
Let's have Tony join us. So, Tony, we were reviewing Peter Obi's New Year's message. I didn't make much of it, but what did you make of it, Tony?
Yeah. Okay. So good evening. And then I say, we can just welcome now into the new year. Then I wish all of us all the best. Not till a happy new year, because the country is this country has expired. I don't know if any of you want to fly in another plane that they tell you that it's not airworthy. Any of you want to fly in such an aeroplane? Just say yes or no. You want to fly in an aeroplane that is no longer airworthy? That is what Nigeria is. Nigeria expired 2014, which is about 11 years ago. So that is where all this will be going to when we are trying to, they say they want to take over the country back, they want to take the country back, going to somewhere like Babangida. That is the lowest that anybody can go. Even though he know that Tinu is in government right now, a so-called government, so that that is when Tinu is there, and then anybody is coming to unseat him. There's no way. This is a mafia government, mafia people, not big government. So that country has expired. So, so anybody who is trying to say that I want to make make Nigeria better, I think it's just living in self-delusion. Like, it's they are daydreamers, because that country is not in existence any longer. So this is crazy. And then, by the way, I feel so bad when the people that are living abroad are looking so stupid. And look, I don't mean now, but many people that are living abroad, they are so stupid. They'll be talking about, the government want to build one road. They want to do this, want to do that. Do they do that in Germany? No, in Germany here, people do complain. They come out to fight for a road that has already been constructed, that is too noisy in the environment. They will say, no, we don't want this road. They should close it. We have a lot of highways that are being built here, in Germany, especially in Hamburg area. People say, no, we don't want this road number so. It's too, we don't, it's not good for our environment. Not be said they beg government to produce road. You go to Spain, the same thing. The people say, no, we are tired of roads, you know. But we, as black Africans, then they say that, they just considered this bridge. The late Buhari allegedly, then build this road. They will go and name that road after him. Then they will go and be using more than, $100 million to be celebrating and then commissioning projects. This is black people. They go nowhere. Black people they go nowhere. What the hell is going on? What happened to the Ministry of Works? What happened to the inspectors? What happened to the staffs? All those laborers? Motor mechanics that will repair all those equipments? Just caterpillars, tractors? What the hell? Oh, the government is going to do this. Look, Nigeria is a country of to-do. Nigeria is a country of to-do. And whether that is going to be done or not, but it's a country of to-do. And for people to be, believing in them, those mafias, they are not even dictators, because dictators are the best people. If you look around the whole world, Putin is a dictator. Look at what his people that were living in Germany, that were working on under the 10 euro an hour job, they all went back home because their country is working. Likewise, many countries, like Chinese people whom I met here, everywhere when I go to Germany here, everywhere is China restaurant, China this, China mark, they all went back home. All those reminiscences of the Chinese restaurant here are being sponsored indirectly by their government, just to make sure that their images and are spread across the world.
Sorry, Tony. Do you have any thoughts on the Obi?
Yeah. I thought that Obi is just in a state of desperado. Even though that that country is not going to work. What the hell is he fighting to be a president for? Man, what the hell? Going to Babangida. It's somebody that that he destroyed the country. Single-handedly destroyed that country. He brought the OIC, Organization of Islamic Conference, which brings all this Boko Haram and everything. Then this evil man, they call Murtala Muhammad, all these people that are, implemented all this, Amadou Bello's, Northern Affairs agenda, and then all this so-called Islamization, and all the whole terrorism, all the whole vices that are confronting us today. What the hell? That should be the last man to go. You can go to Obasanjo, because Obasanjo is like a man of somebody who is an political activist. You see now that the fear of Obasanjo is beginning of wisdom of anybody. Those mafias that are in charge of the country. Right now they say, okay, because we don't know, maybe that refinery is not working. They say, okay, please come. As we are commissioning it, come and see that it's working. If you go to Obasanjo, it's okay. What the hell are you going to this? If I don't want to generalize, not as first of all, then that is this man that is crippled.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but carry on.
Yeah, I mean that for me to be going to this man, to be going to lobbying Babangida, that's the lowest that anybody can go in their quest to be, is he president? What the hell? What are you going to be president for? You think that Tinu is going to give you a chance to...
Tony, he didn't go to lobby any person, please.
So give me another team. Sorry, another team. I'm using German for time. Another team. So I recommend that Obi should go and help to achieve Biafra, which is better. So that one will give us a final peace. Then we can have our Duduwa or whatever, Arewa, and then it's cool. It should start henceforth, try to go and be working, behind the scene to achieve that aim and objective of his people. Not be say we go to waste all the money, go to build a borehole for these people that are ingrates. These people that are ingrates. You know what I'm saying? So why can you leave people of Anambra State? You don't get the water they are testing. Then the neighboring state like Edo State, we have no water to drink. It's able to spread that your olive branch to Edo, to Delta, or to Kogi. You are carrying the money, you just carry and go to the north. So you want to go and be the president, even though they consider it to be an infidel. What the hell? Let's face the truth here. Let's call spade a spade. One man. What is the next team? Team? Any next topic?
Yeah, we were mainly talking about Obi, and then we were talking about the refinery, which Obasanjo was telling us they tried to sell to Yar'Adua for 750 million, but it was stopped by they tried to sell it to Dangote, but it was stopped by Yar'Adua. And we're talking about the port generating revenue. So there wasn't really that much. It was really wrapped around the Obi thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Obasanjo. Sometimes sometimes you like when I was growing up, they said that no, that guy is a thief. He stole 2.8 billion. So and then I was. I grew up with such a hatred, you know what I'm saying, against him. But the last, since the current dispensation, or the beginning of the current dispensation, I think he's a very great man. I really love that guy now. Sometimes, if I think of the way that he's, or like when they said that he do this or do that, he stole all those money, so I was angry. But when I grew, but right now I'm a man of myself, so I can able to, differentiate what is wrong from right. I think if I just look at the whole system since 1999, it's so that guy that has a human face. You know what I'm saying? So and then all these policies were very good for the black race, like all those various economic program for Africa, development, etc., etc. Then Nigeria, Ghana, everywhere. How he invited those people that stole money from Nigeria when we were still kids, that they should come back home. They don't want to come to Nigeria. They should go to Ghana and Kenya. Hence, you see the development. That's why when you see China, Nairobi today or Accra, all these are Nigerian money that were invested there by the people who stole our money back then. That's how to synergize as a continent. But the rest leaders, the rest rulers that followed up or that followed suit, they are just useless. Hence, no more country. And then the country, unfortunately, just expire in their hand. It expired in Jonathan's hand. So, and then the Buhari, late Buhari, allegedly coming to power, all those, and then spent just 2 years there. And then they said, oh, is there, they bring somebody from Sudan, allegedly, or this from Brazil, from Syria, to come and be a president, By the way, where's the Buhari now? Why is he not coming out to, like Obasanjo is coming out? If it's actually, still a living being. Yeah, that is it. So I think Obasanjo is a great man. So if Obasanjo told us that the refinery is working, it means that it's working then. Because the fear of him is beginning of everybody's wisdom. Meanwhile, Obi cannot do what Tinubu has done so far, towards tackling the root causes of all our problem. I don't want to be said for that matter. I don't want to use too much grammar. So the root causes of our problem is those people that claim to be the owners of the country, and these are the people that this guy is trying to dethrone right now before anything can work for the place. But the only solution is peaceful separation of that country without no war. Because look, I don't want any I'm a gentleman. I want us to no negotiation. We go back home and then we occupy our respective localities, and that's all. That's what I can say tonight, a woman.
All right. All right, brilliant, Tony. Stay with us. Stay with us, Tony. We've gone from you to Ola. We'll still move it around back to you, Tony, just to document everybody. We go to Ola if he's ready for us. So Ola, speak to us.
Yeah. Thank you, woman. You see, what I want to address is, the light of Obi, the more this man keeps coming out, the more we need to counter him, because there is a way you tell lies with data. Yeah, you get correct data, you get correct facts, but you now decide to use the same thing to manipulate people. That's just the way it is. As you can have the right tools for the right purpose, you can have the same tools for the wrong purpose. Now, when people start looking at what this guy is saying and we are getting carried away, we have to look at the intention. What's the motive of Obi? If his motive is to wrestle power out and it's not pandering to what people want to hear, that is what we should be very careful. And that is what to tell us that we are really learning as a country, because it has happened to us before and we must not allow this thing to happen again. You see, when this guy provides his own analysis, you fail to mention what the government is doing now that is helping the economy. Okay, when someone met a debt on grant, I will pay 30 trillion off, and you gave approval and you are repairing some old road already, you are doing maintenance. Even to the extent some people accuse Tinubu that, okay, most of those roads that is repairing is in the north, and those are the old road. And at the same time, you are opening another road again, and people still asking, what are you doing with the savings from the subsidy? Is it that they are not doing anything from the saving from the savings from the subsidy, or you are not taking time to look at what they are doing and inform people appropriately, and don't become an agent to someone that is only interested in wresting power out? That is a very typical, that is a mistake we keep making in this country. We should stop that. So when they say being power, yes, a being power, we know, nobody is denying that. But what led us to that being power? Now, you don't want us, you want us to continue with the same thing that led us to a being power, and someone decided to take that reason for a being power away for us to be able to better for it in the future. But we are still saying, no, this man, we must find a way to drag this man down. When my dear brother Joel was saying the other time that, oh, we should not be constructing new roads. See, that's the mistake we are making. We can do the two alongside together. Not only that, they maintain the current road. Ask yourself, why do we need to open another road? You can have a current road that is not efficient enough, because efficiency of the old road too, you have to consider it. So you have to have a road that have a better, that is more efficient in service delivery. You have to consider that. So I'm not saying we should not criticize Tinubu, but my own concern is this: when the quality of that criticism is my concern. We can't just be doing criticism just because we want to support some kind of political merchant. To me, the type of opposition that Obi is providing is one of the worst that I've ever seen in the history of that country. It's just the same thing that is cycling over and over and over and over without really providing solution. You see, in an economy, oh, you want to eradicate corruption? Perfect. Will you now deploy 100% of your effort to eradicate corruption? No. In a society, evil can always coexist with the good. But what you want is this: you want the good things to be more than the evil one over time. Okay. What's the name? Yaya Bello is a best thing. It's okay. A state governor, whoever you want to mention, all of them, they are best thing. Fine. Is that the problem? The question is that why is it possible for them to embezzle before? Okay, you now say, okay, maybe we have different collection agencies that collect revenue for the government. Then I say, okay, I'm going to have a single agency now that will be collecting this thing. That's how to eradicate. Over time, what you are doing, we build an institution for us that will keep producing corruption. But we just want to wake up today and reduce this thing tomorrow. There's nowhere in the world that you can find that. What we want to have in that country is net good. That's the whereby the not corruption element will supersede the corruption element. That's what we want in that country. So the productivity aspect of it, this man is addressing it. The investment part of it that people are saying they are not investing, this man is addressing it. What else? He can, Tinubu has disappointed me to some extent. We can talk about his disappointment, not trying to rubbish the one that is doing, that is even bringing a better repositioning for the future. Oh, you are saying it's not doing anything. Investors are now having a rethink to come back to Nigeria, because before it was in our blood to hold MTN, to hold foreign airlines, to all those things are no longer there now, because the dollars that these people were playing gamble with, you flood the naira. So there's no point of someone that want to enrich himself overnight because of that dollar. So if the monetary system repositioning of that country does not announce, it's not sounding very loud to you, then I don't want what you want to do. So you would rather keep subsidizing that dollar, and if foreign investors will start running away from you, you'll be subsidizing for big men to be making money, those people that they don't have visible business on ground to be making money, just because you think yesterday you were enjoying. You were not enjoying yesterday, you were just living on borrowed life. That the owner of that life can just come, okay, please give me my life back. So it is our duty, if we have conscience, to inform Nigerians that do not have time to search into information like us, to inform them properly. It's not for us now to now know the fact, and just because I love someone and because of my agenda, I now turn the fact around just to make sure I pull someone that is probably doing very well down, just to enthrone those people that we like, probably because of our political affiliation or by the word of in quote, ethnicity. So we should be very careful. We should be very careful. When you want to oppose, let us oppose objectively. Let us oppose objectively. Investors are coming back to Nigeria. Now, someone is saying, "Oh, our foreign reserve, our GDP has dropped." Yes, the GDP, because it is valued in dollars, it is normal. When you have your currency devalued, it's going to affect it. But the question is this: the quantity of production has it reduced? No, it's increasing. It simply means that if we boost that thing, okay, if we are able to double it maybe in the next 2 years, the GDP we want to have, we will see. So what's the essence of you having your GDP at 500 and the rate of your unemployment is 40%? Does it make sense? But if you have 20, if your unemployment rate reduced to 20% and your GDP drop, which one makes sense to you? So let's not forget about using this fanciful data and you start confusing people that are already confused before, and you now aggravate their problem. It's not good. That's the essence of education. We have to be sincere and we have to be purposeful and so positively intentioned in whatever we are doing. So if there's any other query, any other topic for me to talk about, I talk about this one, that you just have to put someone down politically without analyzing the situation objectively. Oh my goodness, it's very annoying and it's very devastating. It's not good. They are just too wicked.
All right, there are other topics, but let me move it around a bit, only to bring it back to you, just so that people are not waiting for too long. We've got our Baba, and then we've got our Paddy joining us as well. We go to Baba, and then we hear from Paddy next. So Baba, you're up next. I'm not sure. We're with the, we thought we had escaped Peter Obi, but he keeps on coming back. So we're still with the Obi, what he calls his New Year message, which I thought was a car crash TV. I felt embarrassed for him, but perhaps I'm prejudiced. What did you make of it, Baba?
I think Okute should go and rest small. Should take a breather. His handlers are doing a very bad job, particularly that Yunus Atanko, and I think he's the man behind all of this move. Before politics, I've never seen him in the north before. People are very wise. All this that he's doing, he thinks the people that are watching are not discerning. The other time, the water tank, the other time went to one Almajiri school to go and eat with a child. Now he's going to IDP camp, where people are there marrying 3-4 wives, doing naming ceremony and child dedication every week or every other day. It's not speaking to the real issues. The real issue for Nigeria is about the economy. It's the economy. And with what he read today, he didn't do anything. He didn't say anything that's outstanding. You say you're in an opposition. and the principal man in charge is going in one direction. All you have to do is now tell us, take everything from the seam and pieces it. Say, no, this direction, Mr. President, you are going, it's wrong. Look at this side. Look at, why not go through this trajectory? This is better for this reason, for that reason. All he did today is just, nothing is working. People are hungry. My brothers in the East, since when did the Northern has become his brother and sister? It's all contrived. And you don't play, these people are wise these days. They are discerning. They will take your money quite all right. Immediately he finished that press conference, Dino came out. I've been searching for that Dino clip on YouTube. I can't find it again. I just stumbled onto it. Dino came out and tell him to stop wasting his time. That he should go back and follow Atiku. He said point blank that, is it the man in Katsina you want to vote for you? He mentioned about 3 northern states. He said, nobody's going to vote for you. And advise him, go back to PDP and partner Atiku for the next election. And every time say you're in opposition, oh, I don't want to be president, it's not important. For God's sake, tell me, what are you doing every day? You are running from pillar to post, north to west, west to south, south to east. What are you doing? You are playing politics. To what end? The presidency is your goal. I'm tired of people coming out every time to say, this food, I don't want it to, but they are taking it away. Oh, look, that meat, just let me chew the meat. Come out boldly. I want to be president, and this is what I will do differently. It is pathetic to see him speaking from both sides of his mouth. You should go back to people like the Nollywood guy, and those are the firebrand kind of politicians that could back him. That could back him and make him to win. All this pandering to the north is not going to work. Tinubu has been pandering to the north right from the time of Obasanjo. There is no emir in the north that he cannot call, or he doesn't have their numbers on his Rolodex, up to ward chairman of APC and even PDP. It's hard work. But this one is Putin. It's not, it's just all motions, no movement. If you're trying to emulate those that has been there before, that has walked that path, that road, then do what they did to get where they got today. They paid their dues. The Babajide or Ojudu case, I mean, if you listen to it, you know that, oh, the rain has been beating these people kilometers on end. They were coming from somewhere. When they were fighting, what were you? Where was Atiku? He was with Abasha in Asurok. Ditto for Obi. When they went on exile. This is democracy we are talking about today.
Sorry, Baba. With your permission, let me come off and Choma will be there to handle things.
Yeah. You said it earlier.
Yeah. So let me just
drive safe, please. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The super chatters are Kulata, Ayo, Joel of Nashville, Audi, Fossa. So there it is. So Choma takes charge from here. Baba has the floor. Paddy after him. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, we're talking about politics, and we're talking about serious politics. Obi is a politician, so I will talk about Obi. He's a politician. Every politician is game. As far as your name is on any, I've been on ballots before, or it's about to be on a ballot. So if you're opposed to that, whether you are a co-panelist or a commenter, then get that straight into your head. Obi is game. Okay?
Baba.
Yeah, Jewel.
Baba,
Yeah.
you've spoken well. But this is the thing, right? Obi is who he is. You said that Obi was not doing this thing in the past. The issue of philanthropy has always been Obi's calling. And because he does not go with cameras, does not mean he wasn't doing it. He has donated, even especially in education. He has been doing these things in the past. So if he gives it the north, because he wants to be president, what about the one he gives in the east? What about the one he gives in the west? What about the one he gives in the south side? Is it because of presidency too?
We not see him for west too, except the recent 15 million.
I mean, Kogi is southwest.
Except the recent 15 million. And if I want time, we'll give you
we not see her for Edo, we not see her for Delta, we not see her for Imo State. They carry our money, they go, they build a hotel for people who don't like them.
You know, see, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. He's been doing this thing, you know, and I mean, when you look at the amount he's donated to education itself, those schools are not only attended by only by Anambarians or Igbos. There are other people from other tribes attending those schools. You see, so there's investment in education, in making sure that those. I mean, he's not going to go to the IDP camp to solve their problems, but according to him, he was there last year, a year ago, and he came back and he promised that he was going to come back, and that was his promise. And why was that place so dear to him? Why was he really speaking about this? He went there in the health center. They had only 2 nurses that are volunteers, no doctors. And you know Nigeria, when a Nigerian nurse is volunteering in Nigeria, now you say, if you call her by her name. You understand what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm just talking. I mean, for whatever reason, they're doing a good job. But what Obi did was to say, hey, I am going to negotiate and see if we can have nurses come out here, because according to them, even the volunteer nurses weren't even showing up on some days. So he said, I am going to help negotiate to see if this will come, come to a negotiation or an agreement where some of these nurses will be coming here and they will be paid little stipend. I mean, I don't know what is wrong in that.
Wait,
I don't know what is political in that.
Okay, Jewel, wait.
I mean,
Jewel, we know the politics of Nigeria. You understand? That's why I said I blame this present crop of handlers. Those who know the political platform Nigeria is based upon, sitting on, will tell Obi that, look, the North votes in a certain way.
My brother, see.
No, let me finish it's free service for obedient Obi and Labour Party. What I'm going to say right now, you see those district head, the Almajiri school heads, the imams, the emirs in the north, the shehus, those are the people he needs to pander to. Every money he wants to give anybody, anything he wants to do, he has to, for him to succeed, for them to remember him. That's the route to go. That is the route to go. My baby, welcome. How are you? Great. You understand? That is the route to go. It is those people that disburse the goodies. Any goodies you give directly, they will feel insulted. That is how the politics in the north is played. When you have those people eating from your palm, they are the people that talks to their people on the street. Vote this person, vote that person. That is what Atiku did. That is what Tinubu did. By going to the people directly, I'm giving this for free. He's wasting his time. Those are the people.
Philanthropy is wasting of time. Baba, I just want to know, is it the person giving it a problem?
He wants to be president, he doesn't want to be president. He wants to be president.
See, Baba.
I'm telling you,
Baba,
this is the route. Okay,
Baba,
go ahead.
Baba.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Let him forget that part of the government. 2027 will come. Can those kids that want to go to school that are in IDP camps, is there a way that they can go to school? Is there a way they can feed? 2027 is still 2 years from now. Can we talk about the present situation? Can we donate? What can we do on our own? It's not only Obi. People say, why did he go there with camera? I said, why won't he? How do we know? If he comes out to tell us this is what he saw, most of us will not believe him.
Joel,
So
wait.
the issue there is that it should be.
Let's learn from one another, Joel. Wait. As you are now, your street in Lagos, where you live, if there is pothole there, and you got back home and say, okay, I want to get a contractor to do that pothole, to fix it properly and even better, they will get you arrested. Do you know that? You have to go through your local government and make that arrangement.
And you can still do that.
Look, I'm telling you what obtains how the democracy is run, or how bureaucracy run in our country, in case you do not know. So what I'm saying is that even that hospital he said is taken to IGP camp, the administrator will restrict him. It's a cartel. That's how it works. That is the reality of our politics. Let me finish. If you don't know that, take this as nuggets I'm giving you right now. If you have a source to be, tell him this is how it works. He's been a governor before. Himself, he can't tell me he's ignorant of these things. You think he will just carry nurses and go and give drug and distribute at the IDP camp, for example?
He did not say give drug. These are just the health centers that they have.
No, you said they don't have this, they don't have that. It's one to provide. That's what I'm telling you.
Don't misquote me. What I said is, and what he said is that in the health center they don't have nurses. That the nurses that they have there are volunteer nurses, and sometimes they don't even show up. Now he is saying, can it be permanent? And he might have like a personal negotiation with them for them to come, so for it to be steady, right? So maybe like 2 or 3 nurses. Then whenever a doctor, can come and see them, then so be it. He has done his part. So what he said was 3 nurses, that he was going to negotiate with the 3 nurses for them to have constant nurses in the IDP camp. What is wrong with that? I don't know if that is pretense. That's why I said that's my keyword for this year. Pretense.
That intention is not bad. It's just doing it as like an administrative man. And they will still sabotage him. As far as I'm concerned, that's how our politics work.
It's okay, Baba. If at the end of the day, look, let me tell you, life is a choice. We make certain decisions in life every day. If he comes out in the next election, if he does, and you say, I don't want him, he goes back to his house. You live with what you voted. I mean, there's no problem with that. You see, but the issue is that we must have options as Nigerians, right? So
No
if
doubt
we
about
decide
that.
to
That's the
choose,
beauty of democracy.
if people decide to choose Tinubu in the next election, fine. If they decide to choose anybody, fine. But let us leave the politics for now. Let us talk about how Nigerians can feed, and that is the point of Peter Obi. Leave the 2027 elections for now. Who knows? He might not even run.
Okay, Baba, let me interject my brother, Joel. Joel, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How far? Yeah, my brother, you did try. You know, say I already follow you. And I know, like 2 years ago, when you went home, then you told us that the situation was so bad, and the people tried to argue with you here. You even gave us some kind of live camera. You know what I'm saying, and everything. People didn't want to believe you. The same thing with the Kenya. You know, they'll be doing. You guys have been doing your best to, to show us the reality on ground. You know what I'm saying? In that unworkable contraction called Nigeria. So that's why we're not saying that. Bearing in mind that that country is not, is no longer in existence. That every man and woman that is privileged enough to help the poorer people should start that charity at home. So that means Asobi is having some extra money to spend for the people, for the underprivileged. It should start one right there in Anambra State, or move over to Imo State, or neighboring state like Delta and Edo State to help people. Not to be going to where he's not needed. He's not seen as a fellow human being. Where he's been seen as an infidel. That's why people have problem with that. Like he's trying to get some favor from those people that doesn't even want his favor. You know what I'm saying? That's what I try to tell you. Not that that is not doing the right thing, but he's doing the right thing in a wrong place. He should go and give our people in Anambra, give my people in Edo State, Delta State, and Kogi State some water. After giving water to those people, that's why you see this man of Donald Duke is highly respected among all Nigerians because he's not the way he took care of Calabar. You know what I'm saying? And the cable cars, all these kind of business centers, those kind of things. So that's what we want to see our people doing. Keeping the politics local. Help your people. Not be say they carry on to where people that see you as an infidel, untouchable. Thank you, Mr. Joel.
Good evening, Baba.
Good evening, Chichi.
Mr. Joel of Nashville. Good evening, Mr. Tony.
Good evening. Good evening.
And Patty, I'm coming right next to you after Baba finish his submission, if they will allow Baba to finish his submission. So to all the viewers, I would love to indulge you guys to click on the like button, please. Like the broadcast. There's a thumbs up button right in front on the screen next to the bell. We already have like 54 likes, so we need at least 100 tonight. So thank you so much as you do that. And Baba, please, you can continue with your submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chichi. There for the
Baba, please let Joe respond now to my please. Ejo.
Okay, I'll be fast. I'll be fast, Baba. That is
thank you.
Look, Tony, this is the thing. Look, we can agree and disagree on the issue of if we want to be in Nigeria or not. But like I always say to everyone talking about pulling out of Nigeria, if you feel like when you leave Nigeria, your country is going to be an Eldorado, you can start by doing it now. Whatever plan you have
No, I was talking about helping your immediate people. Hold on. Helping,
I'm coming now.
Charity at home.
I'm answering your question. I'm coming there. Just give me. I will be long.
Okay.
Right. So, as that I'm talking as regards to those that want to move. I always believe that you can also make out whatever thing you feel like you're going to do in your private country in Nigeria. Yeah, it might be harder, but if we are reasonable, especially in the way we spend and the way we do things in Nigeria, we can have a better economy, and that's a fact. Now, to the question of going home to do your donating whatever you have towards home is a good idea. Now, the issue is this: You cannot tell someone where to spend his money. If he feels that he has an obligation, because sometimes we look at it as politics. When he was going for this thing, then he was, going for the presidential election. He may not have known things were that bad. So when you see him go back, he told them, "I will be back." Some of them these are promises he made to them, and he went back and fulfilled those promises. So if he did that, I don't have any qualms with that. That is his money. Whatever he wants to do with it is his prerogative. I think I answered the question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
But at the end of the day, they did not vote for. Sorry, Baba. At the end of the day, those people consider him to be, unworthy, to vote for. So, and then that is why I'm saying that that something would have been better if we had people of Anambra State, and then people of Kogi State, neighboring country, neighboring state, like giving them water, after giving Anambra people to some certain level, not to go back to that place to be wasting his money. Yes.
If you are doing the same thing the same way all the time and getting the same results, and you decide to still stay that way, you are the one that is stupid. If you decide to do something different, then and it works, then you're the guy. It's a question of choice. You have tried this person. The leaders that are telling you not to vote to be in the north. Let me just bring it down to if that's where you want to bring me to. The leaders telling you how have they improved your life, right? So if you're telling me not to vote for this person and I'm seeing that this person really cares for me, it behoves on you. It is your own common sense. Obi cannot change that for you, So I don't want to put Obi into that mix. If in 2027 he comes out to get for a political position, if he does, and he comes out and the people say we don't want you, he goes home. It's not a fight. It's a choice.
Okay.
Background.
Okay, Jewel. I think it's Jewel.
Yeah, sorry. So lastly.
No, Tony.
Which means that there is a motive for going there. That's why people.
Go ahead, Papa.
Thank you. And for the road, actually, you see, every president in the life of a presidency, there is legacy projects, and this president started very early, knowing full well that what he wants to do will be so unique that Nigeria will remember him hundreds of years to come. I've seen roads in other countries, and they still talk about the era those roads were built. When I enter the tunnel in New York, every time, I still marvel. Every single time I pass through the tunnel in New York, I still marvel at the engineering. At what period did they build this when there was no heavy lifting machine? I look at the iron, and that tunnel was built, I think, during the Hamilton era, over 100 years ago. So every presidency needs it. And that brings me, look, at the period Babangida built Third Mainland Bridge, that's 11 kilometers Third Mainland Bridge, Lagos had what we call Ring Road, the Ekpe, Ito-Ikin, Itelewa, Ikorodu area, back to the main Ikorodu Road area, going. And Babangida they were trying to go into option one politicking then. And we're talking of, look, why not help us with this Eco Bridge? Because it's already in the plan for donkey years. And we know there was no money, but the pressure was put on him. And they have the leverage of the oil in Niger Delta and say, okay, Julius Berger, can you do the contract and you take oil? And of course, the people who put Julius Berger before him are also the owners of Julius Berger then. And they agreed. And today, voila, look at the road, the Third Mainland Bridge. Everybody still talk about it till today. So we may oppose to the idea of the legacy project, Sokoto to Badagry, Lagos to Calabar. But when, by God's grace, those roads are complete in 8 years he left, we will be singing a different song. We will be praising it, if only that is even what he did. Because the economy boom that will be open because of those two roads, I mean, cannot be quantified. We have to understand that. And we can chew gum at the same time we are working. So whether we have bad roads or we will repair those roads. Those roads will be relayed. They will lay them. They will redo others again, maybe with concrete. Umahi is doing his best. And one thing I enjoy about this presidency is that, look, maybe because he is an accountant, they've scaled down the Lagos-Calabar road. From 8 lanes, now they say no, we'll do 6. And of course, if another government comes, they can lay the two lanes from the other 2 sides and make it 10 wholly. But they see that that is what they can handle now. That is what our resources can take now. And that gives me an insight that, okay, he is serious. He really wants to finish it. So 6 lanes, and they are making adjustment as they go. Then, Chichi, please pardon me. Let me just talk about the Baba OBJ refinery inspection. I think the call is right. Respectfully, respectfully, they've asked Baba to come forward because he said, in my own time, I called people, those who even build it, to come and help me, and they say they don't want their hands in it because of politics. And that's why you sold it to both Otedola and Dangote for $750 million. Another presidency came, Obamewa, Igbamewa, 10 Kings, 10 era, and that one returned the check back to those people who say, we are not selling anymore. And since then, you gave an interview early last year to say, look, those refineries can never work. Even Baba went further to almost alluding to the fact that it should be sold in scrap, as scrap. But today, the refinery, I can't use all my mouth to say they are working, because I'm adopting cautious optimism, because they've lied to us so many times. It's like a father whose child dies every time, and abiku. Even if the new one is sleeping, you will think that child is dead. So I'm approaching that. I'm still pinching myself. But if he's coming out, Baba is coming out now to say, no, those things can never work. No way. They say, okay. The administrator say, okay, Baba, please come. We'll even put you in private jet or helicopter. Come and inspect it and tell the world that it is now working. I see a competition or a kind of quarrel between 2 power blocks, Baba OBJ and his brother, Tinubu. Their beef go ways back. Whether it's beyond what we know, we don't know. Because that presidential media chat, I think less than 5 minutes they started, he called Obasanjo's name when he was talking about LCDAs. Maybe a lot of people, it flew past the head of a lot of people. So I nodded my head. When I heard that, and I said, oh, so this beef is still strong. So if they are fighting themselves, it is good. Who wins? The citizenry. Because he is putting fire in the nyash of the president, and the president is like, I will show you that I can perform more than you. The refineries are working. Fine. Who gains? We are the ones who are gaining. Because for the first time in many, many years, we did not see petrol queue in fuel station during Christmas period. We are buying it very expensive. But that is an issue that's got to do with foreign exchange. If the Naira eventually finds its value at maybe around 1,002, naturally the price, if there are no world events that will make OPEC to raise their price, of course, PMS pump price will go down. It's a function of foreign exchange for Nigeria. So that aspect is working, and we've put it now behind us. We will never see scarcity anymore with all of these things going on around us. And that is one thing we should value this president for, which he has done. Because no president, even in this Fourth Republic, wouldn't want that to happen. But they didn't have the balls to do the needful that will make it happen. This man has done it. Let's give him his flowers. I yield because of other people.
And Baba,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
before we go to the next person, okay, I give this one to Tinu. But I would like to know how far this can go, because we have seen this thing happen in the past where it was revitalized and it stopped working. So let's see how far this can go. If he pulls this through his first tenure, I would say, without any interruption, I would say he has done well. Now, the issue of pricing, I don't know how, if we are producing in Nigeria, this is the way I want to come and talk about it, like think about it. If we are producing in Nigeria and you are talking about the exchange rate being a determinant in how much we're going to sell crude or sell fuel, I have a problem with that, because now we are not exchanging any money. We are refining from our own ground, right? We're getting this oil from our own ground, so we are not sending it abroad for refining and bring. So all those haulage and all those fraud, it's all gone. I was expecting to see, I'm expecting to see that in the future, that the prices of gasoline will not be determined by the dollar exchange rate, because all the process, the production, the extraction is done locally. So I do not see any reason why the dollar should be a determinant.
Okay, this is why I will tell you, Joel. Okay, I will tell you, Joel. Both Warri Refinery and Port Harcourt Refinery cannot produce to the satisfaction of the country. On record today, according to NNPC and NMDPRA, the regulator, they say we are using about 35 million liters a day. That's what they are saying. But the two refineries cannot produce. And they just told us today.
So how much are they producing? The two refineries are producing how much?
The Port Harcourt will be giving us, I think, about just 2 million or so. And this one in Warri, they said they are not even producing PMS, but they are producing diesel kerosene. But initially, that is about to 60%. The 40% they are working on, they will use it for PMS. So, but even if they are work up at optimal level, the two cannot give us 30 million liters a day. So this is where the private refineries come in. They naturally, because by OPEC permission, we are just given 430,000 barrels every day. That's by OPEC regulations. That 430,000 barrels is for NNPC consumption. Or they put NNPC on notice. I mean, they put Dangote Refinery on notice that we may not be able to meet up the supply we promised you. So Dangote will be buying from foreign markets other modular refineries will be buying from foreign markets. So if they have to augment the local supply, of course, they're not going to sell at the same price an NPC want them to sell. They cannot regulate
Then,
it.
but what are we doing in in the OPEC then? Why can't we have that political will to get off that stage?
Okay, we know it's a cartel. If we get off, who will buy from us?
We don't know. We're talking about local production or domestic use first of all. Hey,
yeah,
what
look,
what the hell are we waiting for this
let me
OPEC
tell you,
who are dominated by the white people?
See, Saudi Arabia, I think it's their own daily permissible destinies about 8 million. But Saudi Arabia can do 15, 20 million barrels every day. And if we go into fight with them, knowing that we are the sixth in the world, they will flood the markets.
And our population is more than theirs.
It doesn't matter. It's about money. It's about money. It's about power. So they will sell to our customers at a rate our customers will refuse now to buy our products. So how do we feel?
Why can't we just get out of that shackles of these white people, IMF, or these so-called OPEC? We don't need them. Let us keep our...
Look, you've entered it, you don't enter. There are some things you go into, even some marriages, you can't get out of it. We can't get out of it.
Why can't we borrow a leaf from Russia? How they are dealing with the Western countries?
Yeah, Angola left successfully because Angola is a small fry. Nigeria is a big nation, the number 6 in the world, oil-producing country. And for gas, we are third. And we have limited markets. So if we are not active in that cartel, they will sabotage us.
I would rather suggest, trade by barter. Then let us make use. Let us get what we need with what we want. You know what I'm saying? So we have something to give out. Therefore, the Chinese or whoever is coming to assist us in developing our country, our economy. Let us just cut off these shackles. You know what I'm saying? Whoever is coming to deal with us, if it's German, they want to build their Mercedes, let them take some oil back to their country. Not just enslaving us in the so-called IMF, the World Bank that is owned by the Pope.
Don't think the people in power, corridors of power, are not thinking in this direction you are thinking, but they also know the implication. Our economy is fragile. If we are strong enough now, we have other products to sell. We are producing.
Then they are not courageous enough. That's why we said that we should go and take over the government houses from them.
Okay, Tony, if you know, yeah.
Your submission. Sorry for the interruptions.
Yes, I yield for Paddy to come in so far. Paddy, please come in. Thank you, Chichi. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I think I've actually even lost you. Good evening, everyone. I trust everyone is doing fine.
Paddy, please. Yeah. Good evening. Can you speak up for us?
I think this is the best I can go. If my voice is very low, then I probably will just call it tonight. Okay. Are you guys struggling to hear me?
Oh, I can.
We can't hear you.
I can hear you just a little.
Okay. And what about now?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second.
And Tony, excuse me, Tony.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Tony.
Yes, madam.
Mr. Tony.
Yes, madam. How many times did they call me? Okay. 3 times?
You know how far. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. I get you.
All right. Paddy, sorry. Continue, sir.
What about now? Is this better? Or still the same thing?
It is perfect now. Thank you so much.
All right, cool. When I joined, I was going to speak about OB. Maybe I can start from that. But I wanted to, I think I was able to note down a few things that Joel has mentioned. Where did I? Oh yeah, I think Joel he had asked a few times about where the money we're not using to buy fuel or gas or pay for subsidy, where is that fund now? And I think probably one thing that Joel is missing is that it's not as though we had that funds in our what's it called, we had those funds on ground. It's that we're lending or we're loaning funds. We're loaning money to pay for those subsidies, for the subsidies. So by not loaning more money anymore, it means that first two things we are doing now, we're servicing those debts, and then we're also able to make our funds without being in debt. So when you say, what about this money that we're not using to pay for subsidy? We don't have them, and we never had them. We've not had them in a long time. So that's what I think that's the example that I think it was Ola also that mentioned the fact that we had our debt up to about 97% before, and now it's dropping to about 60%. So that's one thing I just wanted to point out to Joel. So I think it's very impertinent that we pay attention to some of these nuances. Anyway, to Obi's piece, I think Obi's timing is right. I also believe that what he was trying to do is also gracious. I believe that he was trying to beat Article to making that his own version of the January 1st speech. The things he said are very well nuanced and needed. We need the opposition. We actually need someone who would call out the government in places where they might be struggling, either for his own political reasons, for his own relevance. I think it now behooves the onus is now on the government to find a way to either counteract or counter the points that he's listed out, or explain the policies better. Some of the things he was talking about are things that are already in existence. In fact, some of the policies that the current government have, I believe they are better off. There was something Joel had said before, which he probably doesn't understand, that he was making a point for the current government, saying that you can't be doing the same thing over and over again the same way. I mean, it was, and expect the same results. We can't keep doing things we've been doing the way we've been doing them before and expect the same results. So I think for me, it makes sense that we cut off subsidy, either for crude, for PMS, or for FX. I also know that very many opposition always say the value of our naira has fallen, dollar rate has reduced, and for such reasons. But the problem is that we never even knew the true value of our dollar because it was heavily subsidized. So however naira finds its value, either it's going to remain at 1.5, either it's 1.7, either it's 1.2, we need to know for us to have a stable economy and for our economy to thrive in the way that it should be thriving. So I'm fine with it. It's inconvenient for very many people, but we can't keep being an importing economy and not have want to be able to become a consumption to a consumption to production or something, a producing economy, and not know the true value of our currency. So I think that's big. So whatever it was that Obi was trying to do, I think is good. I think his opposition voice needs to be louder. He's always just been a Twitter person and just tweeting and taking pictures. I think it's about time he started speaking up, having more press conferences. I expected it. The only piece that I struggle with is his delivery. I think his delivery was very shambolic. His delivery was, I don't know. Let me find a kind of word, balderdash. He didn't read his speech very well. He was sloppy on his words. He was struggling for a speech that you expected that you should have been. There's a hot mic somewhere there. All right. Yeah, his speech was someone that he didn't feel very authentic, and I think that's probably where he's still struggling. He made it obvious to, whomever was generally paying attention to what he was saying, is that wasn't just about it made it lack the passion. And then that authenticity was no longer there because again he was pretty much struggling towards the end, probably at the beginning. I think Obi's originality comes from when he's speaking, when he's free flowing. So remember when they asked him questions around the IDP camp, he was able to give a good response. When they asked around maybe what the presidency can do, he gave a very inexperienced answer. So I would say, but I get what I was trying to say is the president should spend more time in other states, And if he did that, but it's not logical. I mean, presidency is not a local government chairman. Presidency is not a former governor that can just travel freely and take a regular, airpiece flight and travel and take a bus. And no, that's not how the presidency works. Presidency works with keep very detailed security, and today for each state that is hosting the presidency, there are very many resources that they will put towards that president coming. There's no way he's going to be in a state and he'll feel the pulse of the people. Even the audiences that will be brought to him will be filtered. So even if Tinubu says, I want to go and meet the people in IDP camp, the IDP camp will be filtered. So that's one thing that I would expect that people will understand. And those are, like, I think it was probably one man that mentioned it. Those are the tasks of his cabinet. Those are what his ministers should be doing. That's what the governors should even have. What's it called? Ministers, of course, within the state level to also do as well too. And I think another point again that I also noted out is when he was saying that the nurses there, what's it called? Voluntary nurses. That's typically what happens at IDP camps. We don't always have designated nurses there. We always have non-profit NGOs who will come in there, and they will have volunteer nurses who will come in there and showcase their humanitarian gestures to treat people there. It's very, very, even, and this is just not just in maybe Nigeria or maybe in Abuja or wherever I went to. It's almost like in nuance around the world globally. That's why we have, like, UNESCO, we have WHO, we have Red Cross. So it's very common that we're going to have volunteer nurses. And to Baba's point, I think Baba was trying to chastise Obi for doing the things that he did. Like, why is he going there? Why is he not talking to the Emayas, to the Ulamas, to the Malims, to the this? No, one thing is that for Obi to even go to those IDP camps, he will have gotten authorities from those people, right? But he needs them for the photo ops. He needs to go there. And I think if we keep questioning why Obi is doing things he's doing, we're going to go back again and have fall short of what was said about him in 2022 and 2023. This guy got 6 million votes from people saying nobody will vote for him, but they did. The only difference is that some of the things that he would do, some of those rhetoric that he would use would no longer be there. So he can't use Muslim anymore because we've lived it. It's not as bad. So he can't terrorize the Christian votes anymore. He almost can't go to church anymore. So he's not going to church so much. I mean, I know he was in watching service, but he's not going so much church again. He can't do that again. So right now he needs to do it in a different way. I think I'm fine with what he's doing. The only thing that is, I just hope that what he's doing is genuinely sincere. I know Joel said he's sincere, but I don't believe he's sincere. I think just yesterday I was conversing with a friend of mine, and and I spoke to him. I said, I don't believe, and this is just my own personal take, I don't believe Obi wanted to run for presidency when he did. I believe Obi was trying to poise himself as a valid deputy, a vice president candidature for Atiku. I think that's what he was trying to do. How the campaign has now moved to presidency is something that he's struggling to handle. I mean, that is just because the things he did right afterwards, he tried to buy from in PDP, he bought the farm, he left PDP, went to Labour Party. I think he was just trying to position himself, and very many people do it. We see people who will be dropping off during primary conventions so that you can get nominated. I think that's what he was trying to do. The fact that he even dropped only 800 million for his presidential campaign proved to me that he wasn't serious about running for presidency. I think, and that's why you see, I think there was a speech he made today, and then he said there's no collaboration or agreement between him and PDP or any other party yet, but he believes that only a coalition of other parties, opposition parties, can win APC. So he's already dropping those slips. And if Atiku is running, Atiku cannot run as VP. And I think Obi is willing to go for Atiku's VP for two reasons. It will give him a soft landing. It's also going to give him that Goodluck Jonathan favor. That's what he thinks. Atiku will not do 2 years. He will not do 2 terms. I mean, his age is catching up on him. He's probably going to be like maybe 87 or 88 by the time he's running his first term. Atiku has promised multiple times that if he run it, he's only going to run 1 term. And I think Obi as a VP, he's going to be able to do those things he wants to do now, show up and turn up. And then right afterwards, he will now run as as a what's it called, as a presidency, similar to what Goodluck did. I think he's trying to play that Goodluck blueprint, and that's why you see him. Goodluck will say, "I don't have shoes." Obi, I didn't wear shoes to school. Obi will say, "I have only one shoe." So you see those nuances in politics. I generally do not believe that Obi wanted to run for presidency. Again, it has it has gone beyond him. There's a massive movement of people who have made it clear that they want him to run, and he's answerable to them. He needs to create that persona. Even in the election petition that people always talk about, he wasn't challenging the election. He said, "I'm just challenging the process." Like, my guy just wants to just position himself. So what he's doing now, and this is just my own take, but this is Paddy on One Man Show's take. I believe he's just trying to sell himself to Atiku or whomever he thinks is a viable candidacy for presidency. He will be VP, and after that one term, he will now take. And I think those are probably just the things that I had pegged that that I wanted to discuss. I had lost some of the steam when the team was going on, and I just heard my name. I decided to come speak. What is again? Did I write on? I think that's it. Oh yes. Also, too, I think one man also mentioned something around the ports. I forgot what one man had mentioned, but I'll just speak quickly to it. I think the
the viability of the Onne port, the Eastern Ports corridor, they made a lot of money for the country in terms of revenue.
Yes,
and we've been hearing that no port in the East.
Oh, so there are actually two active ports in Port Harcourt, the Onne and the Port Harcourt port. Those ports are, in fact, the Onne port has been given, is it a 25% discount? In fact, one thing BMA put on, many of the fabric imports that we bring into Nigeria are actually cheaper to bring in from Onne port. So Onne,
even Calabar port is working.
Even Calabar, yeah. So the talk of Lagos is only Lagos because of its port. I mean, that's BS. People will say are just looking for reasons to just remain in Lagos. It's not because of anything. Those ports are viable. If you want to bring in your stuff, you bring in your stuff. And those ports are not Lagos income ports. Those ports are going to the federal, and whatever gains is from those ports is going to the federal wallet, and everybody's getting it back in fact. So you necessarily don't need to be in Lagos. You can use the trains, you can use trucks, you can use lorries. And like people always say, it's the distance between, is it maybe about also to on airport, is way shorter. So, and he's doing well. I think it's good. Maybe those talking points would reduce. I would hope that people who are importing stuff would maximize those ports a whole lot more. The potentials are there, and I just want to ensure that probably remind people that you don't have to always complain about Lagos or complain about Tinkan or Papa. There's no science to it. People always find where what's it called? Independent shipping companies like Maersk and Co will always choose where they feel is best for them. Maybe electronics will always remain in Lagos. I don't know.
Can I interject you, Paddy?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we've interrogated this topic a long time, but I'm still surprised that people still bring it up. Even people who you think should be knowledgeable, who says they are economists. And we concluded maybe it's about 2 months ago that look, those who import into Lagos, let's take the Eastern traders, Southeast traders. They are doing it because one, some of them have mini factories in Lagos or in Ogun State, where the materials they bring, they have to feed it to those small factories, mini factories. And some of them do exports. I mean, take it here and drive it through smuggling across the border because they have stores in both Lomé and in Cotonou, even up to Cote d'Ivoire through Ghana. So it's cheaper for them, they will not pay duty. Third, at times the duty is favorable in Lagos than the other countries, West African countries, where they push these things through. So that is why the Lagos port is viable. And Lagos State, as a government, sub-national, has nothing to do with the revenue. Nothing, absolutely nothing. But they keep on coming back with this narrative that, oh, Lagos is enjoying because of these two ports. And I tell them, no, other than maybe the car park attached to Tinkan, which is the Lagos government did it just to protect the roads, the Osho, the express road, which the trailers park on and mess up terribly. So I just hope they can be listening, because that is the value of this platform to those people who keep on pushing false narrative. Thank you, Paddy.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Baba, if there's even anything, I think Lagos has even suffered more in recent times from that Baba traffic and the bad roads than even them even making gains. But people always say what it is that that they need to say. I think those are probably the things that I remember. If there's any other points, maybe Choma can remind me. I can chime in before I step out. So Choma, is there any other topic that you want to cover?
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask you a question because you were very critical of Obi's speech. So I was wondering, were you like were you judging by his articulation or by the content of his speech? Because I listened to parts of it and everything sounded correct. Like, everything, even what he said about the superhighway. So is it like you're listening to his voice, or you don't like his voice, or the way he speaks, his diction, his use of English? Like, what's the problem? I mean, why don't you give constructive criticism, like saying something like, oh, what he said about this was not true, or that is not true, but you were just talking about his,
Was
his
I, Choma?
rhetoric.
Was I? If I remember, I think I was in support of his speech. I said it was timely. I said it was good. I said we needed a strong opposition. I said, I mean, I think I agreed with what he said. The only thing I said that question was the delivery of it. That he appeared to me as though he wasn't well prepared, and then he took away the authenticity of his voice. So if I'm reading a speech and in that same speech I'm sloppy at some point, I'm skipping some words, I'm struggling to pronounce words that I, quote unquote, should have written, and it takes away the validity of it. It makes it seem as though someone just gave it to me to read. So
Yeah, but
if that's it. I think that's valid. No, it's not. It's not about stuttering. I remember if you probably remember what I said. I said when he speaks off the cuff, he tends to deliver better. I know I did mention that he delivers better when he's speaking. When he's speaking off the cuff.
yeah,
But that speech, towards the end of the speech, it took away the authenticity of it. And so for me, it started sounding as though they gave him a speech to read. Even one man called it out. Okay, now you've just read something that even you yourself do not believe in. But if you had, practiced the speech, read like 2 or 3 times, when he's reading, it will flow better. He remembers the words. And then I can believe him that he genuinely wrote it himself because he means it. But if you're reading a speech that someone prepared for you, and you just come in to just say because it's expedient, it takes away that validity. And I think that's what I struggled with.
yeah.
I
But
question.
have you heard Tinubu's speech in the past?
Yeah, what's the?
But compared to Obi's speech, I mean, you should even have you shouldn't even criticize Obi if you heard Tinubu's speech. I mean, I think
So,
he was. I
so
heard Obi clearly.
okay. The difference now is that for Tinubu, we know for a fact that his speeches were prepared for him. We know he has a cabinet. We know he has a kitchen cabinet. We know he has a chief of staff or whomever it is. We know he has a press team that will have prepared a speech for him. For Obi's coming from an empathetic standpoint that I empathize with Nigerians. Nigerians are suffering. So I'm saying this speech to call out the government and put your attention on the people, that people are indeed suffering. But now when you're reading that suffering note and you don't even know what it is you read there, or what it is that is written there ahead, then you're not genuinely empathizing with me. I think I mean, this is pretty clear. So I'm not saying what he wrote down is bad. I'm not saying the speech timing is bad. In fact, first thing I said is I actually believe that the timing was right. I also believe that what his intention is also very genuine. The only flips side again, and I probably just said last time, is that the delivery felt like it was done in bad taste. Just the delivery, and this is just my own theory, just the way I felt it. From a vocal standpoint, I don't like Obi's voice. I mean, so but what the voice don't really matter. I struggle to hear what he says sometimes.
I don't like Tinubu's voice either. You know,
Yeah,
even some of the things he said was, I was not even, I was not, I was didn't sympathize with this, you know, the things Tinubu was saying too, how he was going to enlist Nigerian youths to the army. I mean, I don't know who wrote that for him. Instead of finding jobs for them, creating jobs, he wants to enlist them in the army. To, I mean, you see what I'm saying? So it's like you can't really.
from your accent, Chema, I would assume that you live in the US.
Yeah, and I can
You
tell that you live in the UK.
you're no, I actually live in the United States. Um,
Okay, you have a British accent.
yeah, I used to be in England.
Okay,
Um,
so I was right. But
right.
continue.
Yes. Oh, so oh yes. You don't believe that we are short staffed in our military in Nigeria. We need a heavy military workforce. We have I mean our youth population trumps every other demography we have. So we have a thriving youth population that we can maximize. Our youth core, the NYSC, was supposed to be some sort of subtle paramilitary, something you find in Germany, something you find in probably most European countries, even in Asian countries. So we need them. So Tinubu saying he's gonna have people join the military is not it's not a bad thing. In fact, it's something we should. Do you know how many reserves we have in the United States? They're not even
It
active
wasn't
duty
people.
military.
It was the youths.
Yeah,
You know,
it should be the youth. You don't want to bring. You don't want to bring.
you don't want to create jobs. You don't want to use the
The
youth for
military is a
something.
job. The military is job. It's
You
a
know what?
job.
I mean, he could create proper job for them. You know,
Like the military. That's a proper job.
so that they
Defend
can die.
defending the defend the defending the lives of other people is a job. Serving your country is a job because
He
you're gonna
wants
get
to
paid for it.
use innocent kids to fight his battles.
So
Anyway,
so tell
I
me.
don't
Oh,
know why
hold
you
on,
were
hold on.
criticized. I just
Tell
didn't
me,
like. Mhm.
tell me where a president of a country or even is at the forefront I mean, come on now, Chama. Let's have proper conversations here. The if for any recruitment you want to do, you're not going to bring 50-year-olds to join military. You're not going to bring less of myself or Drill or Tony or one man or Baba to the military. It's our youth, and we have a thriving youthful population. They have the energy. You see them in carnivals. You see them in Dirty December. Those people, you see them in NYSC. Like after 4 years of university, you can join the military. So we need those people
You don't think
to be.
finding a job, creating jobs for the youths, empowering the youths is better than using them for your battles?
But
Petty battles like the
who is
ones he
Nigeria
won.
fighting against? Nigeria is fighting
Well,
against
the time he
internal
wanted to
internal
fight with
terrorism.
Niger, remember the time he was trying to go to war with Niger?
He never wanted to go to war with Niger, Chama.
He
So
did.
Chama,
He did, but
he
he failed
never.
on.
No,
He
no,
tried. He
no,
tried,
no, 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 Chama, no, Chama,
but the Senate blocked it.
Chama,
So back
no.
to what I was saying about P2B, I don't think you should
Can I
criticize.
interject, Paddy, please, Choma?
Yeah. Before you interject me, Tony, Chama,
Mhm.
I think sometimes when we consume news in a particular way, right, we tend to stick to it. Not in any time was the
I
president
just
of
like
Nigeria going
constructive
to fight
criticism.
or start a war in Niger. Okay, it was. See, here's the thing. Yeah, one of the tenets of ECOWAS, and one thing we should always understand is that when there is a coup, it is never a good thing. Just imagine if Obi were president and there was a coup. Would you say, oh yeah, well, let Niger not interfere, or let Ghana, let Benin Republic not interfere? That's insurgency. Once there's a coup in a country, there'll be insurgency in Nigeria. Niger and Nigeria is almost borderless. In fact, it's borderless as far as I'm concerned. And once there's that kind of coup, there'll be massive influx of insurgency in Nigeria. Majority of the insurgents we have in Nigeria are said to be from Niger and Chad. So you don't expect that Nigeria will not enforce its borders. And who will be at the borders? The videos we see of people at Nigerian military, how many of them look like they are 45-year-olds or 50-year-olds? Vast majority of them are young Nigerians who are defending their country. If the moment, see, look, the things you are asking for, the barest minimum that anyone can do, even yourself or myself, is to what's it called, partake in our civic duties to defend the country. If you were born in America, maybe it's different from you, but for someone like myself that naturalized, during my oath ceremony, I had to pledge allegiance to the United States of America, that I will carry arms for the country. So either I'm a military or not, if there is war, you go carry gun. If there's one Nigeria, every UCOP member currently serving or past serving would defend the country. You must defend your land. It happened in Civil War. One of the reasons why people talk about 3 million people died during the Civil War was because they used citizens to defend the territory. It is your civic duty. At the moment you were born, once you cross 18, you must defend your land. So joining the military, what it means is that we will train you so that your chance of dying is less, and we'll also pay you for it, and you enjoy that benefit till you die. Even when you're long gone as an adult or you die during battle, your children and your wife will continue to enjoy that benefit. No one should take that away from anyone. And as a military, it doesn't mean you can't work in anywhere else again. You could be a reserve, you can get a job in the bank, you can get a job in telco, but when there's battle, when there's war, and we must defend our country. So I think maybe, Tony, you can ask that question you wanted to ask.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know that you just elaborated. You talked on those vital issues, that are confronting us. I really like your ideas there. But you know that I want to just tell you that is why we say that the country is not working, because back then when I was growing up, I used to have about 4 uncles. Some of them were, all these reserve police and military officers. There was one guy that graduated from University of Benin. He was also having a photographics studio or photo studio, and then he was a police officer in reserve. You know what I'm saying? Another one was a military officer in Ibadan. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere. But you see that the country is not going anywhere because we have just, suddenly, derailed. That's why we are saying that there's no more way forward other than just separate the country peacefully, so that we can be able to man our respective regions, and then going back home to replicate all these laudable ideas you just elaborated on, sir. So what do you think about? Do you still think that we can still rescue this country as it's currently be structured, and then even the level of disunity? You know what I'm saying? This evening I was listening to a program. You will see how the Igbo people will be say that, the Oba of Benin, the Oba of Lagos, or this, then the other one, then Benin and the Yoruba, they are attacking the Igbos, to a certain level. You see that the Calabar people, they are joining the other place, and then the other people from Delta, the Urobo, they are joining the Yoruba and the Benin race, so things are just too crazy that, what do you think? How do you think we can be able to recover from this level that we have degenerated to, sir?
All right. Okay. Tony, do you have siblings?
Yes. Of course.
Okay. Do you and your siblings, do you guys love each other?
We love each other. I know that we do have some infights sometimes, and then we settle each other, but not to this level. You know what I'm saying? Because the country is just gone.
Okay.
Because we have already intermarried with our people from the southeast. So that's why I've been saying that, okay, we should try to find a way to come together now before it is too late, so that we don't, so that we don't get to that South Sudan situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There must be. We need to, so I mean that we need to double our effort towards building bridges right now between the Southeasterners and us, so that we can be able to come together as one people against the other side.
Tony, see, let me put it like this. There's a Nigerian temperament and there's a Nigerian personality. There's something that makes us Nigerian. And that's what helps us to thrive when we're outside of our four walls. You see that, let me use the word, that agidi, that stubbornness, that egg-headedness, that thing, that edge, that brashness, that's what makes us who we are. I have 2 sisters, right? My sisters are actually very beautiful, but I would never say to their faces that they are beautiful. I call my sisters to their faces the ugliest women in the world. It is a love-hate relationship. So it doesn't mean I believe that they are ugly. I just love to tease them. the Igbos and the Yorubas and the Kanuris and the Efiks and the Bibios and the Edos, we all love each other. We do. See, whatever bands we are having a band of ego. It's not of hatred. It's just ego.
Okay. Then
Hold
why
on.
can't hold on. Why couldn't Obi become the president then?
If
You know what I'm saying? Why? Why did we allow him to be a president? Because
stop there. There's no look. Here's the thing. It is very lazy for anyone to say presidency is one particular tribe's turn. There's no point at any point in our democratic republic that we've always chosen turn by turn tribe. Because if I asked you whose turn would it be after Igbo, what would you tell me? If you say it's Igbos have not been president, the Obi wasn't allowed to be chosen as president. We've never had any Hausa president before Nigeria, and Hausas is the largest tribe in Nigeria. They have the largest population. We've never had any Hausa president. We've had Fulani.
So Babangida, Abacha, Buhari, are they not Hausa? They are Hausa now. You cannot separate Hausa from Fulani, please.
We've never had, listen to my English show. We've never had any Hausa president in Nigeria. Those people are talking about are not Hausas. And they're not presidents. Head of states are not even presidency. And the vast majority of them were actually Fulanis. Baba is there to corroborate me to let me know if I'm wrong or right. We've never had any Hausa president.
Only Tafawa Balewa, he was a prime minister.
He was a prime minister. So we've never had any Hausa president. So Hausas do and should also be president. We've never had any Ibibio presidency. We've never. So we have too many tribes that deserve to be presidency. Presidency is not selected by tribe. You must build alliances, which is what Obi is doing now. And you must have regions that will vote you in. If you're able to sell yourself, people will vote you in. But in the flip side is the same way we have Democrats and Republicans in America. We have conservatives and maybe liberals or whatever it is. In Nigeria, it's based on religion and tribe. I get it. But
they don't talk about the people like now. Please let me just tell you this: in Germany right now, all the various political parties are on campaign, on campaign mode. What they are talking about is about try to make more apartments, available to the people that you can be able to save 10%. Some political parties are say that they are going to reactivate the nuclear power plant so that the price of energy can come down. But in our whole case, you see, it is a turn of the north, turn of the of the south, turn of Muslim, Christian. That's why we said that we should just separate the country along that line. So, because we don't want to postpone this doomsday for our future generation to handle.
Even when you separate, let me give a small analogy. In Anambra State, Anambra as a state, they do Catholic or Anglican. It's the turn of this Catholic, the turn of Anglican. In that small state of Anambra, no matter how much you break it, even in my house, my children fight whose turn is it to wash the dishes. In my house here, I have my children. Oh, Dad, it's my turn to do this. No, it's not my turn to do dishes. So you'd always have that divide. Okay, here's what I'm saying. There's no, as we are today, there's almost no region that would enjoy that breakout that you're talking about. We can struggle, but we don't want to go back further from where we are coming from. We need to start moving forward. Do you think does the Southeast genuinely believe they can stand by themselves? They don't. They can't. They will struggle.
They can stand there, but you know what we are going to do. You know what we are going to do. If we separate the country, hold on, sir. Let me just come in. So if we separate the country, those people that are from Edo, from Anambra, from Lagos, those people that have been governors before they will all go on, on exile.
Okay, so can I finish speaking before you interject? What you are saying here does not exist. It can never happen. Here's the thing: once you've tasted good soup, you will not settle for less. Lagospedia. Let me just remind you. There's some random unknown face that tweeted the other day, Igbos must leave Lagos. Do you know how many Igbos were, do you know the uproar we had in Nigeria? Atiku was tweeting, Obi was tweeting, Obi Ezekwesili was tweeting, Mogalu's wife was tweeting, Sanwo-Olu was tweeting. Everybody was just panicking over just one random faceless person saying Igbo must leave. Even though some Igbos have been saying they want to leave. There's someone like you today, Tony, who is screaming every day to saying that Nigeria should break. We've tried it before, it did not work. See, look, Sudan has done it. Do you want to be a Sudanese? Would you live in Sudan? Would you leave Germany or wherever it is you're in Europe to go and live in Sudan? Is Sudan thriving? Don't interject me yet. Those countries that look, Nigeria is probably the last of its kind. I know maybe at some point that was Malaysia or Singapore, but those countries,
Eritrea left Ethiopia.
and which of them do we want to be like? Eritrea, which of them do we want to be like as a country? Are you telling me that the Igbos want to be like Eritrea, or the Yorubas want to be like Ethiopia? What we have, even though we have that political look, until we get to a point where we are beginning to have ideologically based politics, then we realize that tribe will no longer matter anymore. Davido, even though this is just a very flimsy example, Davido and Chima's wedding was celebrated like it was Prince Charles marrying Princess Diana all over again. Like, the country took pride in it. We have a very mixed multicultural way, and the rivalry is just between two people who have the same energy. The Igbos feel like they are above and beyond. The Yorubas will be like, no, we no go agree. The Hausas and the Kanaris are having their own divide. Even in Edo State, you have Auchi people fighting people from maybe Akoko Edo. So there will always be that divide. There will always be somebody who feels like, no, it's on this. The good thing is that one thing that I like about Nigeria is that Nigeria has still allowed us to retain our cultural identity. It did not wash it off. We didn't replace it with maybe Islam alone, or we didn't replace it with something very, very Western, or maybe Portuguese or something. Whilst we have our religion, we still retain that authenticity of vast majority of our tribes. Tribal politics is something that
was that a good thing or a bad thing for us?
Oh, it's a good thing.
Okay.
It's a good thing because it's good because now at some point we can decide to look for what we can drop. Look at what Yoruba is doing today in international space. We already begin to sell that Nigerian persona. People outside of maybe the Yoruba space cannot. They just call it the Nigerian. Very soon the Igbos will catch up. They've done it in Hollywood. The Igbos always play catch up. The flimsy side is that they probably want to force their way into it, but which they don't need to. All you need to do is look at how did these people do it. Let's do it our way as well too. The North have their own lifestyle as well too. I mean, the political North, or in the far up North, there's the Middle Belt identity as well that people are trying to thrive from. Even in the Middle Belt, where do you want to be? In the Middle Belt, there are literally 2 Yoruba states. There's Kogi and Kwara. Where do you want to put them? There's bios.
There's no harm in trial, my friend. The problem with you and Babati right now. Hold on. You guys are just the fear. Hold on. The fear of the unknown. Let's separate this country. They will know the country according to our system. You know what I'm saying? Regional basis.
Tony, stop acting like someone that is inebriated. In our history, we were never a country. Yeah. What's that?
Be nice to Tony. I'm the only one that can talk to him like that.
How was I rooting?
Tony, yeah. Okay, just let me talk to him.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Tony, let him finish. Okay? No more interjection, please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Here's the thing here. In our history, we're different kingdoms and different empires and whatnot in the past. We've been divided before. Right. And in doing those divides, we went a thriving history. Only few people, we can only point out very minimal history. We were fighting wars like no man's business. The Oyos were fought off from the old Oyo Empire down to where we currently represent Oyo Day today. The Hausas were fought off by the Fulanese. The Edos or the Benis were fighting, the Gala. They were fighting the Igbos. The Igbos were fighting the Bantus from Cameroon. There was war. so that's separate. Do you think there won't be war today? In fact, many of the lands that you think are yours today, do you think the Igbos will not fight Ikore? Are Igbos not claiming that there's a Delta Igbo, even though there's a massive River Niger in between them? Who will own which land? The Abia of today was not originally belonged to the Igbos. It was belonged to people, the old people from Calabar or the Effiks. Are they gonna get their lands back? So the divide you think is yours is not yours. Many of the things that have emerged today that was the military have done, who's going to own them back? So we think we're just going to have an amicable divide. Everybody will just take your land back. No, because some people say, look, okay, this land we let it go because Nigeria said we should let it go. Was the old Western region not part of Delta State? Was it not part of Delta State? So what's going to happen to? Do you think Ilorin will not fight again, the Yorubas again for part of it, for that Ilorin land? So we don't create something that you don't know. It is easier for us as of today to make it work than any other thing. The people who will make that divide, right, are partying together, they are lobbying together, they are friends. It's people like yourself and myself and diaspora that are feeling maybe a bit disgruntled. They are probably, we feel like we'll have done better in Nigeria if we were in Nigeria. Okay, if I ask you, Tony, now, if you go back to your Edo, where you're from, what would you go and be doing in Edo? What would you be doing in Edo that you can't do today? If we ask Simon Ekpa, what would he be doing in his Biafra that he couldn't have gone there today? What would you say? So if they tell me now what you do in Edo differently that you can't travel back home to go and do. Tell me the business or the idea that you want to implement in Edo today that you couldn't have done, that you would even do better with 200 million potential customers than the 30 million that you enjoy in Edo, that they all won't even buy from you. You have neighbors that won't buy from you, that won't buy your product. Last night I was listening to the replay between Chioma, probably BT, Ola, and a few people, and the two ladies, and they're talking about doing business back at home and how some people have lost their investment. You've lost investments in a potential market of 200 million. What do you think we'll do if you now reduce that population? How rich do you think the Igbos will be if they only sell to themselves in Southeast? The reason why we say Igbos are very rich, they're very entrepreneurial, is because they have a market to go to. There's a market somewhere else. There's a market in the north. There's a market in the southwest that people will buy from you. You can't sell only to yourselves. Look at all the countries around us and look at how poor they are. Look at Chad. Look at Niger. Look at Benin Republic. Look at Cameroon. They are all poorer than us. So you want us to now become those countries again? Come on, man.
Paddy, so why do you think we preach, or what do you think we preach, like this ethnic supremacy? Is it a form of protecting your own self from the country? Or why do we do that? Why do you think people preach or give off this vibe of ethnic superiority, like or supremacy, like in Nigeria? Why do you think they do that?
It's because we've all grown to become that very liberally exposed people. The people who are the largest noises of are between three tribes. In fact, two. And we know them. It's the Yoruba and the Igbos. They're the loudest. Edo is just joining them. And sometimes Port Harcourt is just joining. Those are even small minorities. You don't hear the Hausas do these kind of things. You don't hear the Fulanis do this kind of. They do that politically. It's just two people. And these two people are the best friends. Those two, they are inseparable. Those same two tribes. Tell them to separate from each other, and you see what will happen. So here's the thing there. We've gone to a point. I believe that Nigeria got exposed so rapidly. Remember, our rapid growth into exposure did not start in the 60s or 70s. Our rapid growth into exposure started in the 90s, or maybe in the 80s. During the military era, we were all cowering. The politics we had before was when there was the NCNC politics, AD politics and the likes. And once that era died off due to military supremacy, he came back again. And there's something I always say to my friend that are Igbos, that Igbos are not proud. Igbos just have a persona of things fall apart. Chinua Achebe, Okonkwo. That Okonkwo's, that the way Okonkwo and Chinua Achebe wrote of Okonkwo personality is what the Igbos have taken as this is who we are. The Yorubas don't have their own too. This is we are stubborn. This is we lie. We are all meek. How come we've not gotten? How come there's not in today in 2024 or 2025? We've not had that the one Igbo guy slapped on Yoruba person and the guy that there was war.
Yeah, no, because Paddy, like 10, 20 years ago, when somebody says, oh, they're superior in this field, and we know it's not true, we just usually laugh it off like this is just an unserious individual. We usually don't respond to those kind of things.
Yeah.
And this is the first time I'm hearing people talk about, oh, we have this too, we have that too. That's not the Yoruba way. We don't usually respond to those kind of.
Yes.
So I'm like, what changed?
It's the pushback and then this slandering that's coming with it. So remember, before it was just more of pride around what you have. Now it's no longer like you can't even take pride of what you have again. We must condemn you. I think that was what happened last time I was on the show, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. I had a little bit of a bust, and I was saying that look, there's a point it gets to when you begin to chastise me and insult me, it starts to trigger me. I think that's what we are beginning to have. We are beginning to have people saying,
so it went far beyond from I'm better than you that then questioning your
yeah, exactly. So it's not like so you hear people you will hear people who will post videos of Ibadan and say, oh, look at Ibadan, it's a very dirty place.
Okay, so we don't mind you saying you have ABC on, they just don't.
No.
Oh, like they're not taking it. Okay. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Brag all you want to brag. Like, do you know there are people who will question a Yoruba movie for being a Yoruba movie? There are the Nigerians in Nigeria who will be saying, how dare Yorubas only put their movies on Netflix? Who is stopping Igbo? Is that there's literally an Igbo movie on Netflix where the this apprenticeship stuff, and it was watched.
Yeah,
no, but in fact, we all consume these things back. We all consume these things back.
Everybody's favorite actor. Everybody's favorite actor in Nigeria in the 90s was Kanayo with all this blood money. He was an Igbo guy. We didn't say because he was Igbo.
Village at the Master was a bang in Nigeria. Chief Zebuzaya and Jege Shokoya. That was a reflection of what Nigeria was, and we all loved it. There was Hausa, there was Igbo, there was Yoruba, there was Calabar, and we all loved it. Nobody, I mean, it was a blend. Alias 430. I beg you for it. The people, we exchange each other's cultures. Shina Peters, one time, sang a song that said, the Igbos and the Hausas are the ones who are playing this music the most. So these things, but what we then did, we now had like a new renaissance of teenage people who just wanted to just enjoy that braggadociousness. And maybe people just have a way of just venting out their own, whatever is. And then again, and I'll say this, maybe many people will disagree, the Nnamdi Kanu factor has also done some very disservice. And at the initial beginning, Nnamdi Kanu had a collective southern audience. He was for Yoruba, he was for Igbos, he was for Edo, he was for everybody. All of a sudden, Lord Jonathan lost, and then he became a divide. He started rhetoric like any Igbo person that goes to church.
I saw a video of him in London protesting, talking about his love for Nigeria years ago.
Yeah, so like, everybody was fine. I mean, look at Chuma on one man show every night defending Baba. And is Chuma not Igbo anymore? Is Baba not Yoruba anymore? So we don't hate each other. Like some of my and I hate to use the examples because it feels like a white man saying I have a black person.
Yeah, you have black friends.
Yeah, but majority of my friends are, in fact, my most performing staff is an Igbo lady. My most performing. And she took over from a Yoruba person that was trash. So I think I'm saying so. But here's the thing. But the person who gave her the opportunity to perform is a Yoruba person, which is myself. So I look, tribalism is something that we all share deep within our houses. We have implicit. Look, here's the thing. Implicit bias is okay. Tribalism is perfect. It's bigotry that is the issue.
Right.
Everybody should. I mean, tribalism is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Everybody loves it.
But yeah, tribalism is not a bad thing. Like I agree with you. Like bigotry is the problem. Shouldn't our law then reflect that reality then?
So the flip side is that our law cannot reflect something you say on the inside.
At least close to that.
Yes.
Okay, so, we know that we're different people, but we still have to work together.
So
we are all one, which is not true.
I was hoping that the orientation ministry will start doing something around that, but unfortunately they are unable to. Maybe because it's very strong, maybe because they still need it for politics. But here's the thing: the moment we do that kind of thing, there'll be very many people that will no longer be able to. So here's the thing: if we had used tribalism, someone like Fashola would never have been governor. If you had used tribalism in the same way, many of the technocrats we have in executive positions would no longer be there because we start living to segments or buckets of tribes, right? Even in Lagos divide, even the last Lagos election, they're breaking into tribes. The Igbos wanted Gbadebo because Gbadebo identified half of him is Igbo, not because he had experience. There's no state, and as I said it boldly, there's no state in Southeast that will allow Gbadebo to represent them. In fact, there's no local government. Let me go that granular. That will allow Gbadebo to come.
It's like the show where they say he has no political experience.
He has no experience in anything. He's not done one thing to say this is what. In fact, we don't even have a building to say he was the architect of this building. But yet, wanted to impose him on
Lagos.
Lagos.
Lagos is not a state that you can afford to put an inexperienced.
Exactly.
It's too big of an economy.
It's too big for an economy. And I keep asking, what exactly were those people who supported him? What were they hoping to get differently? Do they think that Gbadebo being governor would have had chaos in the entirety of the state? It would have been disastrous. Look at Lagos today. Lagos has now become a destination for December. That's tourism in a traffic-packed place. So there's tourism. People are still coming. It's like New York. We're beginning to have fireworks. We're beginning to have Madison Square Garden vibes in Lagos. Everybody should be taking pride in it. We don't need to break what is working. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But people felt like, look, if we have this guy there, he will favor us. We can maybe buy more land, buy more asset. Nobody will terrorize us. Here's the thing there. Even Lagos State, okay, I remember the last time I was on the show. Maybe I'll wrap it up here. Ekene was arguing with me, right, that Alaba International is having new buildings, and those buildings are being built by Igbos, and he was taking pride in it. And I was just smiling in my mind on the back show. The reason those buildings are being built is because a Yoruba government said the ones you had before were old and they need to be refurbished. When the government said these Alaba buildings are old, break them down, what were they saying? Oh, it's because you are Igbos, that's why they're asking you to break the building. And the government is saying, no, these buildings they're already sinking. Break them down, get a new approval, and build a new big one. Same Ekene that made a video for one man show. He made a live video. We saw his face saying these buildings are being broken out, they're being shattered because they lost election. He's the same person that has not come back again in less than 2 years to say the new buildings are fantastic, built by Igbo people. Doesn't make any sense. So policies will always be policies, right? But development is always development. There's nobody that has told any Igbo person to not live in Lagos. The only thing we've said is, whilst you're living in Lagos, whilst you're doing your day-to-day, don't insult me and don't make me look stupid. An African American will tell the same thing. The African Americans who are fighting Nigerians or Africans saying, when you come here, don't call us lazy because you don't know our struggle. Don't call the Igbos will tell you about Yoruba people they're lazy. Yoruba people are dirty. They say it. Yoruba women are ugly. Yoruba women smell. Come on, man. Who is not dirty? Is there any place where anybody is not dirty? If you go to markets where the women there are selling pepper and they're selling meat, you see them not usually be dirty. But these same people are the ones that they will do party. Their culture is Owambe. You will not insult that culture and say, oh, Yorubas are using their money to go and do Owambe. Meanwhile, Igbos spray money even more than Yorubas. So don't insult me is what I'm asking for. Don't make me feel foolish for being your neighbor. I shouldn't feel offended because we are both countrymen. I shouldn't. And that's not hard for anyone to ask. If I start insulting Igbos today, Choma will unmute her mic because she feels uncomfortable with it. So why is my uncomfortability okay and yours isn't? That's what I'm asking for. And for the most part, Yorubas have been taking it because we all thought, nothing, Jerry. Maybe it's just, do. Oh, Shebi is just Mama Chinedu. Shebi is just, just a maker, nothing, Jerry. We are friends. We'll eat together. We'll eat Unkobi together. We'll eat Isyewu together.
But
back from the same bar.
I think the last election really changed that dynamics. Like that really just I think they had enough of that.
Do you know why?
Because even Chinedu, even the guy that was running for office was time to question the culture. That labeling Eyo and Egungun as demonic.
Exactly.
That's what took it over the top. Like, wait, hold on. Now you're taking that. I think they went too far with the whole narrative.
Yes. So the difference in the nuance of that last election was that for the first time, right, the younger, not just younger, people were now seeing. It felt like those things that were being said in people's living rooms, or said in people's, in people's bedrooms, or said in secrecy, was now being said outwardly. And that was what triggered very many people. So here's the thing, you find someone like a Joker Silva, who just said, "Oh, I just want to support Tinubu," for whatever reason that she'd had. Maybe Tinubu gave up, her husband money when he was sick. Probably he paid for their surgery, and he didn't come out to say it. And they were wishing her husband dead because one person dared to say this is what she wanted to do. Same thing with Tony Abraham. In fact, Tony Abraham, she's not even Yoruba. She's Edo, but they thought she was Yoruba. She started cussing her child. So he felt like, look, how come you can say you want Obi? I can't say I want Tinubu. And in fact, they started calling them bigots for you wishing somebody else. So that changed the dynamic. So it's almost as though your friend started hitting on you because to the average political obedient Igbo person saw you choosing Tinubu as anti-Igbo.
But if they chose Igbo, then it's because they love Nigeria and they're picking the competent person. It wasn't because it was Igbo. Look, so it was a double standard, and I was like, come on.
Of course. See, yeah. I mean, it's very actually untrue and unfair, right? I guess so. If the argument are retained, Tinubu was old, Obi was younger, we needed youth, yes. If the argument are maintained that the Igbos felt like, let him have an Igbo president for a change. In fact, that was what.
But the issue I had was, what they were promoting was that they wanted change, and they didn't want somebody that has been part of the old order. And I'm like, wait a minute, Obi is part of that old order. So what they were preaching about anti-corruption, the need for a new system, A, B, C, D, and D, was like a show lane, right? But what they were preaching and what they were presenting did not match. Mm-hmm. That was the issue I had. Like, I hear what you're saying as an obedient, but the guy that you're presenting does not even match what you're preaching. That was the issue I had with them.
That's politics now. You look, there are people who will tell you Trump is the person that humbles in America, and we all know Trump was. I mean, the 4 years away, it was a disaster. Do you understand? Like, people forgot recently that Trump was one of the worst presidents we've had in modern time, and they still again.
Be mindful of who you are talking to. You are talking to one of his disciples.
It doesn't matter. I mean, we see, we experienced it, right? The things we are suffering right after Trump, like the COVID was bad. I mean, the money was good for those who made the money.
So, Patty, I enjoyed your submission. It was excellent, But moving forward, right? We're not going to repeat any tribal rhetorics like, oh, Igbos called Yoruba this or Yoruba called Igbos this, because some people probably haven't heard it, and we don't want it to be something they heard first time from this show. You get my point? So, but that was an excellent submission. So I'm going to give you maybe 2 minutes to round up. Is that okay, Patty?
Oh, I'm even done. I just know that there's nothing that I said that was new to anyone, except they're plain oblivious. But again, I was speaking to what's been said, not what actually is. So, but I hear you. I mean, I guess the sensitivity of trying to protect the network, the channel. But I mean, I love good people. So as long as, again, I think maybe I'll just wrap it up with this, right? The only thing that we need in Nigeria is us supporting whomever. Whatever, I think I will say one of the only reason I prefer a Tinu presidency is what I believe he's doing right now is breaking that that we've had. We need someone who is very daring. Buhari, that I thought was going to be daring, ended up not being daring. Obasanjo tried a little bit. Good luck, couldn't. Yaradra spent a few years. So we need someone who can break the hegemony so that we can have technocrats who will rule us right after he's gone.
Paddy, you know what? OBJ could have achieved more, could have done all this, but his third term ambition was what destroyed his presidency.
Yes.
He could have done all these things, but his thought is need to run for term that I think really kind of screwed up his second term because he was so fixated on running for that term. But But when you start to see all this new alliance in the North Party, what do you think about? I saw this thing a couple of days ago where they want to bring back the old Gongola state. They're forming an alliance now, like they want to come back and they want to break away from the Iowa core North. You're starting to see the middle belt, they don't want to have anything to do with the core North anymore. They want to have their own, because like I said earlier, Kwara and Kogi are screwed. Because when it comes to numbers and allocation, the North will tell you, well, we have more numbers. But when it's time for presidency or to, first of all, the North Central is screwed. Second of all, if you're from Kwara, then you become Yoruba all of a sudden. You no longer nothing anymore. So because Saraki will always be seen as a northerner when it comes to allocation, power sharing, right? But when it comes to them benefiting in that same political system, then it becomes a Yoruba all of a sudden. Even if it's in the north, so it's screwed.
Yeah, to your point, I think that's probably one of the. I skipped on mentioning that point when Tony had asked the question. That one of the reasons why we play tribe is solely for numbers. It's not because of policies. So the North will say we are Arewa. Arewa literally means north. So we are north because we have these numbers, and that numbers is what gives them that thing to negotiate on the table. Now, one thing that Tinubu understands, and this is just my assumption, is that he knows how to break them into different buckets. Say, look, you guys use these numbers, but it's only the Northwest that's been enjoying that, the success of this numbering. Obi did something that was very, very remarkable. Obi broke it as well to the much it could. Unfortunately, I don't think it can be sustained. So now with this regional, what's it called? There's this thing that Tinubu is doing. There's this regional development commissions that's been set up. He's clearly separating everyone from each other. So the North Central, the Northeast, Northwest, South, and everybody would develop your zone, which is almost as though we are going back to a quote unquote a quasi regional government, and see what it is you can do there. Once everybody has a sense of development, right? Elections will start be based on policies.
But didn't you notice what Tinubu is doing lately? I mean, people are not paying attention. First of all, this guy, every zone now has their own commission now.
Yeah.
Second of all, those universities up north, the Zaria one, this guy split them into 6.
Yeah.
So every region now has their own
universities. Yeah.
Their own my university.
By the way, the deputy speaker was eulogizing Tinubu for creating that regional agency stuff. And then they kept attacking this man on the social media about him being a stooge and being a pawn and being a. I was just like, this is the only person you have at the center for now, and he's in the position of power, and yet you are criticizing him. You're
because it's not about thinking. Look at
it's so pathetic, man.
They've always talked about the seaport, like they don't have seaport. Guess who was with Tinubu a few days ago? The governor of Akwa Ibom, and that's the one they really want. And the reason that they did not get that part is because there's a court case that they had issues with, some court issue. And he said, I'm here to talk about Tinubu. I'm like, why can't you focus on that and help in that situation? No, there's no conspiracy theory that nobody wants to have a port in that area. That's not true. But for some reason, that's kind of, for some reason, some people just really don't want to have
port or no port. There are so many states, there are so many countries with landlocked demography, and they still enjoy some level of prosperity. What has port got to do with? You can
I was kind of, one man was here. There was this guy that was blabbing his mouth on the Rise TV that I wanted him to bring on this channel. Very smart economist, but I think it's in Apobian because it was talking about this deliberate attempt by Yorubas and Northerners to prevent them from having a seaport in the east. And I'm like, why did you let this guy talk about it? And this your girlfriend on Arise was saying yes.
What does that one even know?
I'm like, who is this? And I'm like, just look at your governor, look at the moves he's making in Akwa Ibom. They have court cases barring that from happening. Why can't you guys focus on facts?
But the common sense is this: you can't have a seaport without a sea. You can have at least a river port. You can have a land port, but you can't have a seaport. So because you're not by the sea, the lands by the sea, like Lagos didn't do anything to have a seaport. They were just based at the sea.
The guy was mad. Do you know why? Do you know why he was upset? Lagos is now building a third port in Badagry now, and he's like, "Why is it only Lagos?" I'm like, "It's a state project. It's not
a state project. Yeah.
Why can't you?"
Actually, it's a joint project, not state only.
No, but I'm saying that they have to go. How it works is, I'm a state. I will go get a foreign partner. Once I bring the foreign partner in, the federal government will now match my own funding. But the issue they have is that no foreign partner so far is willing to invest in that part of the country, because to them it's not viable, economically viable. It's not viable. So that's how it works.
Two, there's a Lekki deep sea port and then the one in Badagry. So it's just one. Ogun State is trying to build his own too, but Ogun State
wants to build his own too.
Odo wants to build his own too, yeah. So, but I believe that port is a lazy way of escaping production. We as a country, we need to start producing more. If the port is to export more than import, then I'm fine. But if everyone is bringing import, because they want to keep importing, I don't think Nigeria's going to get better.
It sounds both ways. Paddy, it sounds both ways. As a matter of fact, having a port as a channel is a very good plus when it comes to economy.
Oh, for sure.
It opens up a lot of avenue to trade, to what have you. But when you have to transport, but like you said, Babati, if states could come up with such innovation, the federal is ready to throw their weight behind them. But because of their laziness and their attitude towards, futuristic developmental projects like that, they would just pocket the money and walk away as if
this morning, maybe people don't even know. They just approved the. They have the Lagos Ibadan Railway, right?
Yeah, baby.
They've approved the Ibadan to Ilorin to Jeba one now. That's the next one they're gonna do. Because
guys.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, guys. So, Mr. Adewale, you're next on your submission on the headline. P2B holds a grand conference. I don't know if you got a chance to listen to his speech. I would love to hear your opinion on that.
Who, me?
So, yeah, you're next, Mr. Adewale, your submission.
Oh, well, by the way, good evening, everybody. I'm always been a late comer, but I've been on with the show since the beginning. By the way, what's his name? Our brother in Lagos is contesting again in 2027. Your brother, what's his name? Chinedu.
Okay.
One man's cousin.
Gbadebo.
Whatever. We will soon change his name to Tony. What's his name? Okotiebo. He said he's contesting. So how old would he be by then? 50? How old? But he's the son of the soil. He has the right to contest. But I'm wondering, is he going to be on the same platform of Labour Party in Lagos State? I don't know. But Bati, do you know if he's going to be on Labour Party?
It might be PDP.
He was in PDP before.
So is he moving back to PDP now?
Most likely, because it was this guy, former governor of Ondo. What's his name? That PDP lord in Lagos. That was what's his name? You know him now.
Oh, PDP in
Lagos. The old guy.
Mimiko.
George.
Brother George.
I told him because they wanted him to stay in PDP, but because your guy, the Jandor, didn't want to pick him as a VP.
No.
They told me, okay, go and tie your lock in Labour. He was supposed to run with Jandor. But Jandor picked his side chick now. Don't even put that name on there. You know how that went. So
are you sure they are side chicks and side
Okay. Hello, guys. Hello. Excuse me. So Yomi, do you have any opinion on the speech? on the headline? Because I want to get
thank
through
you,
the headline
Shoma.
and you guys can have a conversation.
I
Because
thought
I
it
don't
was
want
my
you guys
turn.
to
Why are you
drag
moving
on.
to Tony?
I know, but you're not speaking on the headline, right? So I was thinking I want people that want to speak on the headline, then we can have the casual conversation later because I don't want to take up other people's time that are waiting.
But it's my time. Why must you go to another person, whether that is side talks or the main topic? I've just started my conversation and I'm starting on the lighter note and you're jumping to Tony. You have called Tony then to start his own analysis instead of calling me.
No, Tony already spoke. It's Yomi that I wanted to speak on the headline.
What else to add to what has been said before? Whoever put him through to that press conference actually did not do him or did him a disservice because number one, it was just ill advised. Because I'm trying to wonder what was the rationale behind that. Okay, it's trying to address in Nigeria as alternative to the incumbent to the current administrations, but he addressed the press without providing any tangible solutions. The speech itself, like Patty said it, at the point I was wondering, did he ever go through the speech in the first place? Because when you are reading a speech that is not convincing enough, and the point you're trying to raise is not actually has nothing to, or is nothing new in it, then people are going to be disinterested. And I can tell you or assure you, except the media that will try to echo maybe one or two lines from the speech itself, nobody is going to remember that tomorrow, except the blogger, their one punchline stuff. However, somebody brought up a discussion about the IDP stuff that the president should go to the IDP camp. First and foremost, IDP camp has become a cash carrying cash cow investment in Nigeria. Those people are in those camps because they know what they are getting from the government, and perhaps maybe their own state government told them not to move. Because I wonder why somebody would remain in the camp for more than 2-3 years and decided not to move. There are so many places people could move to. People will say, well, they have a connection to the ancestral land and want to be there. But if you look at it, not that those people that chase them out of it actually retain it or live there. No, but they choose not to go back. And I think it was Babati that said that presidency, or was it a party, that president doesn't just move around the city like that. And besides, some of the information getting to them has already been filtered. So it's not somebody that you can just come about in the main road. I wish he does that just like American president do. Sometimes they will meet them, upon a stand by the road. But it doesn't just happen that way. Although they have their own grassroots intelligence that usually get to them from time to time, but it doesn't work that way. And I hope if he ever become a president, he wouldn't dare to try, because Nigeria is not safe. No matter who we claim to love him, when it comes to security of the presidency, can never be compromised in a way, because the Secret Service will not even allow that. But apart from that, I don't know how he's trying to measure the presidency's understanding of what is prevalent in the country. The presidents have acknowledged so many times, even in his speech during the New Year's speech, he acknowledged that the country is going through the rough path, but it is necessary because most of the way we used to live before, the rent-seeking way of life, we cannot continue that path. And we have tried it and we've tested it, and we've just felt that the government should continue to hand off everything to us. I spoke with a couple of family members back home during the Christmas, and I can tell you, Babati, I'm sure you are familiar with the Alagbado, Jayi, Joko area, stuff like that.
Yep.
Those places don't used to have regular lights before. I know that for a fact. As a matter of fact, I detest going to those areas in those days because in the early 90s, I just don't like going over there. And I had family members that lived there. But when I call the family members now, they told me that, look, they have to off their deep freezers and a couple of items in the house because it's consuming electricity. It was being supplied of the energy, but they can't afford to be paying because it's giving them at an exorbitant price. But so I was quick to remind them that, look, when you want services, it's going to be provided at a premium price, and you should be ready to pay the price. Now, in the past, we used to have people tapping and illegal connection here and there, and the federal government owned power supply there, what do you call it, NEPA, was more or less like a charity company. But now you have a private discourse, and they're the ones supplying the distribution and all that. But this is the way the country is set on a path of growth. And to me, yes, government is not. People can criticize. Obi has constituted himself as alternative to the current administration, and he can criticize. But when you criticize, I expect him to provide an alternative. The superhighway road, just like when 12 Million Bridge was built, before Babangida completed it, there were a lot of investment that has gone into it. At this conception stage, it was time to be a what did they call it?
White elephant project.
White elephant, drainage, whatever you can call it. It was only the Eco Bridge, I think. Eco Bridge then that was, and there were a lot of traffic in Lagos. And you see, and I like the way, because Lagos is a very good state to mirror Nigeria, the way things are. And south part of the country tend to benefit more from this Tinubu's presidency, especially that super highway. Reason being is that it opens up that area. That is the farthest part of the country when it comes to the southern part. But how do you bridge that gap to connect them to the middle so that they too can be part of the country? Look, especially during this festivity, you know how much it will cost to travel all the way down to Calabar or to all those far area. But when you have a road, a network that actually able to connect, you don't have to go through all those rigmaroles, old roads, dilapidated one. Yes, those ones are supposed to be maintained, but if you look at this super highway, the purpose is to shorten the distance of traveling, add to the standard of life or living, and then makes transportation of goods and services more faster and close that bridge. And you will see that people can work, especially those who are going to be on the axis of where that road is going to pass through, will benefit more. I don't expect any serious opposition to criticize the government, on that project. But the only thing that we expect opposition to criticize is the amount expended to build that bridge. I expect the opposition to be more, hitting home on that more than the bridge itself. Because it's not just the bridge.
They don't have the capacity to criticize it too now. So it's just because of the lack of capacity to critic. That's why they just criticize without objectivity.
Without alternative. No, it's okay. You are right. And one thing is that so many futuristic developmental projects usually come across like a stupid idea. Who would have thought that when the Third Mainland Bridge was conceived, it will benefit Lagosians or Nigeria generally? At that moment, people were, in fact, thank God that it happens during the military era, or the completion happened during the military era. So many people's houses that were destroyed, especially those areas in the, what do you call it? In the Wodonshoki area, as it's going to, when you go to South Yaba area and stuff like that. You will see that so many people complained, so many houses were destroyed. But today now, everybody enjoys it. So I expect that, for Obi to have decided to address the press because he trying to make himself relevant as somebody that can be reckoned with when it comes to the politics. I haven't seen him playing politics other than just being, you know, Santa Claus, or in the local language for that Christmas, dashing out kanga, called borehole every corners, every here and there. Look, people are going to take your money because they believe you are not going to remember them. Politics is local. Bobo Boala mentioned or said something then when he came on our show, or this one man show, I call it our show, and he said there was a day somebody visited Tinubu, and during that meeting, and he said, and the individual said something, and Tinubu said, "Look, okay, no problem," and he picked up his phone and called somebody in the north, a local grassroots person, and that person gave him all the information that he needed, and he said, "Look, see, if I needed something, I know where to go to, I know where to." So, to me, that is where politics lies. I was listening to what is this guy's name? Something Obilo. He run a program on Splash TV and some other. I think he also has a podcast, and he was talking about the current or state affair, and he was talking about power. I was watching that program, Killing, in my office today, and it's just people don't understand the dynamic of power acquisition in this part of the world. It's different from where we are used to, the Western world. Power grabbing, power acquisition in the third world is always about fight, always about struggle, always about whatever you can think of it. And look, opposition or non opposition, whoever is in power is an incumbent, has enormous power vested in their hand, and they use it, whether with fair for them or, now using it like Jonathan. But this current administration has shown, and that was the reason why they these days decided to name him as the man of the year or the person of the year, because what he has done, number one, is to re-strategize. We can't continue to live in a rent-seeking economy like we used to do, where everything has to be subsidized simply because, yes, we do this, we do that. Come to think of it, the Warri Refinery that will be reported to be working, a lot of people doubted whether it was genuine or real or not real. I mean, I don't blame them. Everything that comes from government these days has to be reevaluated and taken with a pinch of salt. But the audacity that our referred head of government, I'm talking in the person of Olusegun Obasanjo, had to have questioned the current administration's statement about those refineries. Yes, he failed. He failed when he was the head of government, when he had to call one of the operators of NNPC, what do we call them, Shell, and also asked the indigenous individual to take over the company. Obasanjo cannot feign ignorance by saying that he doesn't know the level of corruptions and infighting that happens within NNPC. NNPC was like, and it's still the cooking pot, or how should I call it now? The pot where there's too many goodies inside it. His own what do you call it?
Sorry, Adewale, let me just, if you don't mind, let me just do interjection. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
You see, that NNPC that you just mentioned now remind me of something. When we are out trying to condemn one opposition for the other, that is where we make mistake. When Yar'Adua was about to reverse what Obasanjo did that time, this is the exact way how people came out. They started criticizing, they were selling to their family, blah, 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 blah. To the point that, at a particular point in time, Yar'Adua was just playing to the masses. Because that's one of the most dangerous things that a leader can do when everything, there are some things that masses will talk about.
True.
See?
True. You're completely right.
So if you're a leader, you know the right thing. The masses may not even necessarily know the right thing for them. They just play to the emotion.
Or those petroleum marketers and those importing it are also parts of the people pushing for government not to sell it there so that their business will continue.
Exactly. Because look at that time, if Yadu had not reversed that thing, it would have been totally a different situation today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
A new refinery is easier. They did the same thing.
But why do you think it did? Why? What?
Because it was pandering to those
voice of the
voices, all those indecision. He wanted to be popular. He wanted to be like being accepted in a way. But a leader will always do something that is not popular, especially something that he's truly strongly believe in. But when you are the type of dilly-dallying presidency, and Tinubu did this too. When he first came, it was like kind of like test driving, reversal of policy. Sometimes when it's too much of outcry, but he stood his neck out and stood his gun when it comes to this removal of subsidies and what do you call it, foreign exchange stuff. So those policies, especially the one that they believed in, and I expect the governments to be proactive, not reactive, because if you are reactive, you will be taken for granted. You'll be seen or portrayed as a weak government, and it's not done that way.
I'm even expecting average educated person in Nigeria to even understand that removal of floating of naira. You saw someone yesterday that was barely working on his food that could not even eat twice a day. All of a sudden, within a month, 2 months, he became a billionaire through all this forex. And you want us to be servicing. I was even explaining to some people the other time that they looted Sote, they could not even honor they could not even give the foreign investor enough forex to repatriate. You ask them to go to the market.
That was how all those airlines left the country, because they could not take their money out.
And someone is saying Tinubu has not done anything, but all those airlines, they are back. You are saying this man has not done anything. I say, okay, what did he do with subsidy money? He hasn't done anything, but he paid 30 trillion. He hasn't done anything. The debt ratio that used to be like 97% before, it's now 66%. Yes, you are saying he hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything. He has commissioned so many roads to be repaired, because you were saying, oh, why should he be doing a Lagos Calabar Coastal Road? It took you just go to the government site, go to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and do your research before you start misleading people and say, ha. You understand? All these things, you can go to the extent that, okay, you want to even know whether the Ministry of Works is lying, go to Google. Then go to Google. If you have license to use Google, go to Google and you can pinpoint a place to say, okay, like if you want to see Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, you can go to Google and see what is going on there. And people will just, because some people are very good with speech making, they can convince people, and the next thing, you start using things to lie. You understand? You start misleading people because the B is quoting data, and so what? I can see fact and figure and see you the same thing in a very bad manner, just to confuse you, and I can use the data right too. That's what people don't know. Just because of politics. Like I said there the other time, that's what we did. That we pushed Jonathan away, and we got the worst in the history bargain in Buhari. So to me,
do you think? Okay, finish that.
No, I've landed.
Do you think Obasanjo's interview was pre-recorded before the announcement of the refinery, or it was actually almost at the same time that the interview was taped? I'm thinking that maybe it happens before, because sometimes they don't usually hear their programs immediately after the interview. But I'm just saying, giving Obasanjo benefit of the doubt that the interview was conducted after the presidency, released the press about the Warri refineries coming alive. But nevertheless, whether before or after, Obasanjo is not in a position to criticize when it comes to those refineries discussion, because this man was, he failed. I don't know, except maybe it's not a shame. It doesn't have shame. There's no way or how he tried to rationalize his action in office. When he was in office, he failed. Look, these days they talk about those refineries.
No, yes, truly, we can say he failed. But there's one thing that you fail, but not intentionally. Two different things. So you can fail.
Failure is failure.
That was not your intention.
There's no rationale behind. No, failure is failure.
You say what?
Failure is failure, whether intentional or not intentional.
I know failure is failure, but sometimes you fail just because you lack capacity of that thing at that particular point in time, but not your intention. I agree with you, because it took Obasanjo almost 6 years before he woke up to the reality within the power sector. It took him to, because if he had done that on refinery in the first term, Yar'Adua would not have been able to reverse it. Nobody was able to reverse that of 90. You understand? Yeah. Nobody was able to reverse that of Nigerian Airways, because Obasanjo said he liquidated NNPC. Nigerian Airways. When they were saying I did this, he said it has to be that way because number one, the debt, everything, that there's no way that he has to finish Nigerian Airways totally. Nothing to revive there. So if he had his way, I believe that time he would not even revive. Something he tried to revive, because since that time he could have as well licensed Dangote directly instead of trying to sell this. Because if they had allowed Dangote to build refinery alongside that thing, if I had allowed power generation instead of trying to fight Tinubu to finish on that errand, if he had licensed more people to generate electricity and allow states to decide on how to generate electricity, we won't be talking of electricity by now. So looking at that, he failed around that. He failed.
Okay.
Atiku was supposed to be the one in charge of those things initially, but Atiku was busy plotting how to impeach and take over. Yep. So by the time this man, you want to say something?
No, I agree with you that all those political intrigue that was following at that time.
So Obasanjo only performed a little bit in the second time. The first time, oh my goodness! Apart from
what I wanted to add is that,
oh my goodness,
if you recall, Ola, it was during Obasanjo's tenure that corporate Nigerians started influencing our politics.
Yes, now
like they were actually at the forefront of playing. Remember Miss Indio Kiriki? Is she still alive? Or I've not heard from her lately. Indio Kiriki. She was the one leading the pack of those corporate guys there. That was how these guys of Tony Elumelu and Co make money.
He intentionally invited them. That's why he boasts. That he made so many
people
in Nigeria.
Oh yeah, he made them. He made them a lot of money. But I was wondering, so if he could raise those millionaires and billionaires at that time, what stopped him? At least he did well in telecommunication by ensuring that it was privatized. At the inception of his administration.
I don't even understand. Good morning. What do you mean by did well on telecommunication? What investments did the federal government made in telecommunication?
No, by providing the enabling environment and allows players to come in. Remember, government was the one in charge of everything there. So
if you remember, even Ghana started their own before Nigeria. It was a global thing that time. I don't know anything special.
This idea of global thing.
I know you are an Obasanjo defender. What I'm saying, let me finish what I'm saying.
The kind of This is the kind
Hey,
of
but we can cite if we are talking about somebody was a president
electricity is
for.
global. Electricity is global. Airline is global. There are so many things that are global. Why don't we have electricity in Nigeria? Electricity is global.
That's a good question.
So
It's not a good question. Adewale, when he started earlier, he said Obasanjo started the electricity reform 6 years into his administration. That was a lie. If you remember, he made Bolaige the Minister of Power. And if you remember, that was wait, now let me finish what I'm saying.
No. Don't misrepresent my statement. That's what I don't want to. I said, when you gave Obasanjo, when you consider Obasanjo, I will say he failed because it took him almost 6 years before he started realizing what to do with power.
The kind of politics Obasanjo was doing that time was a bad belly politics.
Obasanjo didn't spend 16 billion. Okojo-Iweala has said this in overtime. And what's the name of this woman, Madam? What's the name of Madam? What's the name of this our Igbo woman now? Former Minister of Education. They said so even from international documents, you can't see where they spend. All those things were just political weapons. The roadmap for Nigerian power was estimated to be 16 billion over
political weapon by who? Because this $16 billion something, it was during the PDP regime that we were hearing it, not even after the APC came in. It was during the Jaradua and Jonathan regime that they are applying all these systems. We are hearing about this $16 billion. So which politics are we talking about? By who? And that time there wasn't anything like opposition. There wasn't anything like opposition in Nigeria.
No, see, Simba. I like objectivity, not just to counter things just because we want to counter. The question is this, whether PDP or whatever. So, Bode George was a PDP member, right? And he was sent to jail. So, what are you talking about? Allow me to say,
how is that one? It's bad belly.
It's pure politics.
See, because some people the fact that if Simba is the president of the country today, I will belong to the same party. Who says that I cannot set Simba up and frame things against you, despite belonging to the same political party, just to outstage you? Was Atiku not a PDP when he was bribing the National Assembly to impeach Obasanjo so that he could step in? Why was Obasanjo?
You can see the bias even in what you are saying now. Who bribed you? So we are not aware of the bribe Obasanjo also gave to the National Assembly that time when he was pursuing his third-term agenda. Ghana must go.
You can counter that Obasanjo also gave bribe. That's not the point. But the point is this: was Atiku trying to bribe his way for Obasanjo impeachment? So
no, it's not. It goes beyond
bribe. Is another thing entirely.
Allah, it goes beyond bribing. This guy was all out for war.
He was desperate. He was not even ready to even wait for his boss to finish his term.
Yeah. He was one of those people that put a pin on that third-term agenda. And people don't even realize that his third-term agenda was a carryover of the Abacha plan then. Who are those people that he was using? The likes of
Atiku was the reason Obasanjo imposed Yar'Adua upon us because that was the only person that he thought could defeat Atiku.
That's correct.
Why are you giving the excuse? That one is an excuse. How can you say Atiku was the reason why Obasanjo imposed?
He was.
Are you a politician? Simba?
In what way? So the only option that he has is there is no other person in Nigeria.
No, they both belong to the same camp. And at that time,
Simba doesn't understand.
And at the same time, he wanted somebody that can checkmate him when it comes to the North vote. And that was the reason why he purposely brought him out. So yes, you're right, Ola.
Let me tell you about something. See, today, every Baptist should even to some extent have obedience to thank. Had obedience, had Obi not come out, I strongly believe that Tinubu will not have won this election. Just get that fact. Because what did Obi do? He split the votes that should go to PDP. Now, PDM was the political machinery that Yar'Adua Senior built. And you know, when Obasanjo was picking the deputy, where he was putting the vice president, he went to that PDM to pick Atiku. Because he wanted to use that machinery too. Now, Atiku was using this machinery against him. So when they brought Donald Duke, he said Donald Duke was too young, that he would be destroyed. When they brought they said they suggested the El-Rufai. They said Obasanjo was like laughing, say the Nigerian presidency is not a shy play. So he now went to the camp of PDM because he knows that what these people want is power. So if you give one of them,
so and he went and brought somebody that I know that is sick, that is not capable, and you people are giving an excuse for him.
So no, see, that's another story entirely.
What is another story? If you want to say, okay, you bring some. So why do you bring somebody that you know that is very healed? Is not even capable of doing the work.
He wasn't thinking like you were thinking. He was thinking of somebody that could control. So stooge.
Exactly. See, now, when he did that, you understand, he did his own setup and put Jonathan there instead of
you know the funny things, Adewale. Obasanjo was lying to Nigerians.
He did.
Lying. And you know that was this during that campaign. You know, they were doing campaign in the absence of Yar'Adua for him.
You see, that is true.
You
that
understand?
Was the low of the low.
You understand? And he now put a call. He said he was calling Yar'Adua. Umaru, they say you are sick. Can you imagine such a foolish?
That is true. That is very true.
Okay. One thing about Timbal is this now. Okay, let's stop. Okay.
Is it about me? What I'm saying, is it a lie? What are you discussing me? Am I a politician?
Apostle Ola, here's the point. You cannot absolve OBJ because if you watch his interviews when he's discussing the power thing, for example, it makes it look like he tried everything he could, and for some reason he couldn't work. He had 8 years.
No, where did they have something?
I'm saying that just watch OBJ talk about his presidency, like he was a perfect guy, nothing went wrong. He was just doing and that is not true.
Where did they
never tell them that he failed?
No.
I'm
saying
not you.
No. He was talking about what
Adewale don't defend Ola. Ola is always an OBJ defender. He says that we know him for that.
You are not objective. You just came with confirmation bias.
Okay, guys. Hello. Let's be nice to one another. Continue.
We are not attacking one another.
No. I'm not going to be nice to Simba because you know what it is.
I'm ready for you. Just continue.
I like objectivity.
Let me meet you. Happy New Year. We can fight here. We see where we normally meet.
Hold on. My point is, when you watch OBJ in any interview, when the issue of power comes up, and even the refineries, the way he talks about it is like it was not like he wasn't even there when it happened. Like I heard this, it happened there. Like you are the president. What do you mean? When he said he asked Shell company to run the refineries, and they said, "Oh, we can't do it." And when they asked them why, they said it's because they have too many people are stealing money. It's not profitable. There's corruption there.
They're cleaning out. They're the president.
That's my point.
In and out.
Then take care of that. Now, what do you mean? A company told you that they can't run the company because people are stealing money. So can you say buying as a president?
Yeah, bro.
No,
that's my point now.
That interview should have asked
what they should have done, they failed to do it. That's what I'm saying. Now, the issue of power now. the issue of power, they should have started that reform very early. When I say that reform, it should have followed what Tinubu was doing instead of fighting Tinubu on error. That was what I was saying, that Simba just came and started.
Obasanjo liked political will. When he sold it late. And that was the reason why.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Too late. Immediately, Tinubu brought error. If
the question we're supposed to ask, okay, because when he made Bola Ige the power minister at that time, why did he remove him and move him to justice?
Because I don't know.
You know that time, if you remember, there was a speech that Bola Ige gave that time, there like a roadmap. You understand that? You remember? I still remember vividly that time. Why did you remove him?
Simba, this is not even the point. They were getting the strategy wrong. You were not supposed to nationalize the electricity, and that was what they were still doing then. Even if you remove all of
but when somebody gave him an idea of what he should do, what did he do? He went and even stopped everything completely. It's not as if he doesn't have the idea now. The guy, you know, the kind of politics Obasanjo used to play is that whatever is not coming from me, it's not good. He's just like somebody.
Why do I agree with both of you actually? Because everything you call Obasanjo is what he is. He's never been somebody that will always say, "Oh, this is my shortcut."
When it happened, like stop doing the
we know this man now. We know this man. I was even listening to the intrigue behind Elijah's impeachment today. I was like, God, this man is evil, man. It's pure evil.
Let me tell you, Ajwale, if you want to analyze Obasanjo is the major enemy of that country. But somebody like Kola will still be defending him. The kind of politics that guy played, you understand? In fact, it was one of the enemy of our democracy. Somebody that was saying that he will rule for 60 years. The kind of election Obasanjo organized. What can we say about this man that is not right?
Simba, it is easier for me to say you are one of the enemy of the country. Look at it this way. Now, Tinubu was his major opposition. Yoruba didn't vote for this man. Tinubu brought a brilliant idea, he opposed it. Even when Tinubu challenged the issue of a local government allocation, everything, you understand, he went ahead to seize the allocation to Lagos State. You know, that one at that point it is for power, it is for political power that they were fighting for. Did Obasanjo make mistake? Yes, he made mistake. Where you see where I gave him 100% is what I don't know, because already when you seal up your mind that you don't really want to see the good part of someone, when someone talks of the good side because it's not playing to your tone, it doesn't mean that you should just, oh, brother, this is what I'm saying. I'm telling you that
Obasanjo everybody all over the place.
Ola, let me interject here. Good morning, everyone. Fine, Obasanjo make mistake, but he made numerous, so many, uncountable. The man is too egoistic that he thinks he's the Lord of the Rings of Nigeria. He always thought that he is the best man for the job. No any other person is better than him. This is not a good attribute from a statesman. When you remove Bola Ige, the next minister you put there as Minister of Power, what did he do? Did he outperform more than Bola Ige? The next thing we are going to hear about Bola Ige after a Minister of Justice, after a few months later, they buy him. And the so-called Lord of the Ring or King of the Ring cannot even find the killer, and he's the president there.
Or was he himself the mastermind?
Let's say the truth here. When I look at his 8 years, I was in Nigeria now.
Remy, I'll ask you one question.
Let me
No. I want you to add this one. How many containers of power equipment that landed in Nigeria since 2003 did Fashola got approval to waive it because all those things entered demurrage? That they went to that place they clear off, where the one they bought under Obasanjo. So the question is this: even under Obasanjo, your civil servants, good politicians, they still manage to frustrate a sitting president too.
but you have
no, but are you not
no.
just a few minutes ago you were defending that he didn't spend. So where is all the contract that he gave, all those equipment that he ordered for? Where is the money from? He said he didn't spend 16 billion.
Ola, let me tell you something.
I don't argue your way. That's the problem here.
Ola, let me tell you something. He was so lucky that they unpicked him. When he became the president of Nigeria, most Nigerians are docile in terms of politics. They don't even care.
No, Nigeria were not those at that time. They were tired of military and they were ready to compromise, to put anything to make sure that democracy survived. That was the grace that he has, and he misused it.
He really misused it, because at the end of the day, the only two things that I can attribute him to that he did during this 8 years is just because, first, he was able to wipe off our debt. Though it's not
it's not even a good move. Have you ever seen any country wiping up their debt? Is that is it a good economic move?
Listen. It's not a good move. Relax yourself.
No. You see where people lose objectivity. You say it's
let me finish.
No, wait now. When foreign people were not even honoring our letter of credit. You see, the thing is that
let me finish.
You let someone sometimes you lose objectivity.
Let me
just
finish.
Because that will be totally negative.
Let me finish. At least he paid our debt, but not the best of idea at that time, because he is not creating employment opportunity in Nigeria more at that time. At least so many things are going wrong in that country at that time. Even if he has paid 75% of it and the remaining 25%, if he has mandated that time that if you are unemployed in Nigeria, we'll be giving you stipend every month. If you are old age, over a certain age, we'll be doing this. If you are use some of the money to even create more, build more spiritual, the roads were terrible that time. Everything were not okay. The only thing I had to do for 8 years. Sorry, Babati. Let me just finish.
Okay, sorry.
So the only thing I can attribute him to do that I really like is two things: saving up to $60 billion in our external reserve and another 20 billion in SS crude, and then bringing GSM to Nigeria. Tell me what other thing did he do? Anybody? That's my final analysis. What other thing did he do after for that two things?
He was fighting. What is it? Kalu.
He was fighting.
Let me say you will listen, but I want Babati to speak. Then after Babati, I will tell you.
I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that OBJ tried to run for third time?
Yes. No.
No. Go ahead and answer the question.
Because I told you here that I don't believe the entirety of that third time. So I know, because I've said it before. That's why you are asking me.
No. It's a simple. It's a very simple question. Did you believe that he tried to run for third time?
I don't entirely. Because of
don't pick one. What do you mean? I still thought that
I've said it over time that I don't really believe that story of third time. What do you want me to say?
Really?
You want me to just say yes or no, right? No, I'm not saying it.
Okay,
it is true.
No. See, Adewale, when you say it is true, you understand. You may be correct. If I say
I am correct. I am correct.
What do you mean now?
I am correct.
When I say entirety, that I don't believe in the entirety, you understand? I have my own reason for saying so too. But the idea, what I want to defend here today is not even about the third time. But I'm of the opinion that when you are analyzing someone, because I fought it here that we don't need to use facts to mislead people. Just because of a Tanu, we put Jonathan away, and you brought Buhari. What did Buhari bring to you?
Jonathan was ineffective too.
For that put Jonathan away, you are wrong.
Wait. Jonathan was completely a disaster too.
Let's be factual.
Adewale, have I ever said that Jonathan was not corrupt? That's not even the point.
It's not even about corruption. We're talking about somebody who is ineffective.
No. Adewale. Remy Otisoro now. You are not going to respond now.
Most I correct 10 seconds. At that particular time, Nobody in Nigeria, especially the northern part of that country, will allow Jonathan to continue after 2015. And all the things are decked against him. First, he has spent 2.5 years of the remaining of Yaradua. He has spent another 4 years. And you are thinking you go for, it's like going for another third time in Nigeria.
So why did you leave that for the court? How come that you are the one to be the judge? That's what we say.
What does the court do?
See, when you are saying this thing now, wait now, you are saying this thing.
Everything is mismanaged.
You are saying this thing from the position of the bias. What did the court say about?
That is the truth. That is the truth.
What did the court say about the qualification of Jonathan to contest?
Add one small question to the question they already asked you. Do you think Jonathan had performed Obasanjo? Add it to it, okay, and answer them all.
No, I don't go white. When it's come to that place, I come. Let me go back. You see, one thing is this. Even I don't like Buhari, right? But I still said something here that this removal of subsidy, it seems that it's Tinu that is doing it. It's a lie. It was Buhari that removed subsidy. And this subsidy remover will take Nigeria to a very good place in the future. It is that time that people will say, which is Buhari. Now, just because they are seeing the bad side of side out, it is a Tinu now.
We've had it removed in the past and it was reinstated. But
No. Otherwise, the difference is petroleum industry bill has been there since 2007.
You see, it can be amended.
It can be amended, but at least the law will still be effective. Yeah, we can give credit, right? We can give credit to Tinubu for sustaining it. Just like Obasanjo sustained telecommunication decree, because it was Babangida that actually deregulated telecommunication in Nigeria. What Obasanjo did was to formalize it legally instead of being a decree. Obasanjo sustained what IBB did. So the real credit of telecommunication in Nigeria, the regulation, goes to Babangida. See, all these our artists that are coming out today, it's just because IBB deregulated broadcasting too. The real credit of broadcasting should go to Babangida, but Obasanjo sustained all those stuff. And where Obasanjo failed was that he should have looked at what happened in the telecommunication and repeat the same thing for power. That is the place I blame the guy. He should have immediately repeated the same thing for petroleum industry. That is where everybody just fuck off. Just fuck off. Along with this, I know it's all attitude. No, come and do it now.
Apostle. Just ignore. Don't come on now. Don't.
Ola, this is a new year.
No. I want anybody that have a better opinion to come here. Don't hide and this thing. We are not showing our face. Come here and challenge. And stop saying.
Okay. You know, if no matter how we push it, this is a man.
Shama, don't mute me again. If you mute me again, there will be my last time I will step into this forum. Because I'm not even begging to
take it easy. Take it easy. You know.
No, I'm just wondering. If you mute me again, that will be the last of me you will see here. I can leave a forum for you. I push my argument passionately. And if you have a counter opinion, the best you can do, come here. Let us talk.
Ola, you the one talking this?
Okay, everybody, wait, hold on. Excuse me. So, Mr. Ola, right? You can't challenge people in the comment section, because they're going to rile you up. That was what I was preventing. Don't focus on that.
Let us do Bole Kajana. I before yesterday, so I before yesterday, so I'm not just here.
You know, I'm part of the comment section, so I'm not gonna let you go off on people in comment section because I belong there too, and you know how I be.
Okay.
So don't leave them alone. Fine. They're innocent. They're innocent.
They are not to innocent.
How can you say they are innocent? How can you say they are innocent?
Comment section can curse you out if they want. They have freedom of speech. We don't, because we're on a panel. So don't let them rile you up.
If they have their own freedom of speech, they should come here and face me. Don't stay there and be saying this. Come here. Let us talk. Come here and talk. Don't hide.
Don't let them round you up.
You are sounding like a Mayfield now when he said, "Come, let's fight." Only for the
let
fight
them
to
come
start.
and let us figure it out. Yeah, I see. I'm not in doubt that some people know better than me. Of course, we are all sharing what we have in the public space. You understand? I'm not saying I have the knowledge, whatever. I can only say my own part of what I understand or the way I see it. So if anybody wants to challenge, the person should come up here, let us talk. Don't hide. The more we come out, the better for the country, the better for the platform. But don't just go here and just be degenerating when you don't even have anything to say. So whatever I'm saying, I'm not saying it's the truth. That's the way I understand the situation. So I'm not the authority. That's my point. So the thing is this. When I said Obasanjo sustained what IBB did, go and look at the decree now. Shebi is Google now. The decree that Obasanjo passed in 1992 is there. So we are in the era of internet. It's not the era of those days that maybe some people will say, "Oh, I've
1982.
read everything."
Obasanjo passed a decree in 1982.
Agbaya, you be Agbaya. You know I wanted to say IBB. I wanted to say IBB. So the thing is, so like I said, when you want to say something, telecommunication in the real sense, if we have to be fair and broadcasting, it belongs to IBB, Obasanjo sustained. But Obasanjo should have used the model of IBB, the regulate power. Then let petroleum industry bill pass. You understand? That was what I was expecting. But Obasanjo failed there. I've never said Obasanjo passed. But the thing is this, when you want to now condemn Obasanjo now, and you use lies to condemn him, that's where I am, because when you lie to condemn someone, you are misleading the masses.
You tell us the lie today. You tell us everything that we have said about Obasanjo. Tell us one thing that is a lie about what you have said.
No, 16 billion is a lie, of course, yes, because I don't expect to go into Wella to come
I mean,
and lie to us.
I did not mention 60 million. So
Ola,
no,
you know
Ola,
it's not only you. I'll challenge you today that when you want to challenge, see, I'm okay to say, okay, this guy is not good, this guy is bad, but facts only. But when you say this guy is not good, and you now cook lie against the person, you are misleading the entire people. Like when someone innocent me, when I was growing up, someone told me that Tafawa Abubakar drank 27 cups of tea. I just knew less than 10 years ago that Tafawa Abubakar never drank 27 cups of tea. And I carried that throughout my life.
You're supposed to know now. Can somebody what is the size of the stomach?
Will I tell someone at the age of my father that he was lying?
I said 2 ways.
They even said Wale Soyinka out of class, out of university. Until around 2013 or 2014 that Wale Soyinka said, I didn't know where they got that. You know, we believe all those things for years.
I never believed that. So because even when
I was even boasting in that
when we were growing up, they said we can say Awolowo in the sky. Okay, just look up. Awolowo in the sky.
So, you know, Ola also believed that India beat Nigeria. 100 goes to 1. That one tries.
The ball will turn to a tiger to lion.
I believe that in primary school.
Yeah, go. I was right.
What I want to say is 2 things.
Also, you believe that Tafawa Balogun, when he play a shot and then he tear the abdomen of the goalkeeper.
Okay. Let's move on.
I believe in the primary school.
Let's move on.
I'm not lying. I'm not even lying. I'm even telling you the truth. I believe it in my primary school.
What I want to say is simple. The first one is this. Obasanjo does not behave like a true statesman. And that is why the insult is receiving today, and he will continue to receive that insult until he's old enough.
Amen.
God will call him. Because no, let me finish. You have been talking. Just relax, you will talk. That is, he has not behaved like a true
You're not used to be like this, you don't like.
He has not been a true statesman. You are the one that installed Yaradua and Jonathan, for God's sake. You wanted to control them. You you put Jonathan was there. You also wanted to control him. Buhari was there. You want him to listen to you. Everybody must listen to you. You are the only one that knows the best thing for that country. During his 8 years rule, most of his critics come from people that work with him. They say he never believed in anybody. He only believed in himself. The way he wanted, that's what the way you should do it. It was so arrogant, a lot of arrogancy, unnecessary proudness. He's the most luckiest Nigeria I've ever seen. Everything to be the head of state and president was just given to him like on a platter of gold. Just go there and become that. The only time he really vied for that position was in 2003, where he used the state security apparatus to do whatever he wants. And he repeated the same thing 4 years later when he installed Yaradua. Now, my question to you, Ola, is this. If they said he spent 16 billion on moribund power project, if it's not 16 billion, can you tell us how much exactly did they spend on that project? And still, we do not see improvement in electricity. If you know, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. Thank you, Ola.
Remy, you don't have to take my word for it. Use your YouTube and read what Ekwesili, Madam Obi, and Okonjo-Iweala said, because those people, they are reputable people, right? At least if you don't even believe Obi, at least
Okonjo-Iweala is highly reputable. Obi essentially is girlfriend to Obasanjo.
Okay, Okonjo-Iweala at least, or maybe you go and look at position of the like of Soludo on those. See, the thing is this. Even when Fashola was in charge of power everything, go and look at how many containers of power equipment landed in Nigeria as far back as 2003 that they allowed to enter into demurrage just to frustrate the power project they cleared. So internet is there, because I will not say everything.
Ola, if we, okay, you said since 2003, but this same man was there till 2007. So what did he do? How can because you want to be blaming civil servant for that? There is some people. Why did they allow that? That's the question. He is the president. He was the president. He has all the power. So you wanted to do a project. Some people are now saying that you are claiming that some people are sabotaging the clearance of whatever equipment that you know. How does that one? Does it make sense?
Okay, it doesn't make sense. So the question is this: you want the Ministry of Health? How come that until they start digitalizing, how come they still manage to write a fake receipt under you, and they still put money on that pocket? And don't tell me that none of your staff ever did that while you were there. So how come you didn't catch everybody? See, this is the type of a response or question that I don't want.
No, let me tell you. In fact, we should listen to Fashola that time. They even said that some of these equipment are so big that even where they were to put them, there is no way they can move them to those sites. Some of them, the bridges.
Where are all those equipment now? Did they destroy them? What happened?
They are still using them.
Who are you using them?
Up to now, it's part of what Buhari used, and they're still using them up to now.
So are you saying it's the Buhari that installed it, right? About and then he just pocket most of the money.
Okay. Let me brief you the story I heard there from.
Just let us make it short so that other people can have opportunity to talk. Okay.
Then let other people talk then, because I want to tell you what I know, what I heard about it. But
Ola, don't mind me. Continue what you want to say, Jerry. Who are the other people that are talking?
So the point is this: I was with some people then. So there's this. Should I even mention the name of the company? Maybe I should even mention. Okay. There's this school called Multimix Academy. So they were in a program with Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria. So, they have some guys, some people from shipping companies, some people from the military, some people from the police, the logistic people. So that thing came out during that program. They were discussing. So some people from Murphy, and then Murphy deals with the shipping. So some guys were now giving some kind of insight into what happened there. So one guy said the real situation was that when they want to do that PPP, because our bank got involved with PPP, though, you understand, it was even part of the exposure that the Intercontinental Bank had that time. So they asked Nigerian contractor to quote, because the situation was not even clear to Obasanjo even for almost 5 years until they cleared the debt. When they now say, okay, Nigeria now can have access to facilities, they can easily honor a letter of credit, and the bank in Nigeria, they recapitalized that time already. So now they say our contractors, local contractors, were quoting 75% for the civil works of that project. So they were now attaching 25% to turbine. But they said when Obasanjo had a private, I think he had some kind of private investigation into the matter. So he now discovered that the Nigerian contractors, they turned the thing around, that the cost of turbine is supposed to be 75%, while the civil construction is supposed to be around 25%. Okay, from what I heard, learned that he has to work directly with the CBN, directly with some foreign organization that, okay, you will still be the contractor, but what we will do is this: we will pay the money directly to the manufacturers. So as at the time they were now paying that money, the global recession was now setting in, because naturally before, if we were going to order for turbine, because it's not all the counter, all the shelf materials. So it's like you are ordering for aircraft. So you have to be in queue. But fortunately for Nigeria at that time, recession was about coming and people were no longer ordering for turbine. That was how Nigeria was able to pay I think about close to 2 billion for turbine. And Obasanjo did some policy around that time too, that any equipment in excess of 1 megawatt, zero duty. He was encouraging everybody that if you want to bring power equipment, one is megawatts, in excess of megawatts, zero duty. So that's how they managed to get into that. But along the line, it was coming toward the tail end of his government, and people that were not happy about what was happening that time, they try as much as possible, you understand, to frustrate. You only work on what you know. If you are doing an engineering project, if you don't have the total information, you will have a lot of confusion. So there were a lot of elements in that power project that was supposed to make that thing easy. Some area you were supposed to construct bypass way. Some area you were supposed to find a way to have a big vessel that will help you move it in across. So all those due diligence, they fail. Not because those that are supposed to do the impact assessment, they decided to hoard information just for whatever benefit they're going to get. And in this project, nobody can know it all. You have to depend on the experts. That is how they try as much as possible to mess that situation up. So that's the little hearsay or what I learned from people. So when they were now probing, and the like of Okonjo-Iweala and co started defending their position in that power project, now it starts sounding like what you've heard somewhere before, and someone is corroborating. So that's just my own day. It's not that I was not in the federal executive, I was not somewhere. So, but when people now start saying Obasanjo spent 16 billion, the question is this. Like I will keep asking, when you say Obi did wonder in the state, the first thing I ask you, where is the financial statement of that state? I want to see it. Because from your financial statement, you will know the truth and what is not the truth. When you are talking of power projects in Nigeria, the best place to see some of those facts, go to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. Go to what the government, the Federal Executive Council, were talking within that time. That's just my point. Then go and audit CBN. And Tinu is the only person that has audited CBN since 1999, to the best of my knowledge. And I've not heard Tinu up to now, and I've not heard anywhere from day to day where they say Nigeria has spent 16 billion on power projects. That's my position.
As a matter of fact, during his presidential chat, he said that he has not touched money from CNPC for the past 3 months.
Yes.
That was what he claimed.
Yeah, it said that, and I was really amazed and surprised by that. That means we are getting a lot of money from non-oil export. And I told this the platform that we are getting more money from non-oil export. So that is the beauty of Nigeria. And I think this year there's going to be harmonization of the custom clearance system. If they put that one into place, then it will be so easier for you to know your duty even before you arrive at the port. If you can even know it before you even start doing your business, which is good. That is more openness. I hope they can quickly do it before the second quarter of this year. To be frank with you, Obasanjo, to be frank, I expected. Look at the other people now. How all the things you have been doing since 2014 or 2007 to date, you have fought with everybody. You have antagonized everybody. You have an easy access to all of them. And I think the others are doing that. Why not go to Yaradua or Jonathan? You are part of them and talk to them. But you want to control them. See, today, look at the disgrace NNPC is giving him. It's too much. Okay, you believe that the refinery is not what? Come and check it out by yourself. To a man of 90-something years, or how old is he? Come on, man. Because if he has kept his mouth shut, I know the people you should talk to. How can a simple NNPC, the ones you have oversight for a long time, they are now inviting you, you are doubting them. That means you as a Nigerian leader for the past years, you too do not believe in Nigerian people, in Nigerians, the people you are governing. For you to come out and say, are they really telling us the truth? Come on, man. I just think that...
Remy, do you know why he's doing that?
Yes.
There was a video. It's not even Babele. There was a video that he said that he actually condemned that it's not possible for any administration, for anybody to revive those refinery. You understand? So he just like when he now heard that okay, these things are working, he's not happy because it was like something contrary to what he made Nigerians to believe.
You know the irony of it. If they have sold off all those refineries, first what will happen? They will sell it to their friend at a cheaper price. And today, if it has happened, Dangote will have become a monopoly. It will control everything. And it can dish any price. Because I know when he started in the cement industry, he's the one that jacked up the price. He first came out and selling the bag of cement as low as 900 naira at that time. Within 2 years, he already overproduced more than Lafarge. And he was the one controlling the price of everything. So, but now, see the competition in gas and in PMS now.
But the issue here is that we should not also, we have to tread with caution. We should not over celebrate.
No, I'm not celebrating.
All these refinery, I think what they need to do is to hand it over to a private person to manage. Nigerian government, because if they repair all this and they start maybe producing at maybe 70% or 80%, yes.
Simple. You know what? You know why there's a lot of discrepancy and a lot of corruption down in NPC? That some people, they don't want the refinery to work. It's because there's a big cartel that they are importing a lot of petroleum product and they are gaining a lot of money. Today, most of them are started signing or strategizing. Now that
we talked about it on this show. We talked about it on this show before.
Now, what are they going to do now? If they don't make the refinery work like they say it's working, and they also came out that their worry is about 70 to 85% completed, and this one is about 60% completed. They did not tell you it's working 100%. Even Dangote is not yet working at 100%. So now that they know what is going on now, what the best way is that you want to remain in your business. In fact, it's a soft landing for NNPC and those cartels that are dealing Nigeria a big blow. But now you can still get the petroleum product and sell it to Nigerian market. So it's not advisable to buy PMS in Nigeria and then take it to Cotonou and the rest. You are just wasting your time because the forces of demand and supply will continue to play a big role. And if other
No, you can if it pays them. I mean, in fact, even they should tell our custom. If you have enough to export to all those countries, let Nigerians take it there and go and make their money.
NMP
We
should
are no
not
longer paying subsidy.
NMPC should not think about exporting any PMS to any neighboring country because the quantity they are producing is not enough for Nigeria consumption. And if they want to remain a little bit relevant at 10 or 15% of the market, because now Dangote already signed contract with 4 countries. He already started exporting petroleum products to them. Cameroon, Togo, and Zimbabwe or whatever, I forgot that. 3 and one other is also on negotiation. So as we stand today, that removal of subsidy, whether they like it or not, it has made it more open. If they want to do that corruption, the present government or whoever will be the president, it just give it to other people to manage. Go and write.
Remy, let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold on. I wanted to know if you guys have an opinion on the headline to Remy, Simba, and Baba T.
You mean about Obi interview?
Yes, the speech.
Okay, I will just, to me, to be frank with you, I think the same thing that's happening to Obasanjo is also happening to Obi, but it's only in a short time. Because when you have a 6 million vote, you do not, how can you lose chunk of that vote in less than 1 year? Stop talking. When you talk too much as a politician, you lose relevance. People, what is the essence of January 2nd? You are quickly jumping, and is that the way to play your, what do you call it, opposition?
No, where is it, Remy? Where is it done? In what capacity is it doing that? Is he addressing Nigerians as well?
You are just giving yourself false illusion unnecessarily. Now, look, you went to Atiku, you went to Kwakwanso, you went to all of them, and before you can open your eyes, they've already checkmated you. They already have their own planning that Atiku will go 4 years, Kwakwanso will go 4 years, and then Atiku will go 4 years, Obi will do 8 years, then it will now come to Kwakwanso. Things they never discuss with you. I think Obi should have simmered down now, plan very well. Even the party that you said you are in Labour Party, are you so sure they will give you that platform? Maybe that is the last straw they are waiting.
But Remy, see, we can't say those people should not talk. This is where...
No. You don't understand me. I'm not saying she should not talk, but the way he's doing his opposition is so glaring, just playing to the gallery. For example, let me tell you something, Ola. For example, I know you very well in Ekiti, but I don't used to come to your father's house. I don't come to you at all. When it's election time, I did not go to you. And after the election, I lost your household. And after that election, I now come to you and say, oh, Lord, I've been seeing you now, you have been suffering. Take this stipend. Already people know you are doing it for, if not because you lost, you won't come here. These people are not stupid. And even people that have been doing it for donkey years, 20 years, 30 years, giving them 500 million. How much vote do they get? How much did you give them? What is 1 million? What is 2 million?
No, if a president really, address the nation on the 1st of January, and then you as an opposition, you're also addressing the nation on the 2nd of January, to do what? Whatever topic, whatever issues I raise, does not actually matter to me. The timing and the relevance, what I don't even understand.
Simba, even Awolowo and Co used to do that. Let's not pretend as if opposition should not talk.
Awolowo, at what time do you see Awolowo doing that? I don't even know. At what time?
Wait, though. Did you actually?
Let me say UPN.
Did you actually watch the speech or read it?
How can we watch it? Most people are disinterested in him. It's irrelevant anymore. So who is interested?
So there's no
Maybe you will
Let me Shioma just corner you. Shioma just checkmated you.
No, I just wanted to know, is there any points you like the part he said that Tinubu should stay in Nigeria and stop going all over the world?
But no. He said.
I don't
No,
mean.
Remy,
I don't understand what you're saying.
okay.
Let BT talk.
Let me help it. He
But
said
BT has not talked. Let him talk, please.
he said he wants Tinubu to spend the holidays at least in one state in all geopolitical zones. So it shouldn't be going to Lagos every year on vacation. That when it's time to go on vacation, you should just speak. Maybe
It should go to Abad.
Larika.
Or more here.
As you travel on the road. He said if you travel on the road and you should use Nigeria hospital. You understand? See, let me tell you one thing.
That is the lie.
Using Nigeria hospital is valid. I will tell you for sure. But traveling on the road, I may necessarily disagree with him.
No, Ola, you should have asked Obi.
Mr. Ola, he said that the highway is not necessary too, the super highway.
Ola,
I disagree with him on that.
Which one? Sorry, hold on, please. Which one? The Badagry Shokoto one or
the new one?
Lagos, Calabar.
That one, yeah.
That is a China. No, do you know what the Beltway Initiative is? The West African project.
Don't know.
It's been around since the 70s. This is a way to connect all countries on
the anybody that can. So Kioma is just trying to hear people's views.
Yes,
She's been championing that since morning.
It's like you know me so well.
Let me.
Sama, can I say something?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Just give me 1 second.
After Babati.
So the point is they want to link the whole African country through rail and super highway. Number two, if you notice, everything goes down to the ports. That way, Lagos. So you see them coming up with the Badagry port, the new port. So that way you can live in Maradi and get all your goods in Lagos. That way, Lagos will not be that. The demand for Lagos will come down because you can live in other parts of Nigeria and just put your services on rail lines and go down.
That
is a plan that has been there for over 40 years. It's nothing new.
In addition, do you know since like 4 or 5 months ago, 6 months ago, they have started transporting container directly from Apapa Seaport directly to Kano by rail.
Yeah, they approved yesterday.
So they don't need to come to Lagos and clear their container anymore.
They also approved.
So any container just go there directly. So you go and clear it there. So that is the beauty of infrastructure. So
wait. Let me get this in real quick. It's very important. They also approved we have the Lagos Ibadan. Now we're going to have Ibadan to Ilorin to Jeba. That's the next one because then it will be to Abuja to Kano. Then it goes to
Malaki. In the budget, right?
Yeah, for this year. But
it's on the pipeline before. Do you know why they stop it? Is it not because of our, sorry to use this language, our Dabaru lawmakers thinking that China will take over Nigeria? If they have not stopped
they won't funding the goddamn project. What did they mean take over? They don't give you money now.
They want them to bribe them every time. It's bribe.
They are funding
it. By now we would have talking about from Lagos to Abuja under at least under 3 hours or 4 hours. You get by fast train.
Yeah, but just to be fair,
to open all those corridors. Have you ever been to Ilorin? Or I've been to Ilorin from Oyo, Ogbomoso, and all those. If you travel by road, you see a lot of fertile land along the road. Very plain land. The land is good for agriculture. So I don't understand.
Remy, can I let me address the P2B thing for a minute or two before Agro goes on. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes. Like I said yesterday, I have never seen a politician waste their political capital within a year. Think about it. 35 people won elections because of P2B. Okay, you produced a governor, some 12 senators, about 27 House of Rep members. They all won because of you. Do you know why I know that? Because they had people that were driving Okada. Okay, a man driving Okada with no money got won because of P2B, and this man had the nerve to decamp to APC, and P2B is making excuses. You're supposed to whip him in line. Okay. You are bleeding all over the place. You are losing political capital in your own party in Nigeria. and you are still jumping up and down. There's another so-called press conferences. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Take care of home first. Labour Party is in disarray. If I have to sacrifice Abure, if I'm Peter B, the first one that has to go is Abure has to go. You have to make peace in your own party as the leader. You have that political capital. You don't wait for a year to make moves. If Tinubu was the one running that one Labour Party 6 million or whatever, he will put these guys in check now. People are decamping up and down. You don't even know who is the party chairman. You are there mixing up with Atiku. And when they ask you, you will tell us, oh, I'm not ready to be president. But you are acting like you are desperate. You are too desperate to be president. Second day of the year, you're already giving word address over what? So I don't know what the game is for him. And clearly, let's be honest, somebody wrote that for him.
Yeah, so it's obvious.
Yeah, it was not. That is not his style. Maybe it was Joel of Nashville that wrote that claim. So it didn't make any sense. It was just blabbing. I didn't even know what the hell he was saying.
But it's balabo.
Yeah, so we are suffering. We are this and that. Don't build super highway.
BT, that is the easiest things to do. You understand? But that's not governance.
Yeah, at least prefer. Okay, Atiku, I hate the guy, but Atiku does one thing very well as an opposition. When he goes against Tinubu, he always prefers a solution or alternative way of doing things. It will give you a different view of how things should have been done. That's how
exactly. What he did, BT, what he did is, in fact, even the secondary school student can deliver that speech. What is new? What is new in what he said that Nigerians don't know?
Yeah,
and he didn't give any solution.
But okay,
it's just like an echo chamber, just echoing what people are just discussing on the streets.
Simba, hold on. If I say to you, if I say don't build the super highway from Badagry to Sokoto, don't bring the one from Lagos to Calabar, then tell me why and what you would do instead. Right? Just don't say don't do this. What will you do and why? I don't get this just coming up and down. And look at go and study that initiative that has been there. It's wonderful for Nigeria. It opens up Nigeria like never before. If you can finish that Badagry to Sokoto and Lagos to Calabar, do you know what
no, BT, that coastal highway is only Nigeria that doesn't have it though. Benin,
waiting for you for
Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, all of them they have that coastal highway.
You will be seeing the sea. You see the sea, the wind blowing to you. You will love it.
The whole idea was you should be able to drive from Cameroon to Gambia. That was the whole plan, to open up that space.
Abati, do you know that the shoreline of all this Ondo water, Ondo close to the sea, the land there, do you know they have started appreciating? Because I call my friend.
People are buying. People are buying.
People are already buying. The price is already increasing.
Can you so you can speak, sir?
Thank you very much.
Can you say that again? Chairman, can you say the name again?
Mr. Arogedeba.
She's done well.
Gidiba.
Happy New Year to everyone first. And I wish you all a prosperous year. So I mean, for me, Obi is like you said, you've all said, he's losing relevance, and part of that is because there's a lot of activity, but there's really very little value in a lot of his actions. It's very futile. You can see that most of it is very there's really no quality to it. He's involved himself in the practice of just being everywhere and being seen all the time. A proper leader doesn't need to be seen all the time, but the few times it comes to be, it does come out. It needs to do something of quality. So I think Obi is drunk of the same wine that has polluted Obasanjo's mind, really. And I'm not surprised. I mean, a lot of some of the advisors that he's dependent on are the individuals that have been supplied to him by Olusegun Obasanjo. So that doesn't surprise me. You know, such madmen like Dele Farotimi and what's the name of the other fellow? This is his campaign organizer. But one thing that Choma mentioned had to do with why Tinubu and presidents of the past have actually not used Nigerian hospitals. Really, it's not because they don't trust Nigerian doctors or the Nigerian hospitals. The Abuja clinic, I believe there's a clinic in the Aso Rock that is sufficient. I know Aisha Buhari complained at some stage that the clinic was not sufficient, and I know then after that, the following budget, that the clinic was actually, it was refurbished and they did actually upgrade the clinic. So I have no reason to believe that it's not, the facility is not adequate. It's actually not to do with that. It's because of privacy. A lot of Nigerians do not value privacy. They don't understand that a client, that a patient, their records deserve to be private. If Tinubu is treated in any hospital in Nigeria, you will see a stupid nurse that will think that because she's obedient, or a stupid doctor that thinks that because he wants to be obedient, he will go out there, take all his medical records and actually distribute it online. His private records for which he has the right for that to remain private. And that is the problem. It's not because they don't have faith, okay, in the capacity, the medical competence of the doctors and the medical staff and the medical administration, but it's because of one silly administrative staff, a silly nurse, a silly doctor who think that because they are, obedient, or because they are PDP, or because they have just malice towards the president, or just because they think that it's just laissez-faire, it's just comes with the territory, they will do something stupid. And really, that's what it is. It's as simple as that. For all the insinuation about the state of Tinubu's health, none of us can prove that such and such and such is what's my his medical circumstance. We can only estimate or make and that's really what it is. Peter Obi needs to fix up. He has no business doing a world press conference on the 2nd of January, especially if all he's going to say really adds no value. He's busied himself in the trade of whatever the president says, just say it's a bad idea. Profile no solution, just say it's a bad idea. It's just like giving the dog a bad name to kill it. That's all it is. Unfortunately for him, he can't even give the dog a proper bad name, and it's insufficient, it is inadequate in killing the dog because he doesn't even have a political party. I will tell you today, Peter Obi does not have a political party. He's really not a member of any political party. He is not a member of the Labour Party because they will kick him out when and if they need to. Peter Obi facilitated the re-election of Abure.
Aro, apologies. So where's the self-awareness of what you just said from him?
He's daft, so he doesn't even understand.
Okay.
Peter Obi facilitated the re-election of Julius Abure. Julius Abure was the Labour Party were meant to have their national conference in Benin City. Because there was already some form of opposition to Abure, and because Abure couldn't guarantee that it will railroad, the Benin City National Conference, Peter Obi facilitated it to be moved to his own hometown in Anambra. I believe you all remember that. This was at the height of when their Papa.
That is correct.
Their Papa group, was actually contesting with Abure in two legal matters. Two legal matters that had good, I mean, of they are, you know, properly instituted. One had to do with the fact that Julius Abure, okay, falsely, okay, changed the names of candidates to represent Labour Party, and I believe that had to do with forgery and perjury. I believe they actually forged the signature of the court clerk or something of that nature. And there was another court case as well that had to do with leadership. I can't remember the second one quite as clearly. There are two legal matters.
Sorry, Aaron, just take it along. What will you think will be the implication of Abure and Papa coming together? What would be the...
Well, they've already come together. That's what I'm trying to get at. So now, the reason Peter Obi and Abure have fallen out is twofold. There's actually the issue of the Labour Congress saying that they actually registered the Labour Party, and it seems like Joe Ajero wants to use the Labour Party for his own political ambition. Okay, there's that. There's also the issue that the Apampa caucus and Julius Abure have actually closed ranks, and they actually closed ranks just around the same time as that Oluchi lady came out. Remember, the treasurer, the Oluchi lady is now aligned with Peter Obi. I hope you know that. So now Apapa and Julius Abure, they've closed ranks. That is why Obi is actually afraid now, and he's trying to get rid of Julius Abure. It's too late at this stage. It's too late. Peter Obi is a foolish man.
Sorry, Aaron.
It's a selfish man.
Sorry, and the question I want to ask is this. If he's in a dilemma and he's not sure that Labour Party is going to give him that presidential, slot, do you think if we go back to PDP will give it to him?
Well, so that's why he's dancing around naked. You can see now, lately he's been associating with Atiku. He had a dinner with him recently. See, politicians are not foolish. The fact that there's been insinuations, there's meeting with Atiku, meeting with Kwankwanso, and all these things, and meeting with other people, is because there's some validity to it. Do you get? There is some validity to it. The politicians are trying to decapitate him, but he can see it. The fact that he came out there and he muddied the political system in 2023 is a sin that some people will never forgive. He thinks they are befriending him because of his 6 million votes. What they want to do is to decapitate him because of those 6 million votes.
So, Aro, you say you agree that the man is losing political capital on a daily basis.
Of course, he's losing political capital.
They are the ones. They are okay with them. Their corrupt self. He's the one that was supposed to be a saint.
After 2023, I have a friend. He comes from the north. He's a Fulani man, but he comes from the Fulani elite.
That's true.
Do you know what he said after the 2020 election? He said before the 2020 election, a lot of Northerners didn't even really know Peter Obi. But he said because of during the 2020 election, people, well, I mean, there's some value to a man that manages to gather 6 million votes. Even if on the face of it is 6 million votes, and you don't even analyze how he managed to get the 6 million votes. But on the face of it, a man that comes out of nowhere and gets 6 million votes, you know, there must be something to him. But do you know what he did? That Yes Daddy recording damaged Peter Obi irreversibly in the north. Forget about it. There's some things that have happened, some nuanced actions, that when people come to vote on him on election day, they would actually check their minds, because people think that people collect money to vote. No, people collect money because the money is being given to them. They'll still go and vote there. They'll still go and vote. It's who they're going to vote for. They're going to vote for anyway. We make them. They just collect the money because it's been offered anyway. All the political parties are going to give them anyway. They're going to collect it. It's the popular people in that constituency that they are still going to vote. It's still their conscience is still going to vote. They were going to vote for you anyway. They've just collected your money because you're offering it. Why shouldn't they take it? You're foolish, and a fool and his money they'll be quickly, separated, as it says. Peter Obi does not understand that when it comes to 2027, a lot of those North Central votes that he secured, they are gone.
It's all gone. It's all gone.
That Southern Kaduna vote is gone. All those Southern Kaduna votes are good as gone. Number one,
even the Lagos vote is gone. That Lagos.
Well, the Lagos, a good quantity of it is gone. But I heard that some of them are thinking they're going to transfer their votes from the Southeast to the Lagos now and disrupt the Lagos elections. But apparently, the way I'm seeing it, a lot of the Lagosians are waiting for them.
They're already checkmating them. Just wait till that time. You will see.
I was watching an interview where they were talking. They had proper Lagosians talking about indigenship, Fashola, all these people. The Lagosians are waiting for them around the corner. It's a shame that the Southeasterners have actually pushed the Lagosians so far that the Lagosians are actually taking measures to secure what they believe, because it's a shame that it's really come to this, because it's going to affect all of us. I'm not a Lagosian, but if Lagosians start implementing indigenous laws, it's going to affect me, because I'm not a Lagosian, but I don't even like Lagos anyway. But imagine if I had property in Lagos. I'm not an indigenous of Lagos. It will affect me. If they start implementing
Aro, I want to ask you a question. You think that Obi is making a mistake? What he's supposed to face, not facing it. He's just chasing mundane
Obi,
things.
to start with, is a lightweight.
And Aro, another thing is this. In the Southeast in 2027, it's not going to be that 94% for Obi anymore. Forget it. You won't get it.
They can forget about that one. Those ones they will still return. That is how they used to vote in Southeast. They won't
get it anymore. You won't.
They will get it. They will get it.
No, they don't allow that people to vote.
Remy, hold on, Remy. If we get that percentage, but not the number, they will not come out as much as they did last time. They will still come out, but it won't be that 3 or 4 million in the East. So by numbers margin, it won't get that as much. But
to start with, what's the guarantee that Peter Obi will be able to come out under Labour Party in 2027?
That's Aro. Thank you very much. That's my point. Like, he's lost people to APC now, right?
Look at Delta State. Delta State was very important to him.
But it's not
2023. But as someone taking notice of what has happened,
it's not doing that. Is my point, Aro.
Delta State, Ibori's daughter. I don't know if you understand the political manipulations that she got involved in. So Ibori's daughter went and locked down Labour Party for herself, knowing that her father already controls the mechanisms of the political systems in PDP in that state.
Mm-hmm.
She locked down Labour Party so that there will be no strong contender contesting against her in Labour Party. So she took the ticket of Labour Party for herself. She already has her father's people in PDP, of which her father already has one leg as well in APC, because her father campaigned for Tinu in APC.
For governor?
For presidents. For presidency.
She wants to run for presidency?
No, Ibori.
In Labour?
James Ibori's daughter campaigned and won election under Labour Party.
Oh, as what?
As a House of Rep member.
But she already decamped to APC.
But she decamped down to APC.
But so what is the
consequence for Peter Obi is that a lot of the votes he got in Delta State in 2027, it does not look like he's going to get it, because Sheriff, the governor of Labour of Delta State, is going to strike a deal with the presidency so that he can retain his seat for second term, the same way Makinde did, and he's going to give up Delta State to the APC for presidency. Watch it. That is exactly what's going to happen.
Even that guy Kubara might join APC. Forget all the stronger that he's doing.
Ibori is a PDP member that is effectively APC at the moment.
Let me tell you something that will shock you all. Go and write it down. That will be the shock of everything. that Kano governor, watch out for him.
That Kano governor would work for presidency as well. Because before then...
It's already, you know, remove all Kwakwanso appointee, like secretary to the government, chief of staff. He removed all of them.
And what's the name of their former Oga? The former governor all of that literally brought a lot of them to the political scene. This teacher. What's the name? That man, I really do like him. The former Kano governor before Kwakwanso, he did one time. Shakarao.
That one already lost relevance now.
He has lost relevance. But the little he has, remember that Shekara, they kind of manipulated him and deceived him into coming back to PDP. And then when he go back to PDP, they kind of like, they just really cheated him and they mistreated him. So there's a lot of disgruntled elements in PDP. They are disgruntled. They are not happy. And Atiku has not been able to sort them out because he has been so busied by the issue of Wiki. So there's so much happening, and Peter Obi is losing relevance. He's either gonna have to go back to PDP.
The problem PDP is having
he's gonna have to jump to SDP.
It's because of Atiku. Atiku always plays game that is only him, and this time around, most of the governor they are not disposed to give him that slot again. In fact, what will shock a lot of people, there will be a lot of things that will shock a lot of people.
I would not be surprised if he wins it again.
Baba, did you notice something? Otumba Segun Showunmi has been on this show twice in a period of less than 4 months.
Right.
Within a 4-month window, I think he came here twice, yes?
Yeah,
Can you analyze some of his statements when he first came? Which was just after he tried to contest for the chairmanship, and the second time when he came.
The man's spirit is already left the PDP already. He's out of the door already. The way he was.
The man is Segun Showunmi will end up campaigning for Tinu in 2027, and even said it categorically that no one should accuse him, unfairly if he does in 2027. He said it.
Yeah, the way it was. I asked him a question about his own governorship run in Ogun State and how the PDP they robbed him of that ticket. They used the court against him.
I can remember.
So his mind is out of that place already. He's just talking about a coalition and all this.
But Agro and BT, if you look at the politics of Obi and politics of Atiku, to me, I can only see a little difference, and I will tell you the reason. Obi, okay, let me start from Atiku, at least the senior. They are not really bringing politicians. They don't have any, they don't bring people together. You understand? They are not looking for support from, maybe they just believe that they can do it all alone on their own. And Atiku is a little bit better and says that maybe because he has been in that cycle for long, that people that are already associated with him and they are still with him, few people. But if you look at Obi is not actually looking for other politicians. I mean, as in coming together with other people, forming an alliance, having the same mindset of a thing. He's just a lone ranger kind of thing, and that is why he's just doing what all these public conference, just saying, antagonizing government, but it's not really strategizing on how he can win an election. Maybe he thinks that, okay, the only way he can do that is just to condemn whatever government is doing, and then people will sympathize with him and will get their vote.
Peter Obi does not even have control of his legislative,
He's not in control of anything. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now even this press conference, who are the people with him? Can you mention one big politician?
Can you even mention one elected official that is elected
with him?
Like elected under Labour Party in Nigeria?
They all left.
Alex Otti is not going to run a second term under Labour Party. Very possibly not. You do know that.
The man was in APC before, right?
He was APC, yes. And he almost won under APC as well. I need to remind you of that. That was actually the second time he ran an election campaign. And the first time he did, he ran he ran under PDP, I think. He ran under PDP and then went to APC. But it gave it a good fight the first time as well. So the man actually, and I think he mentioned it before, that he didn't win it because of Peter Obi. No, he got to the Labour Party before Peter Obi. Yes, he did benefit from the Peter Obi obedient movement. Yes, he must have. But the man has political credentials of his own as well. It is possible that he's not going to run under Labour Party or he's going to do something. But either ways, you can see that there's some amount of distancing himself from the obedient movement. I mean, he's a man. He must be proud, and the pride in him must push him to want to establish his own credentials.
Hi guys, we have sorry, Arago sorry. We have Can Do and Eyes on here, so try to accommodate him.
Can Do. I saw your put, man, on that Tesla. I saw you, man. We need to talk, bro. We need to talk, man.
Mr.
Now you know they reach out. Now you know they reach out.
Mr. Arogedeba, you can continue, sir.
So that's, I mean, I think Peter Obi needs to fix up. I think he needs to focus on some of the things that are proper. He needs to organize the party. Okay. He's losing members. He's losing votes. Even some of the individuals that call themselves obedient, you'll see that towards 2027, they will start to soft pedal. And unfortunately, some of the ethnic matters that have occurred since he's gonna lose some of the vote, because Obi enjoyed a lot of votes in the Southwest. He enjoyed a considerable amount of votes in the Southwest. In 2027, what is going to happen is, while individuals may still have compassion for Peter Obi as an individual, they'll be very hesitant to reward him, because they'll see it as, well, the fact is the ethnic matters are going to play into people's minds when they get to the ballot booth and they're about to, put their thumb down. At that point, those individuals are going to have to search their conscience. And there will be some people, and if it's only 5%, 5% of the voting public of 5 or 6 million, it's something. Even if all he loses is 10%, that is far too much. So he needs to fix up. He needs to really focus on, and he needs to stop making unfounded agreements, like because he's making kind of like, he's having discussions with too many people, and they're having all this kind of petty agreements. It's not really set in stone, but let's see what we can do, let's see what we can work out. No. You strategize, and then you go and you actually come to a conclusion. All this, we are trying to talk with different people. You're trying to talk with different people that you're not. What is Peter Obi's political philosophy? I don't even still know. What is his economic philosophy? I don't understand this. He claims he's a capitalist, but sometimes he just comes out and says stupid stuff that just reeks of socialism. So what is his political philosophy? Can someone tell me? I really don't know.
What's the example of socialism? Give me one example of something he said that was socialist.
Peter Obi makes suggestions, world suggestions, that will seem to suggest that the government.
One example of a socialist comment he made, please.
He makes them a million times. He makes them a million.
Give me one example. That's all I'm asking for.
Quite, he does all these long epistles, and I've read a few of them, and I can remember myself several times thinking to myself,
you can't make a conclusive statement and not be able to give an example.
I can't give you one at the moment, but there's
so you can make that comment, my friend.
Wait. I've read several of his.
No. Listen, let's speak as educated people. If you're going to say
can I respond?
Someone makes socialist comments, I'm asking you to support that claim.
Can I respond to you right now?
Respond, okay? Yes.
I've made an off-the-cuff comment based on my observations of him. Okay? I've read several of his Twitter commentary that are literally just long epistles. And I've read several of them. And I've thought to myself at the point of reading them, you're making this. So what do you believe in? Are you a capitalist? Because some of them are socialists. And it tends to be something that a lot of Nigerians do. In my perspective, okay, a lot of Nigerians that claim to be free market capitalists, they are some of the statements that they make are really socialist in nature.
Okay, my friend, listen. You're speaking very vague and very broad.
Supporting such measures
as unchecked.
Wait, let me finish. Supporting measures such as unchecked subsidization of literally almost all matters.
Unchecked subsidization.
Yes, because
what did he say that was unchecked subsidization?
If you leave it to Nigerians, every aspect.
No, I'm not talking about Nigerians. I'm talking about Peter Obi. You made a conclusive statement.
Well.
I'm actually trying to save you. I'm asking you to substantiate that comment you made.
If you give me, I'll give you a chance to speak. I'll actually go and bring
this up. This isn't my turn. I'm just interjecting because you made a conclusive statement. And from my perspective,
I know that for a fact that Peter Obi makes comments
from my perspective.
Socialism.
No, okay. So here's the thing: socialism is based on the teachings of Karl Marx.
Some question too.
Wait. Before you come in, I'm asking him a question. Don't try to sidetrack here, please. I'm asking him a question. You said he makes socialist statements.
Yes, he does.
Okay. I'm asking you, based on our understanding of the definition of socialism, I am asking you to substantiate that comment.
Yes, and I will come back to you.
You have not given me anything.
I will come back to you.
Hold on, please. The last time Izon was here, we were talking and he made a category statement and I asked him for the source. And because he was talking about, I forgot, then he went and brought an Okupe interview. You came back, remember? The last time you came here.
And I provided it, yes.
Give him benefit of that to also come back. Why insist?
Made
but he didn't ask to come back.
Based on my observations of him.
I asked him to give an example of a socialist comment. Yeah, by the way, Remy,
I made the off-the-cuff comment.
Okay, wait. By the way, Remy, Remy, by the way, I made a comment about something specific. I said, wait. Let me clarify this thing before he goes. I said that Buhari made a comment about Boko Haram and that attacking Boko Haram was attacking the North. And you said you did not believe it. And I pulled an interview from Doyin Okupe almost 9 years ago. Wait. Almost 9 years ago, where he highlighted very clearly that Buhari at the time made the comment. I validated my point. If I made a conclusive statement about someone calling the person a socialist or that you don't know where the person stands and you have made socialist comments, I am asking you to substantiate that statement.
Is socialism a crime? I didn't know socialism was a crime.
No, but you are making a conclusive statement and I'm asking you to validate it.
Okay. So
yes, I'm going to come back to you. You do know I'm good for my money.
Come back.
And Izon, I'm pretty certain that you know that some of the stuff that Peter Obi spews is socialist in nature. So I don't know why I
have not heard any Marxist statement from Peter Obi.
I never said Marxist.
In fact, my criticism of him is that he doesn't go to that level to ensure certain aspects of socialism are incorporated into our society. That is one of my criticisms of him. I think he's too capitalist. But you are
joking. Peter Obi is too capitalist. The man has no direction.
I think he's too capitalist.
He has no direction.
I think it's too capitalist.
He has no direction.
And my personal ideology, if you really want to know, is that Nigeria, given its situation, cannot support a fully capitalist system because even United States has elements of socialism in their system.
What? I believe in Panafricanism. That's my own personal principle, which has
okay,
elements of socialism.
Pan-Africanism, if you look at the history of the real Pan-Africanists in Africa, they supported socialist policies.
Exactly.
Is it
That's exactly what I'm telling you, that I believe in Pan-Africanism, which has elements of socialism.
Awolowo
And
socialism.
one of the reasons the West were very afraid of Pan-Africanists was because they thought that they were moving towards socialism and communism. I do know it. I'm not an illiterate. I'm well read as well.
I didn't call you an illiterate. I just asked you to substantiate your agreement.
Well, I am going to substantiate my argument.
Okay, that's all. And you haven't at the minute, so I'll wait for you to do that.
I know that you know what I'm speaking about. Okay, I made an off-the-cuff comment based on my observations of him.
Okay,
previously.
and part of the reason why I called him because you made a couple of off-the-cuff comments, by the way, and I'll point all of them out to you.
At the off-the-cuff comments,
and I'll point every single one out to you.
But are they false? Are they false?
Yes, they are false. They're false.
Okay, yeah, you get
and
the
I'll point them out to you.
to have a rebuttal. Yes.
In fact,
okay, guys. Okay, you guys have to take it one at a time. Thank you. Remember, people are listening to you all. People are listening. Okay, you guys.
When is my turn? I'll speak, Chioma. I'm not. I just wanted to interject that comment because the conversation was just going on subjective tangents without any substantiation.
Can you be more specific to what?
Oh, I will be when my turn comes. Just when my turn comes, I'll talk, and I will be.
Yeah, because I also made my own.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own.
Sure.
Crystal ball prediction of the future of what will happen to Obi, or how he will fail in his party, or how he will lose and how he, it's fine. It's fine. That's subjective. That is. Wait. You asked me a question now. Make an answer. That is a prediction based on your own personal subjective opinion. So that is fine. You understand? I don't take that as.
No, you made my point. Let me reply.
I wasn't talking about you in particular, Babati. I was just saying in general. The state. You aren't the only one that made the statement now.
No. That's what I'm saying. Mine is more of disappointment because I felt like it could have done better. That Nigeria needed a vibrant opposition. Like I feel like it could have done better in its approach. So mine is more of a disappointment because I feel like we need him to be a strong voice from that angle, and he's failing to do that. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So I'm disappointed.
Yeah, and you're entitled to that disappointment, 100%. 100%. I'm not even faulting that. But when is my time? I'll speak.
Where is Agro? He left. Oh. Maybe he'll come back and challenge Isa. I will enjoy to have. I want to see you two go at it.
Okay. See, if no one is speaking, I can jump in. So,
what this guy Izon asked him to do, I think he will be back. Okay, you can go ahead. Let us hear your opinion. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let me go ahead. First of all, and I already guys know I don't like talking about people when they're not here, but there were a couple of comments that were made. One about, first of all, let me talk about Peter Obi's speech. I thought him giving that speech was well timed as an opposition, was done properly. He called a media conference and he spoke about his perspective on the state of a nation. Given his citizenry as a Nigerian, he's entitled to that right as someone who ran for a recent election and acquired 6 million votes during the first time running for an election, a presidential election. He got 6 million votes. However, anyone wants to say, deem it to being a fluke, or whatever the reason they give, the man got 6 million votes. Let's give him his crystals on that. At the same time, he gave a speech. He talked about a number of different things. All right, I'll start with the items that I listened to it in its entirety. I'll start with the number of things that he said that I 100% agree with. And I think that any government who doesn't take that seriously is not a serious government at all. The first thing was IDPs, right? He had just visited one. And by the way, this isn't his first time. It's something he has been doing for a while. But he visited one in Abuja. I was on this platform several months ago during the elections talking about IDPs. As a matter of fact, at the time of Buhari's government, there was a time done by international agencies that estimated the number of IDPs in Benue and some surrounding states as close to 1 million people that had been displaced from their homes. In a country that's not at war, officially, right? So from my perspective, any government that comes in, we talk about human capacity development, any government that comes in and neglects the fact that thousands, maybe even millions, if you're counting Borno, Benue, and Abuja, of your citizens have been displaced from their homes and are living in internally displaced people's camp, like we're in Syria, that government, and doesn't put that as its priority, that government is not a serious government. So Obi speaking about that was giving a voice to the voiceless. Those people don't have anyone speaking about them. They don't have anyone in National Assembly talking about how they need to be taken back to their homes. Someone was saying, oh, these people, why don't they just go back home? How come they don't have money just to go back home? Let me ask you this. If people come in with AK-47 and displace you from your home and kill your loved ones and you have to go stay in a camp, will you have money to take yourself back to your house? Where are you going to get the money from? How you survive is off handouts. Children, women, living in abysmal conditions. When I was in Nigeria, I went for an NGO summit. There was a lady that started an NGO because someone locally had figured out a way to make tampons, sanitary pads, right, using locally made products. And she was using those products to go to IDPs to give women because the women didn't have any. That's the kind of condition those people are living in. So I think sometimes when we criticize people that are in abject poverty or are in a condition that they had no responsibility for, we should put it in perspective and show some empathy to these people living in this situation, instead of saying things like, oh, those people, why can't they just go back to their homes? That is cold and it's totally uncalled for.
Who said that?
Someone said it. I'm not.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I wasn't talking about you already. Someone said that, and I just want to point out, Peter Obi speaking, and hate him or love him, that's your prerogative. Him speaking about that is actually the right thing to do as a Nigerian citizen, highlighting a major problem. We're not at war. No one should be in IDPs. And that should be priority of any government that comes in. And this isn't exclusive to the Tinubu's government. Buhari's government had even more people in IDPs. These people should be taken back to their homes. And their land should not be grabbed, right? And you should give them the protection that they deserve. So that way people don't show up with AK-47 and kill their loved ones. That is the very least anyone can deserve in our country. So kudos to him for bringing that up. Kudos to him for calling out the government or asking the government to do something about it. And no one should look at this as, oh, he pointed out something about the government, therefore he's criticizing my government I support and he should be criticized and called all kinds of names. No, we should be criticizing the government for not taking people back to their homes from IDPs. We should be upset about that. Our citizens are living in camps. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing he talked about, the hospitals in Abuja, all right? And this is where I'll come to what I really said. The hospitals in Abuja, it is a national security issue for your president to go to any foreign hospital, right? Let me repeat.
Absolutely.
It is a national... Wait, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. You said something and I'll get to what you said. It is a national security issue for your president to go to any foreign country to get medical treatment. Because the minute he does, there are things, and I said this to Remy last time I was on this call, there are things called international agencies, spy organizations in these countries. You are talking about privacy. Some random nurse is going to get his medical records and because she thinks she's obedient. Let me ask you this, what are you more worried about? An obedient person getting his medical records or the French intelligence service?
Let me put it to you this way, Aison.
Wait. Because believe it or not,
the French intelligence service are going to get it in Nigeria or they're going to get it even under the sea. Okay, the CIA don't get it in Nigeria under the sea. Okay, they already have agents already in Nigeria, so they're going to get it either ways, even in Nigeria.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. The French government and the French intelligence agencies have Tinubu's medical records right on their desk. In fact,
even if
had his medical records, please, can you rein him in? This is not a conversation. This is my turn to speak.
Actually, it is Arogedeba, right? But
let him speak. I'm just rebuilding.
Okay, if it's his turn, then I'll stop talking.
No,
I want to be able to speak.
I'm done. I'm done. Sorry, I would stop interjecting.
It's because you asked him a question.
I didn't ask him a question. No. I didn't ask him a question.
No, so Isaac, I do apologize. Go on.
I was talking about the comments he made. No, I didn't ask him a question. But if it's still his turn, I will keep quiet so he can finish.
Isaac,
and then
I do
speak.
apologize for breaking your stride. Please go on. Sorry about that.
Okay. The French intelligence agency.
Isaac, before you go on,
who's interrupting
let's take this question along. Sorry, Chairman. Before you become a president, you have been going to one hospital before. They have your record. Whether you are taking your treatment in abroad or Nigeria, they have this man we're talking about is not 10 years old. It's already more than 60, 70. So they have his record. All these things you are saying here, I just want you to factor in that into consideration. You can continue.
Okay. They have his records, or they had his records before he became president. But understand this though, the minute you decide to run for an executive office in a sovereign nation, that stops. They might have your records back in the day and say, oh, he was diagnosed with whatever then. But they don't have your records today. They don't know if you've made progress. They don't know if you are declining in your condition. That information should be left to Nigerians and Nigerians alone. No one else should know that, especially not a foreign government that has a history of a colonial past. You understand what I'm saying? So you making that as some kind of
No, I don't really agree with you, but at 60 or 70, they do yearly checkup. And they always
I'm just saying, like,
before he became a president, are you telling me he didn't go to that hospital?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he went there before. But the minute he became Nigeria's president, or it became obvious that he was going to be Nigeria's president. In fact, if we had any kind of sensible intelligence agency, they would immediately stop that nonsense. He should not go anywhere. And that is why it is imperative that the hospital in Nigeria must be fixed. So our presidents stop going out there and leaving themselves exposed. Because
can I just quickly
have mercy, God?
Make it quick. Make it quick on just this matter.
No, you went on for a while, but no one interrupted. Even when I came and I waited for you to finish.
I just want to
give me the same courtesy. Give me the same courtesy. No. Okay. Give me the same courtesy. When I stop, you can come in. We can have a conversation. All right. I let you speak. Let me speak. Okay. The minute he became Nigerian president, that nonsense should have stopped. Now, Peter Obi highlighting that is also deserves a round of applause. Because now, if Peter Obi becomes president tomorrow and he's going to UK for treatment, I'll be the first one to also criticize him. This is not a partisan thing. I could care less. But at the end of the day, this is something we should all be up in arms about, regardless of who we support. None of our presidents should be going to sit down in front of a foreign hospital. So they have all our information. That's that part. Now, Obi's point about the tax system, I disagree with that. Right? So, unlike a lot of people here that try to take only a one-sided approach, I can be objective enough to say he's right here, but I don't agree with him here. Because that's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to just marry one idea and run with it because there is someone we support. He was wrong about the tax thing because he said, if you have 100 million in poverty, you should get them out of poverty first before you tax. That's inaccurate because even if you go back to 16th century England or wherever it was where they even had abject poverty, they still taxed their citizens. Okay? Taxation was still part of the governance structure because they used it to generate revenue. Even when they came to Nigeria during the colonial times, they taxed us. That's why you had the About women's riots and those sort of things. So at the end of the day, taxation has to be implemented. And one of the good points of this current taxation system is that they give a break to people that are actually in poverty. So that point there, I disagree with him on that point. But overall, his ability to have a press conference as an opposition to the current government, whether he decides to run in the future or not, we don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whether as Obi declared, I don't think he has, that he's going to run again or how he's going to run. So we don't even know that for certain. But let's just assume he is. If he's running, he has a right. When you have State of the Union, those of you who live in the United States, when you have State of the Union, what happens after State of the Union? right? The opposing party also has their address to the nation. So I don't know why this is such a big issue and why people are calling him all kinds of names, and it's uncalled for. Okay, you don't like the guy, I understand. But he has, that is his right. The same way you have the right to come here and criticize him or criticize Tinubu, whoever it
Is
is.
Peter Obi the leader of the opposition?
What's that?
Is Peter Obi the leader of the opposition?
He's opposition. Whether he's the leader or not is irrelevant. He's the one that got 6 million votes.
Oh, well, he came third.
Yeah, he got 6 million. Yeah, but he got 6 million votes though. And
So
he ran
is
for
he the
election.
leader of the opposition? Is the question I asked you.
I don't know who the leader is, but he's the one that ran. He's a Nigerian citizen. It is his right to give that speech if he chooses to. He's an influential figure. So if he gives, which is true. So if he gives that speech and it attracts reporters, that is what it is. There are a lot of people that run for office in Nigeria. If they decide to have a press conference, no one will show up.
But
people
are aware of the global tendency.
Yes, people showed up. People showed up because Peter Obi is a big deal. That's why they showed up.
But you do understand that the global tendency is that State of the Union address, if there's going to be a rebuttal, okay, or that it's usually done by the leader of the opposition.
It's not usually done by the leader of the opposition. That's false. That's false. By the way, it is done by someone from an opposing party, not necessarily the leader. Keep in mind, remember when they asked Marco Rubio, he gave a speech after Obama. He wasn't the leader of the opposition, but he gave the speech.
It was represented.
Exactly.
It was doing it in a representative, in a representative capacity.
If Peter Obi decides to call a press conference today, it's his prerogative. Now, he's such a big deal that reporters showed, and 24 hours later, we're still talking about his press conference.
I've actually not watched it.
Okay, well, a lot of people did. It got covered on our eyes. So he's that much more, he's that influential. He's an influential figure. If Peter Obi says something today, it carries weight, whether we like him or not. So, end of the day, if he chooses to do that as a Nigerian, then he chooses to do that. And we don't have to like it.
Of course.
But that's it. I digress. You can go ahead and speak now. Do you have my evidence? Do you have my evidence for me, by the way?
Yes. I'm sorry. I did leave you guys for a second. I was trying to just bring you, cobble together some facts there to support my statement, my earlier statement. Eisen, I'm not in disagreement with you.
Wait, hold on. Thank you so much, Aroke Deba, for coming back. I appreciate it.
Sorry about that, Chairman. No, of course, I should have joined earlier in the broadcast, but I couldn't. I had to take a nap. But Eisen, I'm not in disagreement with you about the importance, the sovereign of the, for the sovereign, from a sovereign perspective of for the president to be treated within an institution in Nigeria where his medical matters will be privately held, and the data will be managed, the information, I meant to say, will be managed by Nigerians. But one thing I want you to understand is this. The French intelligence agency, the British intelligence agencies, the Mossad, the CIA in America, they already have agents in Nigeria. If Tinubu had a medical procedure 1,000 leagues under the sea, they will know. You know why they will know? They will know because they have agents in Nigeria and they have Nigerians that are willing to compromise for a fee. However, politicians in Nigeria choose to weigh their, what they'll do is to actually look at their circumstances and say, do I want to play into the hands of my political enemies? Or do I want to play into the hands of some foreign participants somewhere who may or may not? We can claim, yes, the French are going to do something, but it's really inconsequential to them. We really think we have consequence. What are they going to go? They're going to say to Tinubu, "Oh, you have pancreatic, and if you don't do such and such, we're going to release it." No, they're not that daft. The French are not fickle. The Americans are not fickle, and politicians know that. However, they know that Nigerians can be fickle. Nigerians can be led emotionally. The French intelligence agency are not going to do something on the basis of emotions. They be tactful about it. So a politician is going to weigh his chances.
Why do they do what they do then?
Sorry, why did they do it? Because they understand that.
No, why do the French intelligence agencies or any of the imperialist intelligence agencies, why do they do what they do?
Because they do it because of national interests, their own national interests. And they don't care about you. You're inconsequential to them.
You know what leverage is?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't think that if they have compromising information about a private information on a leader in Africa and they can use it for leverage, you don't think they will?
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying.
It's of no consequence to them.
That's what makes you think it's of no consequence?
What do you think? Tinubu is going to do backflips for the French just so they don't do it? They wouldn't even come to him like that. See, they're not fickle. I'm telling you, they're not that stupid and fickle. They're not going to come to him and say to him, you know what? We know you're sick, and if you don't do such and such, we're going to release it.
What makes you think that? Where are you getting this information from? They don't use leverage. Wait. They don't use leverage on key decision makers in developing nations.
People are? You think they just go around just blackmailing people up and down?
Yes, they do.
You really think that? You think they're that stupid?
What do you mean? What do you mean? You really think?
Sorry to interject. During Buhari era, he went abroad to go and do a lot of surgery. He even stayed for 6 months there. Why can't they use that one against his government?
How do you know they didn't use it?
No. If you know, you can tell us.
If you know that they did, you can give us an example of when they did.
Here's what I know. I know, given their history, right? There's a P.K. Prahalad wrote a book called Washington Bullets. If you have a chance, go and read it. And it explains in detail how intelligence agencies have worked in Asia, South America, and Africa. And one of their key pieces of things is information. They use information not just on leaders, on their children, compromising, leveraging information. What planet do you guys live on that you would say these people don't act that way? How do you think they get once they can get leverage on you, then they use it to their advantage to make you do things, especially if you're in a decision-making position? You guys, it's almost like you don't understand what's going on in this world.
No,
and by the way, Remy, I recommended some books for you last time. I strongly suggest you go and read them because you people wait because you guys are over here saying
eyes on. I think you should come to my house and see the amount of books I have as well. Because I think you pride yourself in this individual as an individual that's well read. Some of us we do read as well.
If you've read books about, have you read the book on John Perkins? Perkins' book.
No, I've not. I've not.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman. You haven't read that book?
I've not read it. Okay. I've read the synopsis before.
Okay. I seriously recommend. Look. I never questioned your intellectual capacity. That's not why I'm here. But for you to say that them having information, compromising information on an African leader is not something they will use, it means that you may not be well versed. What these people are doing around the world.
That's not what I said. I said they are not fickle. That's what I said. I said they are not fickle.
What does they're not fickle mean?
It means that they. So wait, Eisen, I want you to understand this. The African politician needs to weigh his options.
Okay, I know what
he needs to weigh his options locally and internationally.
Okay.
For the politicians, immediately to him, the local threats. Okay, the local consequence of the competition of his enemies in the local political scene, knowing
is greater than international.
Knowing his medical condition is of more consequence to him. That's where you see. You have to think about it. It's not a matter of what it is. It's a matter of the way the politician sees it.
But you see, Arogidiba, as someone, okay.
You and I might be more intelligent because you and I might have a different perspective.
Okay. Look, I'm not even trying to play any.
As an individual, I would not want to get treated.
I'm having a conversation with you. So, as someone who's a fellow Pan-Africanist, right? I'm going to assume that you're informed of what happened to all the Pan-African leaders.
Absolutely.
Okay, and we know.
Of the four major ones that really championed it the fullest. Okay. Nyerere, Nkrumah.
And what happened to all of them?
Kenyatta. They were all absolutely undermined.
By whom?
They suffered before independence.
Who undermined them and took them out?
Oh, they were undermined by the West using dictators, military.
Do you okay? And at the end of the day, when Nkrumah left Ghana, where did he go? He went to an eastern country, right?
Yes.
Look, when you look at this,
he went to the east and he went to the north. Egypt, okay. I believe Nessa, his friend, helped him.
Yes,
and he went to the east as well.
These things have been done for a very long time.
I'm not contesting that.
And what I'm saying is, your argument is the consequences to a Nigerian politician, correct me if I'm wrong now, is that the local politicians, right, are of larger consequence to them than the international.
The way they see it.
Okay, you're saying from their perspective.
You need to understand this, Aizon.
Are you saying from their perspective?
These politicians are not Pan-Africanist in nature.
Yes.
They don't have that Pan-Africanist belief. Tinubu is a man that was educated in Chicago. He's been doing business with the French. God knows what he's been doing with the French for God knows how long. He's been doing business with all these different. The way he sees it is this. Would I rather if some French agent knows what is being done to me in some French hospital, or do I want the obedient to know? That's the way he sees it. What is of more consequence? The news bulletin tomorrow by some obedient journalist or some French agent? The French agent is going to sit on the information for decades. He might use it, he might not use it. If they decide to use it, they're going to have a meeting. It's nuanced stuff. Macron is not going to come to Tinubu and say to Tinubu, "Oh, we heard you're sick, and if you don't, let us do a pipeline from Delta to France, bringing gas to France. We're going to leak it out." No, Macron is not that stupid. He's not that fickle. Yes, they might leak it, but the tendency is they will not leak it.
Do you agree? These people use the reason why they call them intelligence.
Of course, they do.
Okay, wait. Let me finish. The reason why they call them intelligence agencies is because they seek intelligence, key intelligence, and they use that intelligence to help them get things done that benefits their nation. It could be economic espionage, right? It could be political, right? It could be imperialist in nature. But at the end of the day, the intelligence they gather is what they use. So you having information that the Nigerian president has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, for instance, is vital information, very powerful, right? My thing is it would they be able to get that information if our president went to the hospital in Abuja? Yeah, it's possible.
Possibly they will.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not going.
It's even possible. More likely than not, they will.
I won't go that far, but I would say it's possible, right? And I will say
it will even be faster. It will be faster
because Nigerians compromise. They have double agent all over the place.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I don't know why are you people flogging this issue. What is important? If let's say let us assume that he has a cancer or he has a pneumonia, whatever. What is so relevant about that?
Let me land the plane. It is possible, right, that they could get that information, right? Assuming our intelligence and our own intelligence group in Nigeria is totally shit, right? It's possible, but it's more difficult, right? They have to go through a process to get it. But when you go and sit down in their country and you go and see a doctor in their country, you've just given them everything on a gold platter. You just said, here, take everything you need to know about me. So my thing is, as a sovereign nation, right, that is aspiring to become a developed nation in the future, you are not going to be able to do that with your president telling the whole world, I don't have competent medical services.
You are making us to laugh. So for the fact that they know your medical record, it is inimical to your development.
I don't have competent medical services in my nation. Therefore, I'm going to come here.
I beg you, stop that now.
It is compromise. It is intelligence for them, and they will use it to their advantage. If you don't,
not only Aizon, I think you overestimate these people. They don't really use all the intelligence they gather. You don't even use 20% of it.
When I recommend those books to you, I'm recommending it from a good place because you haven't obviously looked at this issue properly.
So no, Aizon, I've actually one of the several things that I like to read about, and one of the several things I like to pay attention to is actually intelligence agencies, and I tend to actually read some of the stuff by former agents, and I watch, interviews
Okay,
that former
go
agents
take a
give.
look at Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Please, just take a look at it.
See, I do understand this.
Wait, because I'm having a conversation with you based on things that I have gone through.
Yes, I do agree with you.
I gave Remy
I
an
agree. I
example
agree with you when it comes to espionage.
I gave Remy an example
and compromise.
of two Noam Chomsky books. Noam Chomsky is an American, right? I gave him 2 books. Have you read of any of Chomsky's books?
Not in good detail.
Okay.
I can remember it right now.
I also recommend that for you. I gave him examples of Chomsky's books to go and take a look at. If you go through that, and clearly I'm glad you read, do me a favor, go look up America's Hegemony or Survival, America's Quest for World Dominance. It's written by Noam Chomsky, written over a decade ago. It is probably one of the most powerful books about understanding these things that I'm talking about, right? Go and take a look at it. Nigerians, we live in ignorant bliss. We think that we are operating in this world and none of these people are doing anything and nothing seems to matter. But all these things matter. All the information that gathers matters. And they use it to subjugate us constantly. And the key thing that we need to wake up to is if our president is doing this, we need to be upset about it. Because one,
can I make a categorical statement?
And then 2, it is also indicative of the fact that we cannot get our medical facilities up to a certain standard, which is also an insult to us. So I'm saying
we are speaking about the ideal. I'm speaking about the reality. From a politician's, from a Nigerian politician's perspective, his selfish perspective, his perspective that is based on his political reality within the African space. Tinubu is not worried about the French knowing his medical records. Yes, they're going to maybe do something. We'll find out then. But he's very, very, very worried about the political consequence. If 2 days before election, a journalist publishes his medical records, do you understand that reality? The same thing actually, Trump as well fought tooth and nail to hide his medical records.
Yeah, but
most likely at that point in time, the French, the British, and the East and the Mossad already knew Trump's medical records. Trump and the Russians and the Chinese probably knew as well. Trump is not worried that those people know. He, however, is worried that the local electorates and opposition politicians would find out and they might publish it or bring it to the public light.
By the way, you know that
that is what I'm trying to impress on you.
You know, Trump had to release his medical examination publicly before he.
Yes, but he didn't. Okay. But do you know? Do you know he fought tooth and nail to make sure it wasn't released before?
But he did, right?
But he did after.
Let me explain something to you. There's a hospital that all American presidents go to. I think it's Washington Memorial, right? It's a military hospital, if I'm not mistaken. They all go there, right? If anything goes wrong, there's a reason why they go there, right? There's a reason why whatever happens in there is protected. In fact, if anything happens, there are people kicking to protect that information. Look, and it's not just America. Most nations that operate in these sort of things will do those. So because they understand that there are people out there that want to get advantage, some leverage, some form of edge over them. I get what you're saying. To Tinubu, it doesn't matter from his perspective. And that's Tinubu. But Tinubu is governing us, right? So we, as citizens of the country, to us it matters. To us
but
it matters
Isaac, we can complain till we are blue in the face. They're not going to change. They are politicians.
Yeah, but that's why I am applauding Peter Obi for bringing it up, because he obviously has influence.
Do you know one funny thing?
Wait.
Isaac, when Peter Obi gets there, he most likely will do the same thing.
And if he does, I'll criticize him. He obviously has a good pulpit, and he had media show up, so he was able to bring it to light. Now, obviously, I don't expect him to do anything about it, right? Because that's just become a culture, it's become a norm, and it's an ugly norm, but it's one that they've accepted, right? Which is disturbing in itself if you think about it. And I'm sure you agree with me on that.
I already put it forward. It's not proper.
Yemi Osibanjo, the one thing I will give him credit for, when he got ill, I forgot what was.
I think he had appendicitis or something.
His peers would have flown abroad. He said, "No, I'm staying in Nigeria," and he got it done, right? And I give him credit for it. right? Because same thing. Buhari made
But
these promises.
But the whole medical record of Osibajo's treatment in Nigeria was out for the public to see.
And what's wrong with that?
What are we talking? I think people are over laboring this issue. He had the knee surgery, and everybody knows immediately after. So what are we hiding? What is the importance of all these things that you are discussing?
My
about somebody's medical health record.
Issue is this. My issue is when your president hides it from its citizens and then puts it on a platter for foreign intelligence agencies. It is a problem because those agencies will use that information to do
I hope that you know that medical record is confidential.
It's supposed to be. But do you think a president of Nigeria will go to France and that information won't be with French intelligence?
Well, so what since he has been going there now, at least he has been there for 18 months. So what have you known? What have you seen out there?
On the surface, we might not know anything.
And you think that if it's in Nigeria, you will not know? Somebody, one useless nurse or doctor will not have leaked it?
Listen, for all we know, this agreement
you will know that in Nigeria, everybody has a price. People don't even know what they're supposed to do and not to
make conclusions that are unfounded. But for all we know, this agreement is having with France. How do we know they've not leveraged him?
Leveraging on what?
Leverage him on his medical records. How do we know?
To do what? To achieve what?
To achieve, what do you mean to achieve what? To get access to our minerals. How do you know they haven't leveraged him?
Which mineral did they have access to now?
Aizon, can I ask you one question?
The one that they didn't have medical, are we not the one calling them to come and have access to?
Aizon, are we not the ones running to
everybody are there? Did they need to know your medical record before they have access to your mineral?
Maybe he could have gone to the Chinese instead and they leveraged him to make him go to the French. You don't know that.
I beg, stop that. All this thing, what you are saying is not selling. It's not selling. Forget about it.
Simba, if you don't know about something, just accept that you don't know.
Aizon, you're overthinking this matter. It's really not this complex.
I'm recommending books to people to go and read. Because at the end of the day, if you now start to understand what's going on, what has happened, then you would feel more in line with what I'm saying. But right now, you're just dismissing it offhand because you're like, hey, it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. I'm not exaggerating anything.
Aizon,
doing this for
Aizon, you and I know that they are more likely to leverage on their business interests than their medical records.
And how do they leverage on their business interests?
Oh, because those people are stupid enough to open bank accounts and to do all their dodgy dealings in Western banks.
Yes, but
and think they can hide money in Jersey and without the West knowing.
But leverage is leverage, right?
Yes, but I'm saying they're more likely to use that than their medical records. I think.
Leverage is leverage. It could be anything.
It could be anything.
As long as it's something that you would prefer the public not to know or would be of consequence to you.
To you, political consequence, yes.
Yes, then they can use it. If the CIA gets access to his records,
but that's the other problem. Yes, they are leveraging. They're probably leveraging. They're probably leveraging Tinubu right now. But from Tinubu's perspective, you see, Aizon, I'm not talking about what is ideal. I'm not talking about what Arabic wants. I'm talking about from a selfish politician or leader's perspective. What is politically expedient to him at this point in time? This is not about the ideal.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And I'm not disputing that. You are talking from the perspective of Tinubu. I understand.
So when I made the statement earlier, I didn't say that what Peter Obi said was wrong. What I said is the reason leaders have always used foreign medical services is because they are afraid that someone locally is going to leak, because I work in a company where every single year they make us sit down and go through GDPR, all these corporate things. I spend hours every single year watching the same videos, doing the same classes every single year. Corporate services, corporate governance, all this nonsense stuff. And in fact, I know what exactly I can literally parrot exactly what they're going to tell me, what they're going to say in that video. But every single year, they really drum it into your brain the importance of being able to maintain company secrets.
It's important, and if you violate any of that,
intellectual property, and they let you know that if you violate it, you can be terminated. Yes,
100%.
So what I'm saying is in Nigeria, in the Nigerian society, okay, most people don't even understand that concept.
But it's
how many times have we seen Sahara reporters publish original copy of government document with signatures and stamps on it?
David Dunday was publishing that military term in Sokoto some months back, right?
That people don't understand they don't even understand the way in United States of America, if you publish a government document, you could actually be imprisoned.
Yeah, that's why Snowden is in Russia.
Isn't that is treason, right? Treason.
Some of it depends on the gravity of what you publish.
I think with the publishing of documents, I think like even Snowden, right? When he published the documents through Glenn Greenwald, I saw an interview with Glenn Greenwald, the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, and he said that that they were even careful about the documents they leaked because some of the information they had were about maybe someone who worked in the government that was cheating on his wife, and they had recordings of that, they documented it, or maybe someone who had a mistress here or who was cheating on taxes. It was all kinds of stuff. So essentially, the Snowden thing was he leaked that the American government was spying on these people and collecting information on citizens, and that was against their constitution, and that's why he leaked it. Now, Glenn Greenwald took that information, they released it, but they released it by editing out a lot of
pieces. Yeah, it was redacted.
It was redacted because he felt that a lot of people would have been damaged if they had released the entire thing. As a matter of fact, he said congressmen in America would come and see him to find out whether or not their information was on there, and their information was actually part of it, and they asked him not to release it.
So to your point, quickly, do you know I was watching this C-SPAN recently? Do you know how much the House of Rep in America pays for sexual assault?
No, I saw that.
It's not made public, but I'm like, I was shocked that they pay that much, almost 40 million a year, something like they pay out for women.
Yeah,
but they don't make it public now. They don't want the embarrassment to.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The Snowden thing. That's why that guy is not coming back to America, man. But he didn't release it. He actually showed some class. He said, no, don't release everything. Just release the information that they were spying on American citizens. And that's what they did. So the Hyundai thing, I think without having to release the actual documents, he could have released the story saying credible sources, here's what's going on. Again, I don't think he actually put it out though. Because Hyundai is not an idiot. He's a smart guy. I don't think he actually put out the actual document to show that Nigeria was trying to invade Niger Republic. I don't think he actually.
Where do you think that came from?
He got a leak. There were people in the military that leaked that information.
I'm thinking it's those guys.
Exactly, which is the same reason.
Remember, Aizon. Remember look at how the northern guys were opposed to it. Those senators were opposed to it. I won't be shocked if they were the one that even leaked it to him. I won't be shocked.
It's possible now. It's possible. I think, guys, like my thing with the Obi speeches. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Obviously, there are things that I thought that, okay, guy, you're not accurate on this. I disagree with you on this, and we should be able to do that. I supported Obi. I still do. But at the end of the day, if I think something is not accurate, then I'll say, like, look, this isn't accurate. The tax reform thing, I think, is a good thing. I think we need it.
Let me ask you before, because you came up. Obviously, you support him. My own, I came at it from the political angle, like the leverage he had and the political capital he had, and how he's losing members up and down. People decamping, the disarray in the Labour Party, him being seen by some obedience as betraying the core values of the movement, right? Hanging out with those people that they don't find as yeah. So all those moves, I'm like, you are losing political capital here, and people that won on your backs, and you can't keep them in line. People won like the guy that won in camp that was riding Okada.
Yeah.
How dare he decamp? Who is he? A strong political mind will whip the guy in line.
Yeah, but you know what? I hate to do
that pisses me off. Now, come on now.
Yeah,
how do you do that?
I hate to do this, but I'm going to, for a rare occasion, give Kolata some credit. He actually called it. He said most of these Labour Party guys are going to leave and join.
I did first, by the way. No, give me credit. I said 1 year, by the way. I said 1 year.
But I feel bad for Obi, to be honest with you, because Labour Party.
Why can't he? No, okay. Here's my question. Why
it's not
can't
him.
he
It's Labour Party is what it is. I think there's some parties that are just, even while he was running for the election, there was infighting. There are people that were, around Bambi and the other guy. They were fighting that, he shouldn't have done this, and Abure did this. So it's kind of like he walked into a burning house.
Aizon, at this point in time, I want to hold you to task. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Sometimes within the last 12 months, you came on this particular one-man program and you were defending Julius Abure. This was just before or just after. Just after. I think this was just before they held that national
it wasn't me.
Conference in they were planning to do it in Edo State.
So here's the thing.
The statement you made was that, well, the Arab Bibi faction, they should be disregarded. That Julius Abure, this was the statement you made, not exactly verbatim. That Julius Abure was very crucial. Not in your electoral success in 2023. And because of that, he should be excused for some of his excesses.
No. You're confusing me with someone else.
Because I remember very well.
Because my thing has never been Labour Party. I've never been a Labour Party endorser.
I'm not talking about you defending, but you said,
but that's my thing.
You said that Julius Abure, should, because at the time, the argument was that Peter Obi should jettison Julius Abure.
No,
and you were saying
no. I never weighed in on that argument. My thing has always been Obi. I supported Obi, and therefore I guess I am an obedient. But I supported Obi primarily because I believe at the time.
Are you not the guy from Anambra? Are you not the guy from Anambra?
I'm not from Anambra, my brother. No.
The musician fella.
He can be at this point the way it's going. Okay.
Is he not the? Are you not the musician fella? The guy that does music from Anambra?
Brother, I'm a Delta Ijo boy.
He's from Anambra.
So who's that? The fellow from?
Not me, bro. The music. You know my Pansat?
No, not Pansa. He's a young guy.
I still can't sing now. That's
I can't sing. I leave the singing to Baba T.
Maybe it's the other fellow. I can't remember his name. Well,
that's the Kene.
No, not Ekene. No. Is that no? Ekene is an older guy now. He's the Alaba guy.
It could be Ekene. Ekene is part.
He's not. No, Ekene is the Alaba guy. He's a young fellow. He seems to be of the elite group. I think he's from Anambra.
You mean Charles?
Emeka.
No, Emeka. Emeka is in Canada.
Oh.
Emeka can't stand Obi. No,
he's a young fellow, and I think his parents are from Anambra.
No, it's not me, bro. Sorry, I've never been a Labour Party guy. I've always been just about this.
But you see, but I hope you get my position, Aizon. So is that anger? Like I want him to do well. People think I don't hate him. I want him to just hold the line.
Oh, Uptown, I've been corrected. Uptown is the individual in question.
Yeah. I have given up on PDP as an opposition. To me, they're just shit now. I don't even care about PDP.
But the thing is, you're not. I don't think you're wrong. I think Obi would do well to have a solid team around him that can create a strategy for 2027. I don't know if he has that right now.
Because they gave him those guys now. They already left him.
Yeah, I know Okube bounced. I know, I don't know who he has right now that's kind of like a political strategist, expert in that Nigerian space that can say, okay, here's how we're going to do it.
He has Yusuf now.
Aizon, don't you think that is more important than all these things that he's talking about?
No, I think this is important too, Simba. I think that's more important. Yes,
but you cannot. If you are a politician in Nigeria and you understand the terrain, I think you'll be more focused on that strategizing than to be talking. Is there anything? Let me tell you. Is there anything that he said in his press conference that Nigerians don't know?
Yeah, we're knowing one thing.
Is there anything new?
Reminding people about something is another thing. Like you have to understand. Like, look.
I think what we are saying, if we are analyzing him, don't see it as a criticism. We are giving him strategies that he can use
You understand?
Because you guys
doing
care
that
about
alone,
Obi winning.
doing that alone, let me tell you, I asked a question. I said, tell me one politician that is actually, you can say this is an Obi follower. You cannot mention it.
Yeah, but he didn't have any politicians that were his followers when he got 6 million votes either. Give me one politician that was his follower then.
But if you look at that optics, it's not something that you can reproduce.
One of the reasons why I like Peter Obi is he is an anomaly. He believes in just rolling his sleeves up and getting it done. And I admire that about him, regardless of the odds. He did it in Anambra, and you watch him, right? When you look at did you hear what he said about how difficult it is to be an opposition, about how which this is the part that actually concerned me. He alluded to the fact that he's been getting threats, and that even people he knows, that he's always known, don't want to associate with him anymore because they are worried that if they associate with him, people will say, yeah, with that guy, and the incumbent to come down on him. So he's paying a serious price. Like you just said, which politician is his friend, right? This is why I admire the guy. He has a spine of steel.
Atiku is his friend.
No, Atiku is not his friend. Atiku wants to use him.
So why is he dining with Atiku then?
He's playing politics. He's going to have conversations with people.
He's dining with people that are friends.
No.
Yeah, but he's not
He's
his
playing to
friend.
his own detriment, clearly, because he doesn't favor him hanging out with him.
But Atiku is not his friend. Atiku
So why is it there? So what is the political gain in hanging out with Atiku then?
I mean, seriously, you know their political space in Nigeria. If someone of prominence is like, oh, let's meet, and Obi is the kind of person who calls everyone his brother, my friend, my brother, everyone they insult.
But the photo benefit Atiku more is my point.
It does, right? But at the end of the day, if Atiku wants to meet with him to propose something, should he not go? Should he say, I'm not coming to meet with you? He has to go now. Come on now. He's like, you know how it works. So he goes to meet him. He doesn't have to agree to it, right? And in that space, we don't even know what they discussed. For all we know, he may have agreed, he may not have. We'll see how it plays out.
Right? How can you are a presidential candidate like the same Atiku? You almost got the same vote, but you are still prostrating and still be panding to whatever Atiku is saying.
Prostrate.
Peter Obi attended Atiku's when Atiku came out in 2020 ahead of 2023 election. Peter Obi was present there, and not so long after he decamped from PDP.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. And
recently, he went to his house now. Recently, he went to his house. What is he doing?
Sorry, guys, by the way, before you go, where is Dati? Is he missing? Is he still alive?
That guy disappeared, though.
Have anybody heard from Dati anywhere yet?
I think Dati has been compromised.
Really?
Because think about it. I think one of the principal individuals in his university is actually within this government. Am I correct?
His brother is within this government.
No, his brother is actually an advisor to the VP. But I think one of either the former VC or something of that university, that base university, there's actually an important individual within that base university. There's actually part of this government right now.
Peter B not only lost the House of Rep members, it does his VP.
So I think Dati has been compromised, and I think Dati has been told to quiet down by the political elite from this section of the country.
You know what? Peter B wasn't going to pick him again, anyways, because the man lost his own word. God damn it! I mean, it was a political liability. He didn't bring anything to the table. Now, what did he do? It was a political liability.
Yeah, but you know what? No one can deny that the task in front of Obi is an uphill task, right? He's facing overwhelming odds. It was an uphill task when Tinu wasn't president, so it's even more difficult now. But the guy will keep. This is one thing I love about it. He's going to keep pushing.
Isaac, should I tell you something?
He reached the end of the line, and I appreciate that about him. He's a fighter in a quiet, diplomatic way. But that guy, as we say in Delta, the guy get hard.
I don't think Obi is diplomatic. No, he's a fighter, but he's not diplomatic. He might be fighting foolishly, in my opinion, but he's not diplomatic. But fair play to him for fighting.
Yeah,
fair play to him for fighting. I can give him that.
I admire him very much. Obviously, Jagaban is. I call Jagaban the kingpin of crime. Have you ever seen that show Daredevil on Netflix? The bad guy in Daredevil. His name is Kingpin.
The blind lawyer,
Yeah, the blind lawyer. Yeah, the bad guy in it, Wilson Fisk. They call him Kingpin of crime.
Kingpin, yeah.
The Kingpin. Every crime that went on in New York, he had a hand in it. So I call Tinu the Kingpin of crime for Nigeria. This guy has gone ahead and bought everybody.
But I don't.
Everybody works for him.
But I don't. That's my point. If you know you're going against a political kingpin, then you have to be very, very, very the way you approach the political landscape. Like even your article, this guy from Kano, Rabiu Kwankwaso, they're also making moves. I would not trust that guy. That Rabiu guy, I won't trust him.
No, I don't trust any of those guys.
That guy to me is just doing. I don't even know where he is. One day,
let's Aizon, can I say something real quick? If they give me a magic wand today, I will make Peter Obi the president of Nigeria. I was actually driving yesterday, and all I was thinking is, you know what? Let's even give this guy a try. Let him go and do what he thinks he can do. This magic that he thinks he can do, and for which some people have made such categorical statements that Nigeria cannot be good until someone from the Southeast becomes president. I really want it.
Who are those people that have made those categorical statements? Which people?
Many people have.
I want to see what can be done. I really want to see this magic that can happen.
When you hear you guys say this thing, I just laugh.
But it has been said. No, I've heard that statement made, and in fact, I've heard prominent individuals in Nigeria that of the persuasion that the Southeast.
I've heard it live and direct from Kanayo. He said it.
Kanayo? Okay, so who's Kanayo? What does he do?
But it's a public statement that's been made a fair few times.
He's a popular Nigeria Nollywood actor now.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if I give you two names now, Kanayo, and what's the name of this PDP guy?
They might be saying the truth as well. We never know. Let's give them a try.
And I give you another name from what's this guy's name? I admire him so much. I've forgotten his name from Southeast. He's a politician. He was
Kenneth Okonkwo.
No, he was aviation minister under Jonathan. No, was he?
That guy, Udok. No.
I forgot his name. Anyways, there are other prominent Southeasterners, really highly intelligent people. They don't say stuff like this. You see, it's almost like you want to quote somebody, people out there that really just open their mouth and talk any kind of nonsense. Those are people you take seriously now.
But they are humans and they're Nigerians and they have a vote.
But I can pick out randomly some irritants from Southwest that make stupid comments. Should I take them seriously?
I'm not saying I'm taking them seriously, but I just want to try. Like I said if I have a magic mind. I don't have a magic mind. I'm not a magician.
Yeah. But I think, look, I don't think that Nigeria will be fixed if someone from the Southeast becomes president. I think that's a ridiculous statement. I think the right person, because if it was someone from South, we can pick Rochas and see what happens. I don't think Nigeria will be fixed. It's just the right person. Even Igbos didn't support Rochas. People went behind this guy because there was something that he brought to the table. And you could see he got 6 million votes.
Really? You think 6 million people got behind him because he brought something to the table? You think 99% of the Southeast, or not obviously not 99%, but you think over 95% of the voters that voted for him in the Southeast voted because they think he would bring something to the table?
They thought he was the best option.
They thought it was the best option. You're saying that with a straight face.
Yes, no. I mean, what other reasons do you give them?
It was laced with tribal sentiment. Come on.
Do you think all the people that voted for Tinubu voted for him because it was the right option?
No.
I think all the people that voted for Atiku voted for him. Of course, a decent proportion of them voted for him because of tribal sentiment. That's the tendency across Nigeria.
I don't think so. I think Obi won Plateau State. Obi won Nasarawa State. I don't think that was tribal.
I'm not speaking of Plateau State and Nasarawa State. And that's why I brought up the example of Atiku.
So you think that they voted for him because of competence?
Yeah, not everybody voted for Atiku because of competence.
Why all those people voted now? Because they have a sizable Christian population.
So those two still count as the point. Ethnicity and religion is still a major factor.
It's a major point in Nigeria. We can't deny that.
People don't value your intellect or your political sagacity. They still do. But
a lot of people that voted for Obi don't even know him.
In Nigeria now,
if you analyze Nigerian voters, I can boldly say that less than 20% will vote based on competence. Less than 20%.
Even lower. Even lower than
Most
that.
people don't even understand. They don't understand the person they're voting for. They don't understand his political principles. You are here espousing how political be is, most Nigerians don't understand this. They don't understand the fine details of this.
But they relate to him. Hold on a second. Right? Do you know how I know this? Because the people that look at the PVC collections, for instance, right? Over 84 million people got PVC, right? According to INEC. How many people showed up for the elections? 1/4 of that showed up for the elections.
Yeah. Simba.
That is a problem. So
93 million people got a PVC.
And
Simba, do you see Ola's statement?
Don't mind Ola. Just ignore it.
Ola has a very problem. Is an OBJ apologies. To him, OBJ can never do no wrong. That's the issue I have with Ola. OBJ is always right. He's never wrong. So that's where it's coming from. But my point is that there's this gap between the so-called intellectuals in Nigeria where so-called educated individuals, they don't come out to vote. They don't.
Yeah, they don't.
I got a call. I got a call on when this last election. A friend of mine, he owns this property where I grew up. Because I'm like, you need to vote. It's okay. I go to the PC. I'm going to show up with your American. I said, go and vote. This guy showed up there at 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm going home. Nobody's here yet. They now called him at noon that they are there. He says he's not going back again. I said, do you know who you are going against? The people are going against their own supporters. They will close their shop for the whole day just to vote for one guy.
Yeah.
They will close they'll be voting for this of the Jagbo, but you want to go there and it must be. I said, stay right there. Be patient. I have things to do. I said, this is the reason why you guys lose.
Yeah, but they need to make voting easier too, Sha.
Yeah, but you must endure some things if you want the change now.
The issue is that why did they declare public holiday and people would now prefer to use that public holiday to be watching television?
I will play football on the street and we don't be voting.
Yeah.
So we must make sacrifice. Like I said before, I remember back in the days, those Yalikbo community, they will close their shop for the whole day.
No, they will be there from morning till night. They will sit down there. And those ones, they will vote based on instruction. No, it's not as if they have any.
Yes, from their union.
So based on instruction.
But you that want to vote for P2B, you can't spend just 2 hours there. You can't complaining. You're not serious. You must play the game the way it is played. To change the system, you must develop the system. That's the way it is.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're from Ogun State now, Abi?
Yeah, I am.
Would you ever run for office in your state?
Well, I have somebody that's running for governor in my family next time, this coming one, and I've always had plans for, but mine is more local government chairman. That's what I really wanted to, if I ever decide to.
So if you, I was speaking hypothetically, but if you became local government chairman today, what would be the first thing you do in your local government?
The first thing, because I'm more geared towards small businesses. That's the reason why I support a guy like Adewale from SDP, because it shares my own belief about how our economy should be built from the ground. Because I don't believe in trickle-down economy.
Me neither. I don't believe in that stuff.
It must be built from the ground up.
Ground up, yeah, 100%.
Small businesses, and we have that. So build it from the small businesses.
Trickle down American nonsense now.
Yeah.
BS,
so
yeah.
I believe so. I was happy with Tinubu's LG autonomy, right? So where I should be able to tax the signboards, tax the market, raise some capital, education, healthcare should be controlled by local government councils, and build and empower small business to expand and go into small time and capital raising kind of. So that's my own kind of. That's what I want to do. I'm bringing in foreign partners, friends, and
if you how will you do this? Tell us, how can you do it? Because there are so many government that have attempted it and failed. So how will you do your own differently?
Do like which aspect?
Those SME that you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So what I've seen that has worked, because I have a friend that was it was what was it called? It was a counselor. From 15 to 19. Even though I wanted him to go for second term, but he wanted to go to assembly and he lost. So, but what I've seen work even during Derek Bella one's time is they go through the unions. So all these people, they have their unions, right?
Now cooperative, all these cooperative that they are doing.
So what I understand that if you just go and say, okay, Dewale, I don't know, I have funds for you. This is cash. That thing usually fails. But if you go through their unions, okay, they have membership. They know what they need. They know how to empower them. You know, one thing I noticed is the bulk purchasing helps them a lot because everybody's buying by themselves.
Betty, let me tell you the reason why I'm asking you this question.
Mm-hmm.
This route that you say you want to follow, that they have done it before. Let me give you an example. During Buhari regime, when they were giving these anchor borrowers this thing for farmers, they did it through farmers cooperative. I know a lot of people that collected that loan, even from their cooperative up till now, they don't pay. They have not returned that money.
No,
I know one. The issue, let me tell you this. You cannot, unless you want to be given that money free and you don't want to collect it back.
No, let me see what I'm saying. So when I say unions, let's say we are all buying, let's say the Nigerian market, for instance. So everybody buys this thing for 10 naira from the big boys that is wholesaling, right? So you can say, okay, we're going to negotiate that deal for you on behalf of your union, where you can bulk purchase from him from a fixed price. So it's cheaper. Then when it gets to your union, then you can then distribute for cheaper. That's one aspect, right? So we reduce costs. Number two, power. Okay, let's bring solar. No, I've talked about using solar power at their cold rooms. There's one that we're even working on in my area, some markets, where instead of having you bring your goods every Thursday, Friday.
What the question I'm asking you, how will you get your money back?
No. I'm giving, just stay with me now. It's not my money, it's government money. I'm not.
No. I mean government money. How will you get the money?
No. I'm giving you. Okay, let me start with that. Just give me 1 second. So you know what happens is somebody comes from the farms now. They're bringing their goods, right? So they'll get all those small buses, right? For whatever. How about we have a meeting point in that area where we have a bigger truck that you can load one time, and if you can sell everything by the end of the day, you can store it in the city. So when you waste, and number two, you will not sell it for cheap. There are many things you can do, but in terms of borrowing people money for trade, that has to. I've thought about some ways. I know my friend that was the counselor. He did some things with farmers, but it was like seedlings, and he was doing what's it called, bush following, or bush following, where you move from one to another. So Umagbe, it gets tractors for them, right? But they gave it to their union, to their whatever. So if you have a land that you want cleared close to that area, they clear it for you. They will bring in workers to help you plant, and they will pay them. So what happened was people are expanding those lands. So if you have 4 or 5 plots, I will get you workers to work. I say, I have 10 more, I have 15 more. Then we will pay them at a discounted rate for you. So you can get cheap labor to grow your thing. But when you grow those things, we must buy, you must sell it to us. So it's guaranteed sale. So we'll buy it from you at a fixed rate, then we'll now go to the market and sell it to people, and it goes from there. So you get your money, you don't price gouge, and the market women get the goods. So there are many things you can do.
I like your ideas, man.
You have so many things. So I've thought about
it. BT, what you just said now, Aregbesola did it, especially for farmers in Osun State when they were doing this school feeding program.
Right.
Yeah, I think he did poultry.
He did poultry, yeah. So what he did that, let me tell you, the only way you can recoup your money from Nigerians is by not handing over that money to them. You understand? What he did that time was he will give them all the farm inputs that they need. Like that time for broilers, for farmers that are growing broilers, he will give them the broiler chicks. Then he will give them the what's it called? Feeding, the feeds and everything. Then it will not be, they are the one that will take everything from them. By the time they are getting it from them, they will weigh it. So they will get whatever capital they have invested in you, and whatever is the remnant is what they will give back to you as your own profit. So that one encourages people to put in more effort so that they will raise them well, put in all their labor, whatever they want to put, so that they can now have a maximum yield for them to get at least some money when they recoup their capital.
One thing I was discussing over the phone, let's find a way to lower the cost of feeds. It's very important.
You know what I discovered in Nigeria. Let me tell you this.
Yeah, people are
it's not as if people don't have money to do all these things. But the problem in Nigeria is the middlemen, especially when it comes to production, like something agriculture. You understand what I'm saying? Is the off-taker that are actually reaping the farmers. So if government can be buying farm produce, but the problem is corruption. If government buys it, who are the people that will get involved in buying these things? How would they measure it? Then at the time the government want to be selling it, how would they be?
Let me reply you, because I've been working on this thing for about 3 years now. 3 years. I shared some ideas with Clutter a while back. So let me tell you what's going on. So there are 50 items, Agro produce 50 items that we can make in Nigeria. But right now, those companies, your Nestle, are importing for their production. About 50. Sorghum, sugar that you can easily make in Nigeria, but they are importing it. So what
egg powder,
that we can make in Nigeria. But here's the issue, because I was in a business call a while back. It's been a long time. People are willing to invest, but they want guaranteed sale.
Exactly. BT, if you give me a blank check now and say, okay, if you can produce, let's say 10 tons of broilers meat every month, and I'm going to be taking it from you, you understand? Raise them for 6 weeks. At the end of 6 weeks, I have a ready-made market. I can give you thousands of people that can invest millions.
Let me tell you why the government fucked up now. Just stay with me now. So
you understand? So this idea of saying government has to give people money is what all government needs to do is to provide an enabling environment. If I can guarantee that whatever I produce, there will be market for it, and there will be constant prices. You understand what I'm saying? It's not. What happens in Nigeria is this. There will be a time that the thing will be so scarce and the farmers will be making money. A time will come that whatever money they make when it is scarce, by the time the thing becomes surplus, they will lose more than they have gained during the scarcity. Why can't we create an environment whereby you can guarantee that at any time in the year when you produce this quantity of this produce, this is how much you will sell it? Then people will invest.
Hold on. Let me tell you what happened now, so you know what the game is being played here. So maybe let me tell you some behind the scenes info what's going on here. So, because if I do 1 ton this year and it's guaranteed sale and I get the money back, nobody will tell me to go and do 2 or 3 tons because I know they will buy it from me. What happened was when we had this call and they said, okay, we can get maybe half of the list for you locally,
Why can't government just put tariffs on those products coming in, so that way they're more expensive?
Because they are sneaking it in, because they're sneaking it to. If you do that, then they will do the right thing now to your port in Benin and all those. Those guys they play that game too now.
Wow, Simba, I have a question for you. Simba, you, I assume you own a poultry farm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you this. So you were saying most people don't have off-takers. Is it possible that most of the farmers, kind of like your own, you can get salespeople around the country that can sell to supermarkets, restaurants? I don't know whether you process your chicken after you get the meat or you sell it whole, but is that a possibility, or is that something that will cost too much for a farmer to do, so they don't bother about it?
The issue is that, like me now, I'm not on ground. And then another thing I noticed that if you are getting yourself involved in so many chains of production, it actually increases your risk. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, it increases your risk. Okay, let me give you for example. I also produce. In fact, I do more of fish production than even poultry. You understand? The issue now is, if you produce, like in a year, I can produce like 50 tons of what's it called? This catfish. Yeah, I can produce 50 tons. And I can invest more. The only reason why I cannot invest more, I'm still doing that, is because of market.
Simba,
and it's perishable.
If I tell you how much I lost early last year during that naira this thing, scarcity in my poultry, because I produce egg, something that we are selling for like over almost 3,000 naira. I started discounting it at maybe 1,200.
Wait, 3,000
I was
for
losing
what? 3,000 for a dozen, or
for a crate of egg.
That's why I asked you earlier about that price of feed. I know that price went up for some reason. What can we do locally to bring that price down? The feed.
If you want to manufacture feed of any animal feed, there are so many ingredients that
because
is needed.
Because it's affecting the price too. It's going to affect you too.
It's the major cost. It's major. It takes a larger. In fact, feed takes like 60 to 70% of the production cost. Let me tell you, when I started farming, when I started poultry, I was buying feed for 2,000 naira a bag. Do you know how much we are buying a bag now?
Almost 70 or 87.
No. We are buying for 19,000, 20,000.
Okay, we're not there yet.
But what's the feed made of? What do you?
It's maize and what's the other mixture?
It has maize. It has soya bean. It has fish meal. There are so many proteins added to it. There are so many vitamins in it. So it's just but the major ingredient major that actually takes a lot of, about 50 to 60% of the production, is actually soya beans and maize.
Is it made locally? or is imported?
The issue is that
now they are importing soya bean. I'm telling you.
We produce, but we don't produce
They don't
enough.
produce enough. We don't produce enough.
We don't produce enough.
They're importing to
And once the price, there was a time I was buying maize for maybe 50 naira per kilo. Do you know how much we are buying a kilo now? It's about 700 naira per kilo.
Wow.
So you see how that affects cost.
And you know the funny thing. Let me tell you, if you now look at it, let me give for example, and that is one of the things that is discouraging business in Nigeria. Now you need more capital to start to produce, but your profit margin still remain the same. What we make on let's say on a crate of egg, to produce a crate of egg, let's say that time we are selling maybe 600 naira, 700 naira per crate when we are buying feed for 2,000 naira. Now we are buying for 18,000, 19,000. We are selling for 4,800, 5,000 naira. But if you look at the margin, it's still the same margin of profit that we are still making. You understand my argument, Aizon?
Yeah.
That time, okay, maybe we are making 100 naira per crate or 50 naira per crate. It's that same 100 naira or 50 naira per crate that we are still making now when you are now investing almost times. How many, what percentage is that now?
Yeah. For feed and everything else has gone up.
Like in my farm now, let me give you, sorry, BT, let me say this.
Just to give you the numbers. So last year, Nigeria used about 15 million tons of feed. So if I'm looking at that market and say, oh, here's a demand, I know it's guaranteed sale, right? They're going to need this locally. Can you do 20 to 30 in 5 years? That's the market right here. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the market.
Yeah. Simba, is it possible to make your own feed?
It's expensive.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Some people do their own feed, but you have to get the
ingredients. But the issue here is this: if you are not careful, if you don't have the required equipment to test all those ingredients that you needed, the likelihood that they will be selling fake to you is very high. And by the time you get fake, you will not get the desired production. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you for example. When I was milling my feed, yes, I will mill at a less. The cost will be less than what I will ordinarily used to buy from a finished feed from the company. But one that I discovered was that let's say 1,000 chickens supposed to produce like 5 crates of egg per day. You now be getting like maybe 3.5, 3. But if you use the finished feed from the company, you can be getting that your 5 crates. So you discover that, and what is responsible in all those one that we are milling is that there is a compromise in a lot of things. If you are buying the maize, you can buy the maize that is not good, but you don't have the equipment to test whether this maize is good or not. You buy soya bean and all those other ingredients. Do you understand my argument, Aizo?
Yeah.
So those are the mitigating factor. So for now, and then another thing is that if you are milling, you need to be there also, because you also give room for people that are doing that for you to steal. You understand? They can steal, they will steal your maize, steal everything. You understand? They can even change your whatever ingredient that you give to them and use another ingredient for you.
Yeah,
so
but Simba, but here's my point to you and Arizona and other guys. If as a government, I know feed is taking that look at your cost now. Almost 60% of your cost is going to feed.
Yeah.
Then I should come in and find a way to help you with that.
Careful, Arogidi will call you a socialist.
So no. I am a Pan-Africanist, and let me tell you what I believe, okay? And I say it very publicly. I am a Pan-Africanist. That's what I believe in. That's my political philosophy. Not even a political stuff, it's my social, because Pan-Africanism is really not as political as it's as a social, matter,
Yes.
Now, I think the Ministry of Agriculture is failing. Number one of the several problems we have is we don't actually have we don't have a national plan for grains. Okay. We don't even have I don't think we have a strategic grain depository that stretches across the country. And I don't think we plan very well when it comes to our grains. So we're talking about soybean, maize, sorghum, the likes. Some beans and the likes. We're not, because, and it's really not a Nigerian thing, because when you look at China, you look at America, when Trump and China actually has that the trade situation, what were some of the things that were being discussed? Maize and soybean. Soybean is in heavy demand across the world, because across the world the production of meat has actually increased. And for a lot across the world, the use of soybean in the production of meat, especially when it comes to, I think, piggery, individuals in piggery, poultry, there's a higher demand for it. So Nigeria needs to step up their game when it comes to the production of maize and production of grains because when the fisheries, poultry across and even piggery is actually come up in Nigeria. There's a lot more.
Those animals, they consume more of grains than human beings.
Yes, I know this. So this is something that, because I have a particular interest in industrialized farming. I intend to retire into farming. I say it very publicly. So that's my retirement plan. So I've been studying this, and I've been researching what are the main issues. Nigeria.
Can I read the top imported items in Nigeria? Just let me read it to you, just for 30 seconds. Wheat, prepared cereal, fish, milk, sugar, rice, cocoa, oil seed, prepared vegetable.
Did you say cocoa?
Yes, we are importing cocoa in Nigeria into Nigeria. Oil seed, vegetable oil, fruit, sugar, milk, fish, cereals, wheat. So that's the market, right? That's the demand. Where if you can make it in Nigeria, you will sell.
What kind of oil?
They say
palm oil and vegetable oil.
Vegetable oil now.
And fruit oil and fruit prepared vegetable and fruits. There's more.
I can't believe you said cocoa of all things.
Look at the link.
That cocoa. There's a cabal around that cocoa, because it's very funny.
Wait. We are doing over half a billion import. 1017. I'll put the link. You can read it and see the whole thing.
What happened to all the cocoa in Southwest?
They ship it to Ghana and then they rebag it in Ghana. So Aizon, the cocoa in the Southwest gets shipped to Ghana and rebagged in Ghana for export, and then for whatever the local demands for production, then gets imported again back to Nigeria.
I think Rational Mind said he has a cocoa farm.
Yeah, a lot of them ship to Ghana and they rebag as
Ghanaian. Rational Mind, which cocoa farm does it? Maybe you're talking about the one that
Aizon. My family have extensive cocoa plantations. It gets shipped to Ghana.
Mr. Remy, Mr. Remy, this you are repeating about Rational Mind is not good though.
About that Rational Mind,
I can't believe we're importing cocoa.
I'll put the link for you to go through. You can see the items. You'll be amazed about what we are importing. Even sorghum that we can make in Nigeria. It's cotton. They rank it. They put the number 500 million. But the number one is wheat. It's crazy.
Wheat is what? Yeah.
Almost. But it surprises me that those guys, Fulani guys that are into cattle, they don't try and
they are producing, but it's not enough. Is the point?
Cattle. What do you mean by cattle, Raison?
They do cattle. They're trying to give them ranches now, so they should be able to produce milk now, Abi.
No. Let me tell you. The way we are raising cattle in Nigeria, you cannot get anything meaningful from them. Don't you know that because they make them to walk kilometers every day. Whatever they eat, let me tell you, they burn it.
The meat will be very tough.
An average cattle, the biggest cattle you can get in Nigeria cannot be up to 300 kilo.
Wow.
But you will see,
which you're looking at 800 kilo, 1 ton.
Hybrid cattle out there in Netherlands that can weigh 1,500.
The blue, what's the Belgian blue? Belgian blues are well into almost 2 tons.
You understand? And then they are the milk that one cattle in Netherlands can produce like 5 gallons per day, 5 gallons of milk. Meanwhile, our own, they cannot produce half a gallon.
Wow.
And the meat is
so
tough.
Those are the issues now.
The meat is tough.
All those companies that you see, they're now forced to import all those things to make it. So what we can, if you can make it in Nigeria and you can guarantee the sales, everybody wins. The cost goes down. Your farmers make more money, but somebody has to make that move in the middle as the government.
Okay, BT, look at all this noodles and all this.
Wait, do you think it's up to government to? So, for instance, like
incentives to, if you want to cut off that import chain where you stop importing. I know you want them to put more taxes, but that will affect your consumer now.
So, how do you stop the importation then?
By enabling that. Okay, it's my proposal. Like I've always said. Okay, let's say fish oil or whatever. Okay, I am going to then say, okay, our farmers, so how much can we get you to produce 14 tons of A, B, C, D? And okay, this is the price target here. Then Simba says, oh, they're going to see the money. So let's let that one alone for a minute. But how much do you need to produce A, B, C, and D? Okay, you can produce 14 million tons. Okay, good. Company, how much do you need in a year? We need 14 million tons. Okay, wonderful. If these guys in Ogun can produce 14 million tons, will you buy from them, guarantee sales? They say yes. What's the price point? We make a deal. Okay, so the guarantee that if I come from abroad and spend that money in Ogun to produce that thing that they're importing, that they will buy from me, somebody has to guarantee that sale for me. Is the issue here.
BT, I'm sorry that although I appreciate your point of coming into this, it's not quite that simple. Yeah,
I'm telling you from the abroad. No, I'm giving you what's going on with the Nigerian American investor that wants to put the money in Nigeria.
But I want to give you the full reality. I want to give you the full reality of some of the things that are happening. Okay. First thing is cost of production. The cost of production in Nigeria is relatively high because of several other factors beyond.
I said it earlier. I said matching the price point. That's what my.
It's difficult to match the price point if China are going to subsidize their
farmers. You know, I'm also factoring the amount because they're also paying for shipping as well. So let's say the thing costs 5 naira, right? But I'm shipping it for 1 naira. That is $6, right? If I give it for 6.50, will you still buy from me, or will you wait to import? So it's the convenience as well plays into it. So
at the moment, for instance, the European Union and China, between them, they are really undermining agricultural efforts.
Yeah, because you guys sign because you guys also sign stupid trade deals now. I've been out. You sign dumb.
The way the issue is this: can we cut off all these European American things that we normally talk about?
One of the first things we need to do is to implement. I think across Nigeria, and that's
why can't we trade? Let me ask you a question. Why can't we trade among ourselves in Africa?
Because even across Africa, there's not even the output is not enough across Africa to satisfy local demands in each of those African countries.
Yes, Arrow. The notion that we have that we can produce everything, I think we should jettison it. It cannot work.
We cannot
produce. No, wait. We cannot produce everything.
Not everything.
But we should look at where we have. We should look at where we have a comparative advantage. Okay, look at what happened to the. Look at what happened to the grains when Ukraine and Russia started fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because that is where those two countries have comparative advantage with production, with maize production and all those other grains. They are not competing with maybe other Asia country where they produce rice, like Thailand and all those things.
Simba, hold on, please. In my state, Ogun State, okay, you can put igi of that down anywhere. What's it called? Cassava. It will grow anywhere. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is the #1 in the world when it comes to cassava.
Yeah, Nigeria is
but we are number 18 when it comes to making money off of it in dollars. So how are you making #1 but you're doing 18?
Yeah, because most of these guys turn into Gary.
If you want to produce,
hey guys, it's the 8th hour. 8 hours and 4 minutes to be precise. And I am going to shut down so that I can do this again tomorrow or maybe the weekend by the special grace of God.
Can't you put us in the background?
So before I shut down, I've already sent the link.
Good night.
Yeah, that's what. Let me finish my. Thank you, Izon. Good night. Let me finish my announcement. So I've sent the link to anyone in the comment section, the viewers, whoever wants to come in. I will let you in. Because I'm not just gonna leave now, but I'm just gonna leave in like 5 minutes, but I'll shut it down before then. So I've sent the link, and also I want to announce the super chats for me, especially my friends here. I want to announce Ayo. Thank you for supporting me. And I want to also announce Adiola. Thank you for supporting me. And Peace Forever. Thank you for supporting me. And Ayo that wants to beat up Simba. Thank you so much for supporting me. You guys are awesome and great. So thank you all for watching. Please make sure you click the thumbs up button. It's the like button next to the bell icon right in front of your screen. So I hope you guys tune in again tomorrow. Thank you to the panelists, all of you guys on the screen. You guys are awesome, and thank you for being kind and respectful to me. May God bless you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Ta-ta.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I put the links there for you guys if you want to look at